Ladies and gentlemen, that was Screaming Eagles. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. So, Wadja, bonjour tout le monde. Again, I welcome you to this wonderful event that have been planned so wonderfully in so many weeks. So, Chantal, your team, and everybody, let's give a round of applause for this wonderful, great event that we're here. We had some challenges. The roads. Pourquoi il neige toujours, hein? You know, just before a big event. It's always snowing. But thank heavens that you are here and that you are safe, that you're, in one piece. Amen to that. So my name is Joshua Eiserhoff, and I am from the Cree Nation of Nemiska/Mistissini, and I will be your MC for the next couple of days. As our indigenous customs and protocol, our elders have taught us that we would like to respectfully acknowledge this wonderful and beautiful land which we gathered this morning in the traditional Anishinaabe territory. Again, our deepest heartfelt and appreciation to the Lac Simon Screaming Eagles. We honor you and we say thank you, Mr. Miigwech. On technical matters this morning, si vous avez, si la langue anglaise est trop difficile pour toi, ici à Val-d'Or, il y a toujours des écouteurs, des, what do you call those, headsets are available, sont disponibles pour tes oreilles. Et vous pouvez aller voir mon ami over there. What the nicest bun I've ever seen in Val-d'Or. So please go and see him. C'est des multi... How do you say that? Yeah, transmitteurs, and you'll do a couple of channels, and you'll hit either coréen, chinois, maybe un petit peu d'Anishinaabe. No, it's only English and French, okay? So it is my honor to introduce Anishinaabe Elder Oscar Kustabish, a highly esteemed leader, serving as the president, le président pour the Val-d'Or Friendship Center, Val-d'Or Native Friendship Center. Oscar brings a wealth of knowledge and rich tradition to the organization and to the community of Val-d'Or as well. His guidance, rooted in the ancestral wisdom, offers a profound vision of the land and the enduring culture of the Anishinaabe people. We are privileged this morning to have Oscar's wisdom and leadership as an integral part of this wonderful community. So, Elder Kustabish to come. Let's give a round of applause. No problem.
Migot nas nimierten Italian. E wamago am Sir Owen. Em chedok. You know, you took my spot. I said, there's a lot of snow outside. Winter is there. And that's today. It's very special today. And because we got today to walk all day, somebody give us to show to walk today. Gabamutena no the kasher. Chimiguna na when kagan optak. The mutek, the sutumak. And I was young when I was small. I was small before. I met a lot of people. With our camp, it was beside a big, long portage, a big trail. It was a Cree passing way, the trail. And that's the one they got. They come from Matagami, Honeybee, and Muskaginish, Muteda. So I saw a lot of people, they trade, you know? They trade for the beaver, fish, everything. They do that all their life. It's a century, over a century that. That's what happened to the Hudson Bay companies. We trade. It's not, so it was open now. Our ancestor, grandfather, Timushominan, they opened what we're doing today. We have to be proud of that. And same thing when I saw the books, the Hudson Bay, they trade piece of moose, fish, whatever they got to get the flour, salt, everything. They trade at that time. It never stopped, even today. I remember our camp is around 63, the camp Mitagani Road. A lot of people stop by there from Muskaginish, and the people, they come to see my father. They want a beaver or a bush. They always trade, you know. So today we changed a little bit too. And that's my, when I said, my link. My links were, because we have to know where we come from, you know. Tanwichin. We are from, yeah, Pikugan Zakadeo, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. For my emotion, Kokum, was Kagnis with Joe. She's a cowboy. I didn't know I was a cowboy. I thought I was Indian. So I'm a cowboy. So that's my roots, you know. We have to know. Mr. Banawati said to me, Daddy Wichin. Sessibi, East Main, Women G, was Kaganis, Mr. Was Honeybee, Mr. Sni, Pikogan, Maximo, Kitizagi, you know. And Cree, and the Kamek too. We never forget nobody, you know. There's some Mohawks there too. Of course, that's neat. And Bijuan, Manuan, Umatashi, the Zino. We have to come together one day. We have to sit around. Next time we come here, we're going to need a big table to sit together. You know? We have to sit together to be. We got a free trade before. We still have that. So I brought some medicine. I saw that. I saw a medicine man over there. It's just neat, you know? So that's my link, you know? That's what I need today, you know? I got rubber roti from North Egypt. It's a little bit changed, a little bit different on here. The other one is just like leaves from here. That, you know, is a small for a small moose. That's a small one. And this, the beaver. We got a beaver in Canada, in Quebec. Europeans, and that's why they came here. That's what they came. And we got a beaver. So they came here, Europeans. Hey, I need your fur. I was thinking about that sometimes. We should hire the beaver before they came. We won't stay here. So now we all live together now. So that's a bone with this. Was in the bush, even in the bush before they go to the school, the resident school. And this, I like this. Huh? My mother, I got that all the time. My kokum, this is so kid when you do a prayer. Today I use it, you know, the pockets there. I collected all the credit card after that. I go around. Yeah, that's why we need those objects. This is a beaver stick. I don't know if you know this. Huh? What? Yes. That's my trophy. That's me. Yeah, somebody gave me this. We went to Las Vegas. Hey, I got something, Hollywood. I got something for you, he said. I got the trophy in the hospital. I don't need that. I'm a hospital. Oh. Mukudagan. Huh? Mushroom. Mushroom Jama. We have to start now. I'm going to ship it. Again, that's where we are, you know? We were born like this. You heard the drum? Tewagan. They take away, they burn the drum. They were too strong, that drum. Tewagan. That's what we call it. Tewagan is mean, good day, your heart. Sound of a drum. Sound of your heart. You know? Very strong. When I heard that a while ago, a drum. Very strong. So that's why we are, you know. Every place you go, in communities, you're gonna know, you're gonna learn something. We know that it's the same, you know. We're all different. Each community is different. Different accent, different sound, you know, different object, different, but we are all Mr. Hinuda. Mr. Tuwakamadan. Mr. Tuwakamadan. Algonquin, we said, Nuijianishnabem. Nuijianishnabem, that's the one who's beside me. He's my friend. That's what they call after that brother sister. Wakmagan. Nuijianishnabem. Doesn't mean the same thing. We try to translate that. What does that mean? So I'm happy to be here because it is something today. We're going to sit together, we're going to talk to each other, we're going to share, because we have to share, you know, where we're from your community, from your family, from your nation, you know. That's the way we got. My community, my family, they're from the land. Our language is from the land too, because of Tikinagan. They put on us up Tikinagan. I don't know if I see Tikinagan here. No. And the first thing we know, teaching, to look, regardez, to see, voir, observer, observer. There's a teaching we got. We're all baby, you know, and we're listening. We heard it. Birds, people talking. So when we're born like that, we rise like this, quand on vient au monde comme ça, on voit le monde différent. Parce que tu vois les gens qui bougent de toi. We're always moving, action, you know. So c'est comme ça qu'on est venu au monde. C'est pour ça qu'on est différent des fois, qu'on pense différent. Parce qu'on voit le monde d'une autre façon, qu'on a appris quand on était bébé. After that, our language comes to express us, to express yourself. What do you see? What's going on in you? The verb is very. Le verbe est très prédominant dans notre langage. Just example, when you pull something, dabi, tabarnak. Pas tabarnak, là. Tabarnak. Ensuite, udaban. Koko daban. You know, it's from one word. You pull something. Udaban. You see what's important? Because we see that, what's going on in the ocean. Iskudei daban. Iskudei daban is the one, the fire, the train. So, we talk, we learn to speak like that from the land. Our land is from the land. We're learning all expression. So that's why that's all I'm going to say today. Yeah, somebody gave me tobacco there a while ago. You know, I told him we change politics now. We accept phones, tablets, before we start to do something. We are 1922 now. 20. Okay. So as we're going to stand up. I like when people stand up when they're talking. Jamado. Kiga kana gagana batan. Kiga kana gikana negonen dentamak. Mane ke gon gana kishko. Mane gana goa maga uyago. Mane ke gon gijina suda taman. Kichiwa taman. So any mission dash. Wiji se gijina suda taman bagi. Kana ke gon kewa taman gashiga. Migots das kana ke gon kajweni misiano gashiga. Kipida bancheba. Pidabak, ani mokan, shit. Ani gishigan. Midas gashiga, me a shawani museum. Managishkago, we go. Migo shit, nibi, shkude, mituk, away Caesar. I should have been Ujishak, Ababa to watch. The question is, Nabesak. Iko nabe ashit kukum moshum. Kanami gotsga na no. Ashit yimi na gomen. Akanaga janaga jatwak. Kajamana jatwak e madi jimagak. Edashke gon kanagi gon ki kanabatamak. Yiddish. Aujourd'hui, on va écouter. On va apprendre des choses aujourd'hui. We're going to listen today. We're going to learn. Some people, they're going to teach us. So we have to say thank you for today. You know, we worked today. When we saw this morning, the light was coming down, Abitibi. We start today. We were lucky today. Yesterday is gone. It's not there anymore. And tomorrow is not there yet. So today is very important. So we have to say thank you for everything we're going to learn today. We're going to have a gift today. So it's very important. We have to take care of the trees, fire, water, the fish, the animals, because it is a part of where we're living. We have to take care, we have to respect. And on your community, all the kids playing and around. Les jeunes qui jouent chez vous, qui s'amusent. Les jeunes filles, les jeunes hommes qui sont là, qui se promènent. Les femmes, les hommes, les aînés, the elders, kukum namushum. So they are there. Jimiu matsiek. Jimena diziak. Means the art. So I say thank you for that. So thank you for everything today. And I would like to say, Joshua, I mentioned a while ago. Thank you, Charlie, to be my friend. You know, he was young. So he was a friend, everybody, you know. You speak French and English, Cree, you know. In French, en français, j'ai vu ça, une petite, complètement le contraire de ce qu'il est, Charlie. Je vois ça des fois dans un journal, ennemi public. Mais lui, c'est un ami public. C'est un ami de tout le monde. He was a friend for everybody. He didn't make any detection. Level. You're human. That's what you are. He was young. He teaching us a lot of things, you know. So we'll say thank you to him. The one thing I said to him is miigwech, to be my friend. So we're going to say thank you for today. Be there. Okay, Joshua, return. And beside you, say good morning. Have a nice day today. Wish it. Everybody.
Merci, Oscar. Thank you so much. And the Oscar goes to... I love this. I'd like to say thank you so much, Oscar, for your words of wisdom this morning. Un grand merci. I'd like to say bonjour tout le monde sur the Cree Nation. This is live streamed on the James Bay Cree Communication Society, on JBCCS as we call it. Bonjour tout le monde. On try to know monsieur. O gabet ntutuya tu gajet chebad. Kai uhe me gozet nanot and it is also live streamed on the Department of Commerce and Industry Facebook, and you'll be able to see that as well too. So if you go on Facebook and go to the Department of Commerce and Industry, you'll be able to view this event with us. And so just a little recap of today's what this is. And so this is the Cree Nation government is working on a major economic development strategy for EUSG, North Quebec. And so this is in partnership with the Cree Nation Abitibi-Témiscamingue Economic Alliance, which is the Secretariat. And so the Cree Nation government has embarked on a major process that will define the long-term economic development of the James Bay EUSG territory. While respecting the values and culture of the Cree Nation, the Forging the Path Forward event is an important step in this process, providing an opportunity for a collective reflection and enrichment of the strategy's content. And so this is why we're here today, this morning, on the Disciple, to the force this path way forward for the whole entire, the Cree Nation and you, all the people that are here. You are part of this integral process, and so for your presence, we'd like to thank you for this. And so this morning, before handing over to the dignitaries, let me tell you about this event, Forging the Path Forward. Ce matin, donc, like I said, this is the one, yeah. Pardon me, my notes are a little bit all over the place here. Again, I would like to reiterate, the Cree Nation government is currently collaborating with the Secretariat to develop a significant economic development strategy for the EUSG. As part of this initiative, the forthcoming event, Forging the Path Forward, holds a great importance. Again, that's why we're all here. And holds great importance. This gathering will serve as a platform for collective reflection and the enrichment of the content of the Cree Nation's economic development strategy. It is a pivotal step in the process of shaping the economic future of this region, this entire region that we call here Quebec. So so on the back of your name tags is the QR code to access today's agenda. Donc, tout l'agenda, si vous voulez faire, open vos téléphones and go to the camera, and then you'll be able to access this entire la démarche pour cette journée. So again, I remind you to obtain simultaneous translations available for you for the entire presentation aujourd'hui. Donc, notre ami is over there to help you with that. And so I now invite, again, I was told to say that if any of you have any questions, to let us know, okay? So I'd like to invite Anna Chizo, not Annie, but Anna Chizo, to come and speak with us. She is the counselor, c'est une conseillère pour l'action Anishinaabe community, including the mayor of Val-d'Or, Céline Brindamo, to address to us. Is it both of them? Okay, great. Oh, and Ted. Okay, all right. To address this with us this morning. So I'd like to call these wonderful leaders to the stage. Okay. Let's give a round of applause.
Kweka Kina, Nin Anna Chizo, conseillère au Lac-Simon. Kweka Kina Gabet, Anishinaabe, Yoino, élus, dirigeants et dirigeantes, directrices, directeurs, Madame, Monsieur, chers concitoyens. C'est avec une profonde fierté et un engagement renouvelé envers nos valeurs que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui au nom de notre communauté Anishinaabe de Lac-Simon. En cette année 2023, il est essentiel de rappeler que notre territoire non cédé n'est pas simplement un espace géographique, mais un héritage, une histoire, une identité que nous chérissons entre Anishinaabe de Lac-Simon et de toute la nation algonquine. Notre territoire n'est pas seulement une carte, c'est la somme de nos traditions, de nos liens familiaux et de notre connexion profonde à la nature qui nous entoure, la mer, la terre-mère. Nous sommes résolus à protéger et à défendre nos territoires, tout en étant ouverts à des ententes avec les partenaires respectueux de nos droits et de notre communauté. En cette ère de changement, nous aspirons à une réconciliation économique et sociale avec nos concitoyens de la région, autant avec la nation Cree, Atikamek et les Abitibi, Achut-Ino. Nous croyons fermement à la puissance de la collaboration et de la compréhension mutuelle. Ensemble, nous pouvons construire des ponts, créer des opportunités, favoriser un avenir où chaque individu contribue à la prospérité de notre collectivité. Nos valeurs fondamentales reposent sur l'humanité et le respect de l'environnement. Nous nous engageons à préserver notre patrimoine naturel, à promouvoir des pratiques durables et à créer une communauté où chaque voix est entendue. La réconciliation que nous recherchons est profondément ancrée dans ces valeurs, unissant nos cœurs et nos esprits pour bâtir un avenir meilleur. Ainsi, je vous appelle tous à participer activement à cette quête de réconciliation. Que chaque geste, chaque parole renforce les liens qui nous unissent en tant que communauté et en tant que nation. Ensemble, nous pouvons construire un avenir où la diversité est célébrée, où la prospérité est partagée, où nos enfants peuvent grandir dans un monde empreint de respect, d'harmonie et de compréhension mutuelle. Merci pour votre engagement envers notre communauté et pour votre contribution à cette quête de réconciliation. Et merci à votre engagement envers les bonnes ententes. Et je voulais vous partager d'où je viens. Mes grands-parents de ma mère et mon père. Ma mère, il vient dans le coin de Sainte-Terre, en forêt. Ses parents viennent de là. Ainsi que ma grand-mère, du côté à mon père, il vient de Rapid-7. Il était là-bas avant, il restait là. D'où il a rencontré mon grand-père, que lui était un Chizo. Fait que les deux, ils ont déménagé au Lac-Simon, puis c'est pour ça que je m'appelle Chizo. Puis je voulais aussi présenter mes sympathies à la famille et à la nation Cree endeuillée. Nous aussi, on a perdu un jeune homme au Lac-Simon. Et c'est triste. Puis, Je tenais à souligner mon empathie, mes sympathies. Et que tu m'écoutes, Kakina. Je voulais vous remercier et je vous souhaite une très belle journée. Miigwech.
Merci beaucoup, Anna. Et là, je vous présente the Mayoress of Val-d'Or, Mme Brindamour, to address to us. Céline?
Alors, premièrement, j'aimerais saluer la grande chef du Conseil des Cree du Québec, Mme Chief Mandy Gormasti. I believe she's listening to us virtually. La conseillère Anna Chizo, qui est de la nation Anishinaabe de Lac-Simon. Dr. Ted Moses, président du Secretariat aux alliances économiques de la nation Cree Abitibi-Témiscamingue. À tous les élus et délégués des communautés, chers partenaires, mesdames et messieurs. Cree, Wachia, bonjour, hello. À titre de mairesse de la ville de Val-d'Or, une ville établie en territoire Anishinaabe, il me fait grandement plaisir de vous souhaiter la bienvenue à l'occasion de cette conférence 2023 du Secretariat des alliances économiques de la nation Cree Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Val-d'Or. C'est toujours un honneur de vous accueillir à Val-d'Or pour prendre le temps de se rencontrer et d'échanger sur vos projets respectifs. Ce rendez-vous annuel est sans contredit une occasion privilégiée de créer des liens durables et sincères entre nos communautés. La formule a fait ses preuves au fil des ans. Elle permet des discussions constructives basées sur la collaboration et le respect. As Vice President of the Secretariat, I can witness firsthand the impact of the event, and it is important for me to continue on this path. When challenges and issues arise, these ties facilitate dialogue and openness. This is a great asset, both on a business level and on a human and social level. À titre de vice-présidente du secrétariat, je suis témoin des retombées de l'événement et il est important pour moi de poursuivre sur ce chemin. Lorsque viennent les défis et les enjeux, ces liens facilitent le dialogue et l'ouverture. Il s'agit là d'une richesse tant sur le plan des affaires que sur le plan humain et social. Merci au Secrétariat aux alliances économiques de la nation Cree Abitibi-Témiscamingue pour l'organisation qui est toujours impeccable. Merci également pour le travail que vous effectuez tout au long de l'année. À toutes et à tous, je vous souhaite des échanges fructueux. C'est toujours motivant et inspirant de vous rencontrer. Alors, bon séjour à Val-d'Or et au plaisir de discuter avec vous. I wish you fruitful exchanges on this occasion. It's always motivating and inspiring to meet with you. Enjoy your stay in Val-d'Or, and I look forward to chatting with you. Merci. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you, Mairesse Brindamour. Thank you very much, Miigwech. Let's hear from the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, Maïté Blanchette Vézina, sur la vidéo. Hein? Oh. Yes, yes.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, Wachia. À titre de ministre des Ressources naturelles et des Forêts, j'ai à cœur la mise en valeur responsable et durable des richesses naturelles du Québec. Il est primordial pour moi que cette valorisation bénéficie de l'acceptabilité sociale des communautés locales et autochtones. Il s'agit là de la pierre angulaire de tout projet qui engendre des retombées positives pour le milieu qui l'accueille. La nation Cree est un acteur incontournable du développement du potentiel des forêts, des minéraux et des autres ressources que l'on retrouve dans le nord-ouest du Québec. Depuis la signature de la Convention de la baie James et du Nord québécois, de la paix des braves et des ententes subséquentes, le gouvernement du Québec a développé une collaboration active avec la nation Cree. Ces ententes ont mené à des grands projets de société qui ont façonné le Québec moderne, tout en permettant aux communautés Cree de bénéficier de leviers mis en place dans les ententes pour favoriser l'émergence de conditions favorables au développement sur le territoire. Les bonnes relations bâties entre le gouvernement du Québec et les Cree facilitent notre collaboration pour aborder divers enjeux. Je souhaite ardemment que ce partenariat dynamique persiste dans le respect des ententes déjà conclues. Qui plus est, je crois qu'il est toujours possible de renforcer nos liens. Pour ce faire, on mise sur un dialogue soutenu avec les Cree, tout comme avec les autres Premières Nations et les Inuits, ainsi qu'avec les partenaires des milieux municipal, associatif et entrepreneurial. La tenue de cette conférence annuelle témoigne de la volonté des élus, des dirigeants et des entrepreneurs, allochtones comme autochtones, de contribuer à un développement économique qui tienne compte des valeurs des Cree et des autres communautés. Je salue l'initiative du Secretariat aux Alliances économiques Nation Cree, Abitibi-Témiscamingue et du gouvernement de la Nation Cree d'avoir organisé cet événement. Je vous souhaite une excellente conférence remplie d'échanges fructueux. Merci. Miigwech.
Merci beaucoup, Minister, for taking this time to record a few words for us. Hey, this is de la bonne musique. Ça, je peux savoir la bonne musique aussi? Very comforting. I want that music too. It is my honor to present to you a distinguished leader of great merit. Dr. Ted Moses, the former Grand Chief of the Grand Council of the Crees of Quebec, Cree Nation Government, and also a signatory to the Paix des Braves. Currently holds the position of President of the Secretariat aux Alliances économiques Nation Cree, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and I present you Dr. Ted Moses this morning. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Joshua. I'd like to start. I'd like to thank Oscar Gustavish for the opening prayer and for the words of cultural wisdom. It's a wonderful way to start the day in this part of the world, considering all the unfortunate events that are happening on the other side of the ocean. What you have said, suggesting me in the Buiano te im hidugot yamag so no yamag when you sit in I imagine to go to where by you and Stuinano that he beats himself and she says he took sugar doing when he that says you should give you better go the badge won't give you that he wouldn't the cause away with and he should go up to and they should stand so him no and he go up it's no when he when I should show you go with that shift so he down here as he took sugar. What you got music got needs about it. What you Cree, bonjour, and welcome. Councillor, Mayors Dallaire and Brenda Moore, Councillor Anachiso, and all chiefs, mayors, and elected officials, please consider yourself all welcome. Au nom du Secretariat aux Alliances économiques Nation, Cree Abitibi-Témiscamingue, j'ai le plaisir d'accueillir tout le monde aujourd'hui à une journée de dialogue important. The Cree Nation is working on a major economic development strategy for EUSC, as it was mentioned earlier, and we are here over 300 delegates. Unfortunately, some people are not able to make it due to weather conditions, including the Grand Chief. 300 delegates taking part in the Forging the Path Forward event. The event is organized in collaboration with the Secretariat. The Cree Nation government has embarked on a major process that will define the long-term economic development of the James Bay USC territory while respecting the values and culture of the Cree Nation. The Forging the Path Forward event is a step in this process, providing an opportunity for collective reflection and enrichment of the strategy's content. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to this event, which has become an annual gathering of key players in the field of economic development within the USC to exchange observations, perspective, and reflections on the future. In order for us to be able to successfully forge the path forward in the area of economic development, we need to know where things are today. We need to be realistic about our strengths and our weaknesses, and we need to do the kind of taking stock that will help us identify what we need to do to develop that effective path that takes us where we need to be and where we want to be. It is my hope that over the next 2 days, we can make a substantial contribution to developing that path forward so that the Cree Nation can take full advantage of the economic development opportunities that lie before us. There is no question in my mind that the Cree Nation of the USC over the course of last year, nearly 50 years, has done an extraordinary job of putting into place a range of entities that are all part of the puzzle, all part of the organizational landscape that any nation requires to be effective in laying a solid economic foundation for its citizens. We have a rich array of economic development entities and functions at the local level in our communities and also at the national level. The honest question that we need to be asking ourselves are about how effective each of our entities at all levels are performing. How effective are we in ensuring effective coordination among all of our economic development entities? And have we introduced the appropriate governance mechanisms to identify, participate in, and benefit from the economic opportunities within the USC? Do we have the right protocols and formal relationships in place between our local committees, our regional entities? Do we, as a Cree Nation, have national priorities to place in the area of economic development? These are all normal and appropriate questions to address for any post-colonial nation, and it is no less true for the Cree Nation. It is all part of our nation-building journey. In the end, it will be the way that we address these challenging questions that we will determine how successful we will be in laying that solid economic foundation for our nation, for our local communities, and for our people. These questions, therefore, deserve our most serious attention, and none of us invest in that area of economic development can avoid the responsibilities associated with those entities. We hope that in the various workshops that we have made available for the next 2 days, we will together understand meaningful dialogue and exchange that provide us with all the insights and the glimpses of that path forward. In that same spirit of honest selection and open dialogue, I am pleased that we have with us during the conference representatives of our neighboring Indigenous communities who have accepted our Secretariat's invitation to expand our circle so as to include all the Indigenous populations in the region so that we can work in collaboration for the benefit of our communities, and more particularly with the chief and the councillor of Maniwudnam, Makwashat, also Rock. I wish you all a successful conference, and I look forward to 2 days full of thought-provoking and insightful dialogue and exchanges. Merci. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ted Moses. We have A video, Days of Our Lives, season 34. 10 minutes. Just kidding. Go ahead.
When you open the television, you open the radio, very often they'll only talk about Native people when it's dramatic, when it's tragic, right? You won't hear people talk about contributing members of society. You won't hear about those. Quebec is a big province, right? So I look at my grandfather. He used to, our hunting territory is not far from here. And he used to get on his snowshoes, not walk to the old post, walk to Waskaganish to go check the mail.
The mountains that I used to walk on snowshoes and the rivers I used to visit, you know, they've all changed because of development in the territory. The development has kind of changed the way we used to hunt, fish, and trap.
Because we're not just faced with forestry, we're also faced with mining, hydro, right? And then the industry development, it comes at such a rapid pace that trying to stay within the loop or try to stay informed, stay relevant, stay engaged in it all can become quite challenging with the limited human resources we have.
In 1997, we had a department that worked on forestry file, and I was the project manager at that time. And my job was to start up a consultation process with the people that were using the forest, because many of them were complaining about forestry, the way it was being done. They were cutting out the areas around their camps, they were cutting out the moose yards, they were crossing the spawning areas, and the forest that they left along the water bodies wasn't large enough, and so many complaints. We met with the forestry camp before the Pedebrab, 1998. This was the meeting, and this is the minutes that we talk about. So we gathered all our work together. What we did to prove that the forestry companies were cutting in violation of the JPNQA. So we gave that to our regional government. The lawyers looked at it, and they said, oh, maybe we have a case here. And they discussed that. It started the whole Pedebrab negotiations. Because they came back and said, since we're dealing with forestry, let's deal with Hydro-Quebec. At the same time, we all combined all the negotiations together. So that's how the Pedebrab came about. When you look at the Pedebrab, I mean, when you open the first page, that's the first thing you see. Forestry regime must take the quality of life into the planning process. But what is it to the industry? What is it to Quebec? What does that clause mean?
There's room for improvement, I think, with regards to what has come from the Pedebrab. I think what it has created is that table where discussions can and should take place. Now, as for the topics being discussed at that table that was created, there's room for improvement there. We work to represent a society, a region, a province, an industry, and a market. But I think we can use the Pedebrab to help shape the forestry industry to create economic opportunities for a region.
One of the projects that we worked on that we wanted to accomplish is opening up our sawmill. We went through a process, some challenges and obstacles in the past, so we wanted to learn from that experience to open it again, to be an opportunity for employment and also for economic benefits for the Cree Nation of Botswana.
Technologie avancée, c'est un très beau petit moulin. Moi, mon avenir, c'est créer ce moulin-là, faire travailler, faire vivre ce moulin-là, pour que l'économie retombe à la communauté. Fait que, en travaillant ensemble, qu'on est capable de faire quelque chose de meilleur, bon, l'avenir est là. Notre fierté, c'est aider les autres.
At the time, it was a very difficult decision for the community to make to go into forestry. there were people that were strongly opposed to going into the forestry sector and having a mill. But when we had a referendum, the community decided we are going to go into forestry. Today, as a chief, I'm very mindful of that the community made a very difficult decision to participate in an industry that strongly impacted their cultural way of life, their traditional way of life.
The judge will tell you, one hit, one hit.
One shot, one shot.
Let's go, let's go.
One more shot. Don't miss it. Yeah!
In the paragraph, it mentions a lot about Taliban. You'll always see in each paragraph the Taliban, okay? So to me, I think the Taliban are the most important people when it comes to the paragraph, because they're the ones that are being consulted on.
This is a preliminary plan. That means normally what they'll go first to collect, they just do this just to start up, get the team working, the harvesting going on. And we're going to come back to you with a bigger plan, with what might be harvested on your trap line.
That I understand. That's what we want to see, is the south part of this trap line. Where is it? It's not in the plan. The only thing you're showing us is this.
Yeah, we're looking at the contours. We're doing the
Yeah.
contours of the two fires,
Yeah.
like what the Stefano Lecce showed us.
This is
Okay.
Evident, that's what I'm
That's a
saying.
good picture there, what they just
Yeah,
showed us.
you and
That should be on the map here.
Evident, that's what I'm telling them. Where is it on this map?
We don't
It's
see
because
that.
we still don't have the caractérisation. We don't have it yet. That's why we're working on 15%. 15%. But for
Well,
now,
why are you showing this?
All the forest is burning, the planning is being done.
I think consultations is a very difficult job to do. And harmonization for me is the most misinterpreted word in forestry. They have their interpretation. Quebec has their interpretation. The forest industry has their interpretation. I have my interpretation of harmonization. How many times have I heard that at consultations in Cree? They say, I could just smuyan. Translated, it means, well, that's enough talking for me. They're not going to listen to what I'm saying anyway. Many times I hear that in a consultation. Out of respect, they say it to me in Cree, not in English. But I know their feelings.
Consultation has to be a work in progress. It should help shape the subject that's at hand. It's not just a matter of tell me what you think about it, thank you very much, I'm moving along, right? So it should be, this is what's being explored, what are your thoughts, how do you think we can improve it? So it has to be a work in progress. We've just been hit by unprecedented amounts of fires, forest fires. That says something. There's a balance that needs to occur. Mother Nature will take care of itself. It will respond to the pressures it gets.
I vision, okay, something in place that the future generations can enjoy what we're enjoying right now. We still hunt, fish, and trap. There's still enough forest out there that we can hunt, fish, and trap. At my age, at 73 years old, I still love teaching my grandkids how to set up traps and how to hunt moose. And basically in the future, I hope to see that, to have enough intact forest so people can continue to pass on what we have, what we are enjoying at the moment for the next generation.
If I look at it in the form of a spectrum, I have culture on one side, and then I have development and economic development on the other side. There's people that are strongly for preserving the culture. There's people that are strongly for creating economic opportunities, creating independence for people. So my role is to find that balance, the common place for these two needs. Because there is a way to have development and incorporating culture into it, but we have to be very mindful and strategic about it, constantly mindful of it.
Miigwech. And so those are the people of Waswanipi, including Chief Irene Posh. And what a fantastic video. And so we'll move along to today's agenda. We're just a half hour late. It's okay. So we have to cut a half hour of sandwiches, okay? We're going to be on a little petit régime. So we're going to invite this Circle One and Economic Development, Voices of Cree Leaders. So let's start with the first discussion this morning on we'll head this morning. Okay. Unfortunately, our Grand Chief Mandy Galmasti isn't able to join us, but she is available online. So I go virtual. Next, including Chief Daisy House of Chisasibi, she'll also join us virtually online. However, we do have Chief Robbie Kawapit from Wabmakstu First Nation to come and join us to the stage. And while the ladies are online. So how just not good, but we'll see these two ladies are two great, wonderful, and leaders in the Cree Nation online. So your moderator for this first circle is none other than the chairperson for the Cree Health Board and Social Services of James Bay. I present you Mr. Bertie Wapachi. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody.
I'm used to getting what I want. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. It's certainly great to be here again. I used to join this conference year by year as a part of the economic development team in Chisasibi. So having moved along and trying to do other things, it's great to return to this event. And of all the things that were mentioned this morning, just to say my piece about Mr. Charlie Wash. He's, we talk about the impact. I remember driving down here, I was thinking back, the kind of kid he was, watching him as a hockey player, very dominant. And I remember they were playing against a smaller community team, and they were beating them. I think, I don't know if the mercy rule was there yet, but I think it was something like 10-0. And at the end of the game, Charlie jumps on the ice, grabs the puck, skates to his goalie and shoots, and he scores against his own goalie. Just to show respect to the other team, so that there's no 0 on the board. So as a kid, that was one of the things that caught my eye, and watching him grow up. When you talk about systemic racism, I guess, there is a lot of politics that happens in the hockey world, especially for our people. And I can say that of all the years I watched my own people, our own players, I can certainly say that, just to show one young man, in Jonathan Chicho, he made it, and he won the scoring title. And I can say that of all the players I've seen in the past, they could have been one of them. So, including Charlie. And that's the sad part about our world, I guess sometimes. Here we are, we're we're pursuing reconciliation, whatever it is, we're supposed to reconcile. But we have a goal and a responsibility as a people, no matter where you come from, which corner of Quebec you come from. Our responsibility is to build a future that doesn't exclude anyone, but promote every talent that exists in our province, in our regions, in our communities, towns. And I think that's what every kid needs to learn at home, whether they're in Val-d'Or, Quebec City, or Montreal, or in the Cree Nation communities. And I hope that legacy of Charlie, he was truly an ambassador of the game for our people, and I had a lot of hope for our kids moving up and playing in southern communities, in different teams. I hope his legacy translates into many Carey Prices, many Jonathan Chichos, and even Ted Nolan's coaches. That is the world I'm sure he saw for our kids. And that is something we all have to promote at any field, whether it's sport or economic development. So I just thought I'd add that, Chantal, I'm sorry. So this is my, my piece, I guess. I just wanted to throw that in there, and since I do get an opportunity sometimes to speak a little bit. So I want to thank you for being here, first of all. My name is Bert Uopachi. I come from Nemiska. I grew up in 4 different communities. And as many of you probably don't know, I'm not a typical Cree, I guess, that ended up in college or university. My university was directly in the system, in our leadership, in our own governments, local and also with the youth, Cree Nation government. I've been in it for a very long time, and one of my first tasks was a member of a group that went to the UN in Geneva back in 1992 to present a report for the First World Indigenous Youth Conference and the recommendations to the UN. I didn't know then anything about politics, but years down the road I realized that we participated in presenting something to the UNDRIP. And in front of me I had none other than Dr. Ted Moses as the ambassador, Cree ambassador to the UN working group for the UNDRIP. And on the other side, I believe Ovid Mekridge was there, and I was the young guy sitting in the back, 22-year-old young punk, not realizing what I was getting myself into. But I never turned back from that, and I learned from some of our most prominent people in our nation and leaders. So I've been in that system for all my life since I was 22, and I'm grateful for everyone that's taken part in building me up and teaching me the ropes. And I get to stand here as the chair of the health board after so many years. It's been a great opportunity, and I get a chance to participate as a moderator and also as a panel member later on. So, so it is a great honor to have the Grand Chief Day. They're there? Okay. So it is a great honor to have the Grand Chief with us this morning, virtually, Chief Daisy House, and of course our good friend Mr. Kawapit, Chief of Wamextu, joining us for discussion in this circle. The economic progress of the Cree Nation is significantly shaped by a new historical framework intertwined with the legacy of centuries of colonization, maneuvering through this multifaceted landscape that demands a sensitive strategy that involves respecting historical backgrounds, viewpoints, and entitlements, all while keeping in mind the critical need for economic advancement. I think in the coming year, you'll be all pleased with some of the focuses Cree Nation will have in the coming months. But when it comes to colonization, you know, everywhere I look, I go to, people I meet, people I work with, people have become my friends. I'd like to believe that both colonization, assimilation are a dying breed. You know, proof is in this room. We are trying to work together, and we are working together. And I hope at some point systemic racism follows along. So as long as we continue these type of gatherings and these types of events, we are well away to ensuring that that's going to happen. It's better to have colonization dead, because assimilation, we're too smart for that. We can't be assimilated anymore. I'm sorry. So acknowledging that cooperation not only ensures peaceful coexistence, but also involves an active dedication to reciprocal learning, this panel sheds light on the transparent and inventive partnerships that have nurtured enduring sustainable economic development over the years. So I will begin here. As Grand Chief and Chiefs, you play an important role in your communities in terms of economic development. As a result, you also face many economic, social, and political barriers to economic development in your community. So I will begin with this first question, and I'm going to ask the Grand Chief to answer first, and then the other chiefs. So I'm going to start with you, Grand Chief, if you can hear me. What is your vision for economic development for the Cree Nation? Grand Chief.
Good morning. Good morning, Bertie. I hope in Betaxen, Nishtam Ganmiden, Chuasan Gausen, Hibuyan, Zimbabwean, Daxif, not that Majisagao, but Ngababwin, Jisig that Chetayane was good meet Sunanote. Good evening, bon matin. Good evening, bon matin. Good morning to everybody. My apologies, I'm not able to be there in person this morning, but I will be joining the event later on this evening, so I hope to see you at that time. I would also like to extend my condolences to the community of Chisasibi, Daisy, and all of your members on a huge loss that has been suffered in the Cree Nation and felt very deeply in your home community. Today's event, I think, is an important one. It has been highlighted by Chairperson Wapachi that the Cree Nation is really looking to see and carrying out presently an analysis of what the future is for the Cree Nation. And I think, you know, the video that was shown earlier with the members of Waswanipi speaking about forestry is a great example of the change in our environment, the reality of living with, you know, climate shifting so quickly, industry evolving so quickly, growing, and different resource development in the territory, and the needs of our members shifting so quickly in the short lifespan of a portion of one of our agreements, I think speaks to the fact that there needs to be that analysis. There needs to be that discussion amongst the communities. What are their hopes for the future of the Cree Nation? How do the needs of outside industries affect the Cree Nation? And what is the path that we will select and determine for our participation in those industries? And, you know, this is one of the things that I do want to stress to the members. There is a balance that the Cree Nation faces, a sustainable development balance, and one that is requiring a push that is even stronger, I think, on the Cree Nation members. And seeing and hearing the stories of land users who are facing that reality, living in the front lines, really seeing the day-to-day impact on their ability to hunt, fish, and trap a traditional lifestyle, which I'm very thankful for as a Grand Chief, that our members are still able to practice their culture to that capacity. And trying to bring forward a balance in terms of development in the territory is a huge challenge. So looking forward, we are undertaking an analysis of different components. First, I think the needs of the population. We are a rapidly growing nation. The evolution of industries around us, the ability of our territory to sustain, the type of development that is being sought, and really creating a stronger mechanism for our members to be able to voice where it is they want to go. It is, the work of every Grand Chief, first and foremost, to protect the rights of its members. And a portion of that work really ensures that you're not only protecting your members, but you are giving your members the voice to lead and guide where they want Cree Nation to go. So in the work that we're doing with governance at the council board table and with the communities, this is probably the most important component of all of the initiatives that are being launched under Cree Nation government, is to ensure that no matter where we are, no matter what time, no matter what year it is, the most important tool that we have in the toolkit is giving those members the ability to speak what their desire is and to guide our leadership. It is the most important tool. So this is the foundational tool that we are working on. And in terms of economic development, I think that really being guided from those members, being guided from those land users, and having them express to us what they see on the territory, that is the second most important tool. Having a theoretical plan of what your development project is one component, but we evaluate that against the feedback and the consultation with our land users. They are the ones who see the reality of which way the water flows, of which way the land is shifting, and it is the criteria that we use. In addition to scientific measurements, we prioritize cultural knowledge. We don't want to lose it. So those are two tools that I really wanted to highlight in our plans for economic development of the Cree Nation's territory. Good morning, Bertie.
Morning, Grand Chief. Chief Dacey, I'll ask you the same question. What is your vision for economic development for the Cree Nation?
Thank you, Bertie. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Ted Moses and Chantal Hamelin for the invitation. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. And also acknowledge the presence of Grand Chief and everybody in the room. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. And I want to say, before I begin with the answer, I want to say sincere condolences to the Wash-Pabineau family. As Bertie mentioned, it's a huge loss to Grand Chief. Grand Chief mentioned as well, it's a huge loss. It's a huge footprint. Charlie took up a huge footprint in the nation and the whole nation to bring about, elite sports into the territory and bring the recognition to the kids that they so deserve. They have talented youth. The only drawback we have is our isolation. That's the only drawback that we have, and we have talented children. Condolences to the Wash-Pabineau family, to Lily and the 3 boys. His legacy will live on through your family, the work he did, and his children. Just a little bit about Chisasibi. It's the most northern community, most accessible, most northern community accessible by road. Population of over 5,000, 1/4 of the population. As many of you know, it's about the size of France. The UC is about the size of France, and Chisasibi is 1/4 of the population. It's very unique, diverse, multicultural, and we had the first 2 residential schools in the province. 8 out of 11 dams are in Chesapeake territory. And it's, like I said, diverse, unique. It's economic development is basically what the community and the region and the province makes it to be. What I mean by that, it's unique to the people, it's unique to the communities and to the region. It's what Dr. Ted Moses said earlier. It's recognizing the challenges and the strengths of each community and creating those opportunities. You know, it could be different for the inland communities. It could be different for Abitibi region. It could be different for the lower North Shore. Economic development is what we make it to be and what we prioritize. One sector might not work in another sector. Grand Chief earlier talked about forestry. In Chesapeake territory, we're not quite there yet. Maybe in 50 years from now, it's going to depend on what our priorities are and what is environmentally and socially acceptable to the community and to its people. Economic can improve the well-being and the quality of life of the people, the community, and the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Daisy. Chief Robbie Coopet, starting with a brief community profile, your community profile. What is your vision for economic development in your community?
Wajia. Nistumji and NGH. Wajia Negus to the EU streets, Mr. George M. No. First, I want to thank everyone for your participation in this conference. And I want to send out my condolences to the Chesapeake for their loss, especially the Wash family. My name is Robbie Coopet. I'm the Chief of Maxtu. A little profile on my community is we are the northeast community of the Cree Nation. And we are the only community that's isolated from the south. The only way in is by boat or plane into the community. And we're just above the 55th parallel in Quebec on Hudson's Bay coast. We live alongside with our neighbors, the Inuit community of Kuchwarapik. We do have a border in between our communities, but it's an invisible border. We live alongside with them. We hunt with them. And we have a beautiful scenery everywhere you go. You can see whales often out on the bay, sometimes in the river. There used to be, the community used to be a whale harvest area in the old days. There is a lot of opportunity for tourism in our community, where you often see snow, or even what do you call those icebergs out on the bay, even in August, sometimes July. That's why part of the reason why the ships coming from the south only come in August, because of the icebergs out on the bay. And in the wintertime too, the whole community is covered in snow. And there's a lot of opportunity to be created in terms of tourism in our area. And I guess our biggest vision for our community in terms of economic development that we could develop is more towards tourism rather than forestry, for example. We live just along the border of the what do you call that tree line there? There's a tree line. I forgot the name of it in English. I can only think of it in Cree. Where there's no trees further up north, so we live along the border. And our trees are not that tall, so I don't think there's going to be any forestry in our community in the near future. So, like I said, I think our strongest opportunity is tourism.
Thank you, Chief Coopet. We'll go on with the next question. How does fostering economic development through job creation and training opportunities offer a promising path towards improved community well-being and a brighter future? And Chief? You're on first.
Thank you, Bertie. You know, a lot of the agreements that we have in place right now do offer the opportunity for industry that comes into the territory to provide those training opportunities. One of the successes that we've had previously is in mining. We do have a number of members that are trained miners that have been very active in the field. But in terms of seeing the job creation and the job opportunity in that field, it is one that is not stable. You know, it is not guaranteed. Mining life cycle is really dependent on a market that we have no control over. But there are some components in those industries that I think are still lacking for Cree Nation in terms of advancing your career path into the administrative areas, into accounting, into management, and even at the board. You know, there's very few people that have been invited to sit on the boards of mining companies. One of the biggest successes I think I've seen is Matthew Hupchak, who was, you know, part of some of the boards in the Cree Nation of Waswan Peace Territory. And I think his influence at that board level really helped the companies to understand what the Cree Nation is looking for with an EU mindset. And I think that this is something that I would like to see from industry and across the board, in forestry, in mining, in new industry, even in energy, that there has to be that opportunity for careers to make their path forward and their path upward in an organization. I don't think that communities are looking for, you know, labor positions or any kind of positions that are not going to offer the individual to have a career path moving forward. So those companies that are open to investing training and to continually investing into the Cree members that they bring into the organization and helping them develop a lifelong career path in that industry, I think are the ones that really reflect the values of Cree Nation, which is you don't just want to be given a job, you want to be given an opportunity to create a life for you and your family. And I think that these kind of organizations are really the ones that have a lot more success. They've invested into the people, they've invested into their projects, they have invested into the territory, and there's a commitment there. So these are the types of success stories that we're always looking for. And not only training, you know, training Crees to become part of your organization, but also training your organization to understand Cree way of life, providing that cultural safety training, providing cultural experience, being open to learning about the Cree Nation and their relationship with the territory. It's another component for an industry to succeed. So I am hoping to see new industry emerging in the Cree territory, really looking towards innovation. I'm looking towards places that are seeking for manufacturing of regenerative, you know, industry. There's a huge market out there, and I think that Cree Nation, we have the space to participate. We have the human resource to participate. So one of the trends that I think is going to be emerging in Canada is really regeneration of waste. You know, like regenerating plastics, having new products coming from plastic waste. This is what I'm hoping to see in our territory, something that is going to not only allow for a second use of waste, but something that's going to allow for people to create a product and develop a product. What that is going to be, I don't know, but I think that the potential is there. The opportunity exists for that to occur.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Chief Daisy.
Thank you, Bertie. Well, coming from a background in education, I think education and training is very important. And you're speaking to two chiefs, Chief Robbie and myself, that are most isolated by road, and he's most isolated. As you heard him, you have to go by boat or by plane to go to his beautiful community. And that's why it's super important to have those partnerships, whether it's private or public sector, to have training opportunities. And training and economic development go hand in hand. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. It's essential. So it's important to have partnerships, whether it's mentoring or coaching on the job training. And as I mentioned, with a background in education, yes, I'm a firm believer in education and, you know, going as far as you can as possible. But I also believe in rare gems, the rare gems that are out there that didn't go, you know, graduate or that didn't go as high as vocational training, college or university, that have that work ethic. You know, work ethics, it's key, it's important, and it's where we came from. Our ancestors, they were nonstop. They walked everywhere, they did everything, manual labor, and that's what we end up doing when we go to our camps. You know, we go get our water, there's no electricity, you have to get your firewood, it's all work, and it has to be done in a sustainable way. So I believe in training and development because it's not, how do I say that? C'est pas évident when you're, ton garçon de 17 ans part pour cégep at 17, 15 hours away for your English college, or 10 hours away for the French cégep in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So at 17, 16, when they go off for training at that age, during COVID, after COVID, the isolation, they don't last long. And that's why it's important to have on-the-job training. You know, health board does that, school board does that, and it's a good investment. EEPF does that. Even one of the most successful programs that we have is the early childhood program. And without daycares, we wouldn't have, you know, people working and employed. So everything goes hand in hand. It's about the work ethic. It's about sustainability, depending on the size of the community. Training and development go hand in hand. Economic development enhances education. It promotes development in the community. It's about coaching and mentoring, as I mentioned earlier. And it's about public and private sector. You know, some people say it's just businesses and entrepreneurs. No, it's not. It's public and private sector. And some of them are independent private and public, and some of them are joint venture, public and private sector. And it's about job creation and building that healthy quality of life in our respective communities, whatever it is that we focus on. As we heard from Chief Robbie, he said, you know, ours would be tourism, the focus. So it's unique to each of us, and we make it our own. We evolve with the times, and it's training our people so that they stay within our organizations. And we work with region or intercommunity, whether it's Abitibi or any other area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I don't know if you remember the question, Chief Coapit, but I'm going to read it out. So how does fostering economic development through job creation and training opportunities offer a promising path towards improved community well-being and a brighter future? Chief Coapit.
In terms of training, when I think about it, when I was listening to Grand Chief and Chief House, I come to realize that my family has always had some sort of business. My parents were not educated. We lived out on the land. Yet they taught us so much about survival, not only through hunting and trapping, but my father, whether he knew it or not, he was a businessman. Every time we go out on the land, he would gather all the natural resources he needed to create hunting tools for other hunters. And whenever we get back to the community, he would sell what he made out on the land. Snow scoops, snowshoes, chisels, or whatever he made. And it was part of his, I think one of his main income for a family was all the stuff that he made out on the land. And as far as I can remember, I still remember how he did all the steps that he did to make those snowshoes. Now, I haven't made any snowshoes in my life, but just remembering the steps that it took him to create 10, 20 snowshoes a season. I probably could make one, but it wouldn't be perfect, but I could probably go through the steps myself. So in essence, of all the stuff that he made, he was training us to be entrepreneurs. Most of my family are in that field, arts and crafts. So is my mother as well, my sisters, my brothers. And we never really went into a modern entrepreneurship per se, but some of my brothers did go in that direction. So today, our youngsters don't have that much opportunity as we did, being straight out on the land with our parents, because we don't stay out on the land year-round anymore. When I was young, we stayed out on the land year-round with my parents. Our kids stay in school. What I noticed throughout the years of my time in the industry is that we do need to train our youth, and a lot of our youth are hands-on in whatever they do. Some do go further their education out into college or university, but those who wish to stay because of the land they're attached to. It's a big culture shock for us to go out in the cities and try and learn the Western society. It was really hard for me too. I did go to college myself, and I couldn't stay there. I had to go back to the land. And training our youth, I think, is really important, because I've seen what they can become. Not too long ago, we relied on IT technicians from the South, and the community decided to train 6 youth to become IT technicians in the community, and 2 of them finished the training, and the community hired them right then and there, and there still are technicians in the community. So I'm very proud of them. And that's not the only success story in terms of training in our community. We had other trainings in the community, and there's a lot of success in that part of economic development.
Thank you, everyone. I think we have to be mindful here of the time, so we will conclude this panel for this morning. I want to thank, express and extend my gratitude to all of our panel members this morning for sharing us their experiences and sharing us their thoughts for their communities and, of course, for the nation from the Grand Chief. So it has been a privilege, an incredibly rewarding discussion. We wish it could have continued with more questions, but I just wanted to thank you, Grand Chief Masti, and also Chief House and Chief Robbie Coapit for your valuable contributions this morning. Thank you very much.
Good job, guys. Let's give a round of applause again to Cree Voices in Leadership. So we have, we're just a little bit behind, just un petit peu. But it's time to have a little break, okay? It's time to have a little break, and it's going to be a 20-minute break. Ça va durer 20 minutes. So this health and networking break presented to you by Procon. Sorry, I'm hungry. Procon Eastern Canada Limited. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Procon Eastern Canada. Also, si vous partez de votre siège, please take all of your belongings. On s'excuse, but they'll be preparing. Ils vont préparer les tables pour le dîner. So please take your belongings with you. Also, we got a great contest for you. On a un tirage à faire. You could win a pair of tickets via Air Quebec from Val d'Or to Montreal tickets. C'est un tirage pour de Air Quebec, courtesy of Air Quebec, and one of 3 gift bags offered in collaboration with Tourism Val d'Or. So, to take part in this in this contest, there's a card. Il y a une petite carte dans vos in your lanyards here, dans les pochettes. And so here is the la carte, and there is 10. I think 1, 2, 3. And I think there's yes. If you visit 10 exhibitors, il y a les messieurs qui sont dans les madames qui sont dans les tables, ils ont juste à cercler ça avec leurs initiales. I think they have I'm not entirely sure if it's a sticker or what have you. But si vous avez visité 10 tables, you can put your these little papers in à l'entrée into the reception area. So there is a drop box at the Secretariat welcoming desk. So that's where you put it. That's where you put your little thing here. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So again, we're so fortunate to have many artisans. There are Cree and Anishinaabe artists. They'll be here today only. So if you want to encourage them, please go and buy their arts and crafts. They'll be very happy to assist you. And to allow the staff, the hotel staff, to set up the tables, please take your belongings with you. Okay, so here's the thing. If you have not met somebody new, ça serait temps d'aller dire bonjour à une personne que tu connais pas. Okay, so this is the whole thing of this event, is to meet new people. Merci. Okay, so go and fill out your cards, and tu peux laisser ça dans la boîte à l'entrée, and then you'll be able to win. Vous pouvez gagner tickets to Montreal and back. 2 flight tickets to Montreal. All right, we'll be back in 20 minutes. On va revenir dans 20 minutes. Merci.
I'm about to lose my breath. I'm saying, hey boy, why you do me so wrong? I can do this on my own, so I'm telling her to be gone. I deserve to fly, but you let me crawl. Stomping on my heart, thought I had so wrong. Love was on the line, you forget the calls. Now there's nothing left at all. Now you know what to do. This love for me is just so cruel. And I said this before, don't take me for a fool.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, on va retourner dans la salle. Please make your way into the salon, s'il vous plaît. We will do our second portion for the circle, that's what we call it. So thank you for coming back into the salon. On va commencer. Yes. Mesdames et messieurs, on va commencer, s'il vous plaît. Prenez votre siège dans le salon. Thank you very much for taking your seat back into the salon. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming back into the salon. Sasha, we was with Tagno. But I'm sure I'm going to go and diagnose and they know. I'm sure that's what I'm not going to do. The James Bay Cree Communication Society, National and Jiga, but Bob, we don't. It's better. Bitebi hiri te just better so they know street. Ogo magoga and I get down to Abitibi and how to just say I'm sure when it is we Abitibi the dog I'm still should nest I get he knows this niganante is gnoptum ko. And how to just opagabutai Abitibi nest mage you know the better gesture he was Abitibi mad I'm sure a town who you would the townus nest mage and they get the check out Valdor. La belle Cavion, tag me, Michelle, those are twinsies. I bet to call it the bars one on I nest mage. Those get winches. We have a team call as the Westcoats. I couldn't stem the no one, the no one. I should have a team call Egotado. Karaoke, a no needs get which gabos to call you a swapped call down in house. They just to smoke Abitibi, you know, and I know Magadon nest mage who to shoot. I won't guide the gun piece with that one or her Chidonanos. I go saga I Abitibi and an Agastano nest mage I and then how did you to Pagabo Tagnos Chega I Abitibi or did that say you know that. Okay, Abitibi guys got them North Quebec. So I'm going to have she's got a jack manga. I'd like to invite everybody to come to the salon. Just a reminder again to please fill out your little cards so you might win. Vous pouvez gagner des billets d'avion. C'est grâce à Air Québec qui a donné 2 billets. Vous avez juste à remplir vos petits papiers et faire un des personnes qui sont à la table, initialer le petit papier. Et après ça, si vous avez 10, de juste à déposer ça dans la boîte à la scène 4 en rentrant. So, again, if you want to fill out your little papers here have to get it signed. Bonjour. Good to see you. So, I'm going to do 10 signatures, 10 stamps. So you might win a trip to, sadly, not Vegas, but hopefully one of these days, you know, we have enough bingo players in the Cree Nation that I think we can afford to have Air Quebec fly to Vegas. Ah, that'd be great, eh? But Montreal is still good. Me too. So we're going to be discussing the economic development opportunities. Ici, this is the second circle, cercle numéro 2, economic development opportunities. And we have a great lineup of panelists and a great moderator. So we're going to have Maître John-Paul Murdoch, Corporate Secretary of Cree Development Corporation, including a lawyer, and has his own firm. And then we have Alain Coulombre, qui est... Ah, Alain, bonjour Alain, longtemps que je t'ai pas vu. Président, Director General for la Société de développement de la baie James. And then Martin Gagnon, Directeur Bureau de Commercialisation Société du Plan Nord. And so I'd like to invite these gentlemen to the front, and of course your moderator, the one and only Alfred Loon, Président, EU Communications Network. Let's give a round of applause pour ces hommes.
All right. Please, okay. Can everybody hear me? Yes, I'm told for you in the back to pay attention, especially when I'm up here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second discussion circle, number 2, and about economic development opportunities. But before we start, I'd like to talk about a little bit of what I do. And I think I might sound biased, but I think as far as the Cree Nation economic development opportunities is concerned, I think what we did, creating the EU Communication Network, is top of the list because we provide connectivity just about everywhere in EU's Bay James, 14 communities, including Chief Co-opted. You might not have a road, but as sure as hell you have fiber optic right to your community. Yes, and that part of the project, we did it in association with the Abitibi regional government, because that fiber continues further north. Right now, I believe they're in Provangletuk, and as they're phase 1 and phase 2, they're going to continue up to Salouet. Then eventually we'll hit the Ngavla Bay. And EU Communication Network is a all-fiber network, connected 14 communities, health, education, and also the residents. Each resident can receive up to 1 speed of gigabit symmetric. That means if you buy 1 gig, you get 1 gig upload and 1 gig download. So that's who we are. And also, we created another company. It's called EU Mobility. That's a cellular, and we provide all the service to 14 communities. And the reason why I want to make this quick is because I'm going to head to Quévillon in about 20 minutes. And and Chantal will replace what I haven't finished. And, because there is an important announcement which I have to be there. So with us, we have 3 guests. I believe the 4th one got sick. Maybe he learned that I was going to be the moderator, and he says, oh, I'm going to be sick today. Anyway, we're going to talk about we'll explore the economic development prospects in USG Bay James. The unwavering determination of the community members is very visible if you visit any of our communities, who's underlining the promised nature of our discussion. Joining us for this insightful conversation are 3 experts. Our guests are Paul John Murdoch. He's the Corporate Secretary for Cree Development Corporation. And Alain Coulombe is the President and DG and Director General of Society Development de la Baie James. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Martin Gagnon, Directeur Bureau de Commercialisation Société des Plans Nord. I think we know each other as far as the 2 companies, the 2 organizations, Plan Nord and EU Communication Network, and thank you. Anyway, at first I'll start off with Mr. Murdoch. And what I asked him to do is first give us an update on the Cree Development Corporation and also what's their role as far as creating economic development prospects.
Wow, big question.
Easy question.
Easy question. That's going to make me feel really old. And I love how expert is. All it means is you've been around a long time. It doesn't mean anything more than that. And when we talk about the Cree Development Corporation, it's important to recognize its origin, which is Section 28, James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. Cree Development Corporation is it's an evolution from SODAB. SODAB was supposed to be the Cree twin to SDBJ under the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. I was and remain a big fan of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. I don't think people realize the longevity behind some of the vision of what we find in that agreement, and especially when you look at what was possible back then. I think it explains why here we are, 2023, and we're entering a new phase, which is the Cree Development Corporation. But again, it's just a continuation of SODAP. 1974, 75, the agreement is signed. SODAB was, and it mentions it in Section 28, was supposed to partner with SDBJ to create economic development opportunities in the North for everybody from the North in relation to transportation networks, fuel distribution. It was really about the infrastructure. It wasn't about each individual contract. And that's kind of what hopefully the Cree Development Corporation and SDBJ will continue doing going forward. So update-wise, we're identifying infrastructures. It's really important that people understand the Cree Development Corporation is not meant to get into operations, construction, or anything like that. There are companies that do that, and there's companies that do that well. There's our local development corporation, there's the whole CRECO family of companies. They're the ones who are supposed to be in the operations actually doing things. SDBJ and CDC talking together, CDC talking with other entities, local, regional, provincial, national. It's about creating opportunity. And hopefully in the coming months, there will be specific announcements on projects that will go forward, creating opportunities for the companies. So trying to sum up quickly, that's what the CDC does.
In a nutshell. Next, Mr. Colombe, can you, provide a brief overview of what the SDBJ does and the role and plays in current initiatives within the EUHT? James.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais répondre en français. Et avant de répondre, j'aimerais remercier l'organisation pour m'avoir donné le privilège d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui et aussi adresser mes sympathies au nom de la Société de développement de la baie James, la communauté de Chessiby et la famille pour la lourde perte qu'ils ont subie. Alors, la Société de développement de la baie James, c'est une compagnie à capital social qui appartient au gouvernement du Québec. Elle a une particularité, c'est qu'elle est non budgétaire. Ça veut dire que la société doit autofinancer ses activités. Ses budgets de fonctionnement ne proviennent pas du gouvernement du Québec. Le chiffre d'affaires de la Société de développement de la baie James, avec les projets qu'on a actuellement en cours, ça varie d'année en année entre 75 et 100 millions de dollars. On est entièrement régionalisé, c'est-à-dire que tous les emplois sont sur le territoire d'intervention de la Société de développement de la baie James, qui est le territoire EUHT. On est rendu à environ 125 employés et nos activités sont dans le domaine de la gestion d'infrastructures de transport pour le compte de nos clients, principalement Hydro-Québec et le MTMD, le ministère des Transports, puis on les remercie énormément de nous faire confiance. En gros, la Société de développement de la baie James a un réseau d'environ 2500 km à entretenir sur le territoire. C'est pratiquement l'ensemble du réseau. Ensuite, on est aussi dans la gestion aéroportuaire. On a la responsabilité de 6 aérodromes sur le territoire. Et également, on a la responsabilité de réaliser des projets de réfection d'infrastructures. Tout le monde est au fait, probablement, que présentement, il y a un gros projet de réfection de la route Billy Diamond qui est en cours. Et ce projet-là va se continuer pour une deuxième phase et éventuellement, possiblement, une troisième phase, on le souhaite bien, pour avoir une route Billy Diamond qui va être entièrement rénovée sur l'ensemble de son linéaire. Alors voilà, c'est à peu près dans l'ensemble. Et puis des activités de développement économique, évidemment, bien sûr, on a des fonds d'investissement dans le secteur minier et également pour la diversification économique. Puis on travaille beaucoup en collaboration avec des partenaires comme la SODA.
Thank you, if I understood you. And next is, of course, Mr. Gagnon, the Society du Plan now. Provide a brief overview and what your role is in the USG Bay James region.
Thank you for the organizing committee to invite us today, to invite me to have a chance to tell you a little bit about the Société du Plan Nord on behalf of the society. Most of you have probably heard about the organization, which I will refer to as SPN, just for simplicity today. The SPN is a Crown corporation that was created in 2015 to support or to coordinate the interventions of the government, the Quebec government, over the territory, the Northern Territory, which is defined as that portion of the territory which is north of the 49th parallel and also north of the St. Lawrence River. Just to give you an idea of how we can accomplish our mission, there's mainly three mechanisms by which we participate in the development of the territory. The first one is through the support of infrastructures. We have budgets to financially support the development of road and telecom infrastructures. I'll just give you a few examples that are particularly relevant for the UHC Bay James region. Alain just mentioned the phase 1 repair project of the Billy Diamond Road. We have allocated $150 million to that project. In terms of telecommunication projects, we invested $7.5 million on projects that were led by EU Communications to implement the optic fiber network, the fiber to the home project, and also the telehealth communication tower. We also are continuously investing an amount of $11 million to with the partner EU Mobility to implement the 4G LTE wireless network along the Billy Diamond Road. So it's important to just realize that the SPN, we are providing the financing, but we rely on local partners to carry out the projects. That's the first mechanism. The second mechanism is through the programs that we have. The programs support a number of projects in various areas such as housing, environmental protection, tourism, skills development, manpower support, and also business capacity development, and so on and so forth. Just over the past 3 years, we supported over 200 projects, investing up to $60 million that are mainly dedicated to the Northern Territory. Just maybe a practical example, we have a program we call the Community Greenhouse Development Program, where we supported the implementation of 11 projects. 4 of them were on Cree communities. We also have, and the third mechanism to help the businesses is really through the actions that we carry out with the local business network to help them take a growing share of the economy and the contracts. So we do that mainly by helping the businesses, the entrepreneurs, the suppliers, to make their services known to the large contractors and to the large organizations that provide the contracts. And we do that also the other way around, in the sense that we meet with the large organizations and make sure that they are aware of the local suppliers and the regional suppliers. And one example where how we do that is on a yearly basis, we organize an event where we invite the large organizations that have lots of contracts to award, and we also invite the whole business community of the Abitibi-James region. We organize one-on-one meetings where the suppliers have a chance to present their companies. So we do that in a single day. We can organize up to 400 meetings, which is quite impressive. By the way, we will be organizing the next event in March. I don't want to scoop the organization committee, but you will hear from us pretty soon about this upcoming event in this region. So that's it. We also have special arrangements or financing programs. I'll just give you an example. We invested $5 million in the Tsuitin Rail Transportation Company, which is the only rail company owned and operated by a First Nation or a group. So that we have this kind of special financing arrangements. So I think I'll just leave it to this for now.
Good, thank you. And you certainly have a good partner on this side. I might sound biased, but I got to find a way to promote the EU Communications Network. So anyway, there's individual questions. I'll start off with Mr. Murdoch. And I imagine CDC is kind of replaced the SODAB. And SODAB, as you all know, was an investment, had investment funds. And I imagine CDC will have the same, the investment funds for potential economic projects. Can you talk about that, or can you?
Yeah. I don't think it's, I mean, yes, the CDC will have funds, but I think it's more than just a question of funds. It's bringing focus to certain projects, and changing, the way partners are brought together. A lot of times it's just that seed funding you need for those first meetings, getting key players together. So in that sense, I find that how that funding is used is more important than anything. We have to go back a bit to look at the evolution of things and how economic development has moved in the Cree world. So 2001, pre-Pede Brave, the Cree Nation represents 55% of the population in the territory, yet we represent less than 2% of the workforce in the whole region. Natural resource development, construction, hydro, forestry, mining, you name it. Those numbers are quite shameful, and I think it's part of the motivation behind the Pays-des-Braves agreement. We signed the Pays-des-Braves agreement just on EM1 Rupert alone. We're promised $540 million in contracts. The last inventory we did, we were at about $1.5 billion. So we were promised $540 million, but we executed $1.4 billion at the end of the day. A lot of that is due to partnerships. There was a capacity. Yes, Ted signing an agreement did help a little bit. But a lot of it was partnerships. You know, we had these promises, we had these opportunities. We did not have the capacity. You know, to this day, I will always be thankful to William McLeod, who was the president of Cree Construction at the time, forming the strategic partnerships that were needed at the local level with Dowge, with the development corporations in Mistissini, in Nemiska, and it was combining, you know, that expertise that we were able to go after those opportunities. It wasn't known, really, but we had a rule. And I'm glad I'm speaking to this room because we weren't very public about the rule, but it was a very important rule. When we signed the agreement in 2002, everybody wanted to be our best friend the next day. Suddenly, everybody wanted to partner with us. We had more partners than we had opportunities, and we were, okay, how are we going to do this to make this last? We had a rule that said if there was a partnership formed after 2002, it wasn't eligible for a contract. It was only those partnerships that were formed before we signed the Pays-des-Braves agreement, during the years that were tough, during the years that were lean, during the years that we were by ourselves and we were struggling. Those partners were the ones that deserved to continue on with us into 2003. And there were many of them. There's a lot of companies. There was Norescon, Massenard, which later became VCC. There was a whole list of companies and partnerships. And it was that relationship that turned 540 into 1.4 billion. So what does that mean now? Where do we go in 2023? Yes, there will be funds injected to bring together people to get projects going. Back then you needed a Cree friend, and even more importantly, if it was a friend, like a real friend, not a friend you met yesterday. I can't imagine, you know, those were the ones that really succeeded. Going forward, it's going to be not just having a Cree partner, but what have you as a business person done to invest in a Cree community? That's going to be the big change going forward in 2023. It's not just investing in your Cree partner, it's investing in the Cree Nation and inside a Cree community. Yeah, so that's going to be the big change going forward. The Cree Development Corporation, when it invests in a relationship, because that's really what it's investing in. It's not going to be investing in a building. There's plenty of people out there who are willing to finance our infrastructure projects. But it's what relationships is the Cree Development Corporation going to invest in? And it's those where the partner, and we have a perfect example. You know, the projects that we're pursuing with SDBJ, we're investing in a community. And the community will develop its own capacity. Machinery will be bought by the community. Facilities will be built in the community. They will have partners. They will have suppliers from outside. But at the end of the day, it has to turn into physical investment inside a community.
Thank you. Mr. Colombe, from the perspective of the society, from SDBJ, how do you envision the recent investments in the road network contributing to a robust economy for the Cree Nation? What specific strategies are being considered to maximize the benefits for local communities? Compris?
OK. Merci, Alfred.
De rien.
OK. Alors, la première chose qui est importante pour la Société de développement de la baie James, c'est lorsqu'elle fait des projets de réfection, c'est qu'on construit de la qualité et de la durabilité. Pourquoi c'est important? Parce que la région a besoin de pouvoir compter sur des infrastructures de qualité qui peuvent, ça c'est prouvé, avoir un effet d'entraînement sur le développement économique de façon générale et avoir des effets très, très, très importants puis immédiats sur la productivité et la compétitivité des milieux. Alors, c'est pas moi qui le dis, c'est un rapport de l'OCDE qui date de très, très récemment, qui met l'emphase sur l'importance de construire de la qualité et la durabilité. Alors, la route Billy Diamond va avoir, selon nous, cet impact-là à long terme pour les communautés Cree. Rapidement, à court terme, ce que ça peut avoir comme impact, évidemment, c'est toute la question des contrats et des marchés qui sont disponibles et qui sont générés par les besoins réalisés par la réalisation des contrats de réfection et d'entretien. Ce qu'on trouve intéressant et qu'on est bien fiers, c'est que à 100% des contrats d'entretien du réseau sous notre responsabilité est confié à des entrepreneurs de la région et 65% de ces contrats-là, c'est des entreprises Cree qui l'ont. Alors, on est très, très contents de ça et on veut que ça s'améliore. On fait la même chose pour les contrats de réfection. On veut que ça génère des retombées immédiates et à court terme. À plus long terme, l'impact que ça va avoir, c'est des impacts beaucoup plus stratégiques en termes d'augmentation de la compétitivité de notre région, le développement de synergies dans la logistique de transport en différents modes de transport, le ferroviaire, le routier, l'aérien. On va être capable d'interconnecter le sud et le nord de façon beaucoup plus efficace et de façon beaucoup plus intégrée et stratégique. On a une vision très intégrée par rapport à ça dans le nord. Ça va avoir aussi comme impact de contribuer à bâtir de la capacité dans les milieux. Il y a des choses intéressantes sur lesquelles on travaille avec différents partenaires. Donc, on a bien hâte de pouvoir vous en parler davantage. Ça va aider également notre société sœur, la Société du Plan Nord, à réaliser ses objectifs dans son plan d'action nordique pour le développement du Nord. Ça va aider également le gouvernement du Québec à faire en sorte que la stratégie pour la valorisation des minéraux critiques et stratégiques va être faite de façon peut-être plus efficace, plus facile, ouvrir l'accès aérien, routier, ferroviaire pour le développement. Alors, en gros, Alfred, la réponse, c'est ces éléments-là.
Good, thank you. Mr. Gagnon, is that the right question? Okay, it is. In your view, what are the key strategies or partnerships that can ensure the maximum utilization of the spin-offs from the Plan North territory for the benefit of the Cree Nation?
Oh, yeah, thank you. There's actually two components, the strategies and the partnership. Now, with regards to the strategies, there will be a lot of business and contracts coming in the future with some of the projects that Anna referred to, the repair to the roads, the projects with Hydro-Quebec, and also all of the mining projects that will proceed with the critical and strategic mineral initiatives. So our objective at Société du Plan Nord, particularly the group that I manage, is to maximize the economic benefits on the region. So in terms of strategies, of course, we will use our programs to support the communities. It's clear here that Société du Plan Nord, we don't invest directly in the projects, whether it is a mining project or forest-based projects. We invest in the infrastructures and also in the communities to make sure that the projects can be executed. So in terms of strategies, I would probably give you a few pieces of advice. Given the future contracts upcoming, it would be important for the young entrepreneurs in your communities to get organized, to be able to qualify for these upcoming contracts. get your companies registered, incorporated, make sure that the young entrepreneurs provide or obtain the proper qualification, the trade certification, and so on and so forth, to be able to apply to these future contracts. La Société du Plan Nord will have some programs to help the training, the mentoring, and we'll have tools to help here. Another piece of advice is also how you address those markets, especially for younger companies. It's important that those large contracts that we talk about are typically of a public nature. They go through a public tendering process. So for some of the younger companies, it's difficult to be able to obtain these contracts. So the idea is to maybe take a progressive approach where you can gain access to some lower value contracts that are not of the public nature, that don't have to go through the public tendering process, and then start with the smaller contracts, build a relationship, and then build your organization to be able to eventually move up in terms of contract values. So those are ideas that I think will be fruitful for the communities. Now, in terms of partnerships, we have a team at the Business Development Office of advisors who are located on the territory. These advisors have been involved in the economic development for a long time. They have a deep knowledge of the businesses. So I would invite you to get in contact with our advisors. We have one of them today here is in the room, Marie-Josée Racicot. Maybe she can raise her hand. She's based in Radisson. She has a great knowledge of the business. We have Stéphane McKenzie in Chibougamau, and we have other people from other divisions of Société du Plan Nord who are accessible, have a deep knowledge of the business. So I would invite you to get in touch, network with us, participate in the also in the event, the daily event that I referred to prior. So that's what I see in terms of partnership.
Wonderful. You sound very sexy, my friend. We have reached the end of our discussion due to a limited time. And what I'll do is, what's going to happen is that there's about 15 minutes left, and you guys can have a chance to network with these three panelists. And unfortunately, Youssef wasn't able to be here, like I mentioned, and I was going to ask him on the questions about mining, but since all these three gentlemen know nothing about mining, okay, all right. So anyway, our sincere gratitude to our panelists, Paul John Murdoch, Alain Colombe, Martin Gagnon, for sharing their valuable insights and expertise on the significant opportunities and challenges in EU's Bay James region. Your contributions have greatly enriched our understanding of the path towards sustainable economic development. Miguez, merci, thank you, Niawa, Nikomik. Good day. Actually, I was supposed to end with a joke. What did the rooster say to the chickens when a chicken house is on fire? Let's get the flock out of here, which I will do. Oops.
Thank you. He said "fluck," okay? There's an L in there. Yes. Okay, great. All right, let's give a round of applause to the panelists. Oh, and of course the moderator. Of course. Thank you, Alfred. So if you want to see the biographies, they are available on the QR code. So this is where you get all this information. Toutes les biographies, leurs petites histoires sont disponibles dans the QR code, okay, en arrière de votre this name tags here. So how are you guys feeling? Tout le monde est bien? Ouais? Vous êtes inspirés? This is such a great, it's good to always hear, to be part of this and to hear the good work that we've been doing in the past and what's in the future as well too. So I'm glad to be listening to this. Okay, so here's the thing. Un autre défi qu'on doit passer. We're going to be breaking for lunch. However, I'm going to have to ask you to leave again. Pardonnez-moi. But they're going to be setting up more tables because there's a lot more people coming to eat. If we advertise, there's going to be food. Tons more people come. I think this is a shared, common thing with the indigenous and non-indigenous. So, if we advertise food, everybody comes. So we're going to ask you to leave. We're going to have a little, impromptu health break. So on va faire une petite pause de 15 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Go and speak to somebody that you do not know, or somebody that's, please have the discussions out there, not in the rooms, okay? I don't want no drama. So please go and take a break, 15 minutes, and we'll be back here at 12, okay? Because we do have another panel of discussion, and this one is also just as great as the ones this morning. So, on retourne dans 15 minutes, and again, s'il vous plaît, remplir vos petites, pour gagner des billets pour Air Québec. Go and see, the tables. Si vous avez 10X ou bien des petites signatures, you might win a pair of tickets to Air Québec, and that is sponsored by Air Québec. OK? All right, bon, petite pause, 15 minutes. On revient à minuit, à midi, not minuit. Ooh, OK. Be right back.
Hello, Paul. Hello, Paul. This is Pierre-Luc. I'm one of the technicians. I just want to make sure that everything is okay, and we should begin shortly. Thanks.
Mesdames et messieurs, can I have your attention? On peut-tu rentrer et puis assiser dans une autre table, s'il vous plaît? Just kidding, just kidding. Vous pouvez prendre vos same sièges. So we're going to be starting soon, so please come on in and take your place. And we'll be starting soon with our panel. And so this is the Indigenous-led economic development. And so please join us in the salon. C'est temps de manger. If you have diabetes, this will be a good time for you to come in. We don't want anybody shaking uncontrollably. So there's some juice available for you as well too. Okay, so please join us. So in this panel, it is, again, I'll reiterate that this is an Indigenous-led economic development. So ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Chantal, can you pull everybody in? Sandra, on peut-tu crier à nos côtés? Come on in, guys. Again, don't forget to fill out your, de remplir vos petites feuilles pour gagner des billets d'Air Québec. So a trip to Montreal and back, a pair of tickets. So vous pouvez voir the Go Habs Go. So you can go see Habs, but you'll have to pay for your tickets. Maybe if you do have good friends who could get some tickets for you, you can do as well. Just have to do a little bit of homework. And so again, fill out your little papers, okay? Just to, I have another announcement. Rapidement. So Kanaka, the Cree Native Arts and Crafts Association, are here. They are in the back over there. Hi guys, hi Adrian. So they are here with arts and crafts, and it's for sale. They have some items that you can purchase. So beautiful artists from the Cree Nation, their work, their art is available for you to buy. Donc vous pouvez acheter les arts des Premières Nations du Cree. Ce sont des artisans. Donc, c'est pour acheter. And of course, there are Anishinaabe artists as well, too, around the table, around the salon that is available for you to purchase. So arts and crafts are available for you to purchase. Okay, can we have more people come on in, please? Ça marche, Sandra? All right. Yes. Yes, we will start. Okay. So again this morning, thank you so much to the panelists, Alfred, and the panelists, Jean-Paul, and Alain Coulombe, Martin Gagnon, and of course our moderator, Alfred. Thank you so much for that wonderful discussion on the Cree development opportunities. And so as we move forward, as we forge into this lunch, I'm hungry. This lunch is sponsored by Creeco. So let's give a round of applause for Creeco, everybody, for this food that we're about to receive. And I think it's porcupine and beaver. Imagine, oh my gosh, eh? Boiled porcupine. Oh my goodness. Could be a delicacy for my uncle over there, but and so the theme is Indigenous-led economic development. We have Paul Gruner. He's the CEO from Klitshow Investment Corporation, and this he'll be available by virtual only. And also we do have Derek Neposh, who is the chairman, president of the Cree Regional Economic Enterprise Company, Creeco, as we call it. We also do have all the way from Wabmexu, my good friend Sydney Orr, president of EU Economic Group. And Ken Ruck, he's the Director General, Société de Développement Économique d'Ouachat Manutenam. So these fine gentlemen will be the panelists. And we do have our moderator as well, too. This is Business Development Officer for the Creeco, and Mr. Robert Auclair. So I'd like to invite these gentlemen to come to the stage. And I'd like to ask everybody to listen and hear what these fine gentlemen have to say on this great discussion this afternoon. Okay? All right.
هكذا يم هذا. Good afternoon, everybody. So, hey, my name is Robert Auclair, originally from Wabmuxtu, and I'm the Business Development Officer for Creeco. As Joshua mentioned, and on the panel with us are Sonny Orr, the legend, Derek, all the way from Waswanipi, 3 hours away, president of Creeco, and Ken Rock from the Ino Nation, Director General for Economic Development, and all the way from parts all over the West Coast, Mr. Paul Gruner, CEO of Talicho Economic Development, former CEO of the Tahltan Nation Development Corporation in BC, recently chosen as the most influential business leaders in British Columbia in the 2023 BIV News. Hot off the presses, right, Paul? Yeah. First question I'll pose to you guys is a little off script to get the people going. Is when I looked at the questions there was one that needed to be asked at the beginning, is your thoughts on, to start off the discussions on, in terms of the Indigenous-led economic development, is your views on the importance of collaboration with other First Nations or with non-Indigenous companies. What did that look like for you? And I'll throw the question to you, Paul, if since you're esteemed guest all the way from the Yukon, we'll test out your virtualness.
Well, thank
there you go.
Appreciate that. First and foremost, can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. I'd like to just start out very quickly by acknowledging where I'm calling in from. Not Yukon, I wish. That is the tropics of the north. I'm from Yellowknife. So this is traditional territory of the Talicho Nation and the Illinois Dene First Nations. So very happy to be here. Looks like an amazing room from what I saw prior coming into this. Wish I could be there in person. Great question. I've had the pleasure of working with a number of Indigenous groups in a leadership role on the development corporation side, and had an opportunity to work both with other Indigenous groups, bringing those together as partnerships, along with government, industry, etc. It's critical. This is what brings it all together. And, when I'm looking at opportunities, when I'm speaking around some of this stuff, I talk about it from a holistic perspective. And that holistic perspective is not a nation working independent. It really is what makes these things work, what makes them successful, in my experience, is really about these key partnerships and really being intentful. And that is those multiple stakeholders coming together. So I want to give you a really just an example, and I always like to draw on that. I think of myself as a practitioner, getting in the weeds and the trenches and getting these things done. So I always like to draw out examples to really concrete that. In my prior role with the Tahltan Nation Development Corporation, I've just started with Talicho in the last couple of weeks here, so it's very fresh. We had a great example of that between the Tahltan Nation and the Nisga'a Nation coming together. And we had shared opportunities within the traditional territory for the Tahltan Nation. And one of them was a large advanced exploration project, which was Seabridge Gold, and that was developing something called the KSM project. And just to give some perspective, when we talk about an advanced project and what we're talking about in value, by the end of this season, they'll have put in about $1 billion into this advanced project, so it's meaningful. And so we really wanted to find an opportunity here where we could preserve value for the region, maximize for the impacted Indigenous groups. And what that was under an MOU that was struck a number of years ago. And at the beginning of last year, of 2022, we announced the Treaty Creek Limited Partnership, which was basically a development corporation of the two nations coming together, 50% owned, leveraging and working with the Seabridge, in terms of shared prosperity and advancing opportunities for contracting, etc. Trickle-down effect into both nations for their entrepreneurs, their business owners, and engaging them within the supply chain. And then lastly was developing around the training and development, and that was through our heavy equipment operators program and leadership program, which is leveraging multiple governments, including the provincial government, and then also the First Nations government, right? So lots that we could talk about there, but it's a really nice example where you're bringing forward, and as opposed to going and competing against each other, it's saying how do we grow this pie together, and how do we advance that on multiple layers, including economic, training and development, and ultimately capacity building.
Thank you for that, Paul. Anyone else would like to give an example of collaboration in your line of work? You'll have to fight for it. This is UFC right here.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to thank Chantal and Ted Moses for inviting us. It's really appreciated. And I'm just going to have a few words in my language. Tachwe namno de tayat kahagan enonjish we majedodo de inot chenonde de chep katat eno tachwe namando kaimet ke no eimun absto machet eimun pegoto eimun shit ninan de washat malutname uchbanyat mokotan wa item tewegen wa item utaban wa item utabanash ishkote utaban pegoto eimun nij anish nabe gitewa Keninan nijanim de sihonaninan ek nemnoendmanga bedok chenot chepek هنا نشكمو شانتال مكتد توهنيبن واحد الساق الإيكونوميك أدوتان واحد توهنيبن. I was just saying thank you Chantal and Ted for inviting us. It's really a pleasure for us to be here, and I just want to mention that you came to my community like 1-2 months ago, and you participated and your input was really appreciated. So I just wanted to make sure that I thank you for that. Collaboration, economic development in my community, there is many opportunities because there's a lot of mining activity in our territory. We have 4 IBAs with 4 different companies, and there are other industries that are operating in our territory. So I'm the one responsible for the procurement with all these companies. So, in order for us to support the community in his economic development, the community by itself cannot seize all these business opportunities. We need the support, and we need the businesses of the community to develop so they can provide employment for members of the community. And we've seen a lot of development in the last few years. We have over 60 privately owned companies in the community. It's one community. We are about 5,000 people, 3,500 living on reserve. So we have a lot of companies, and then, for them to get those business opportunities, it provides livelihood to a lot of people in the community. We have a lot of community-owned businesses, like in the 3 last years, we have developed 3 new companies, 1 retail store, and it's bringing a lot of, it brings employment in the community, but also sponsorships and things like that. We support the youth in the community through that retail store. We have developed a new security company. We provide security services to the mines and to the in Sept-Îles as well, not only in the community. We have over 60 employees, which is like 75-80% of members of the community. So it's easy to get those job employments, the business, those job opportunities, and we have a lot of people in the community. And the last company we started was, the one with the catering. So we have partners, we're working together, over 100 employees, maybe 20-25% of members of the community. But, I think that with all these business opportunities that are coming, not only the community-owned businesses can take and seize these opportunities. We need the collaboration, and we need the privately owned companies in the community in order to support the community. So that's what we've been doing in the last few years in Washat Maliotenam.
Julian, wait for. You want to wait for a more important question from me, boss?
No, we'll save that for later. Yeah, collaboration is very, important in our line of business as well. It comes in multi layers, like what Mr. Gruner had explained earlier. Is in order for us to succeed at any level of business, there has to be a level of commitment as well. Not only within our companies, within our organizations, but it also has to come with the commitment of long-lasting sharing of resources, ownership of projects. Our nations, our First Nations, have grown so much over the past decade that when you look at the workforce that's coming up in every First Nation, it outnumbers the growth rate of provincial and federal levels. And I think this is where we need to put our heads together and really establish a strong working relationship in order for us to advance in different sectors. There is a real need at this time, for collaboration. A good example is, under CRECO, we're very well diverse in different sectors. We have a construction company, we have an airline, we have a janitorial catering company, we own a hotel, we have a real estate company, we have a partnership with a mining company. So, when you look at that diversity, that's another layer of security, I guess I can call it, in order for us to capitalize on contract opportunities for one, but more importantly, investing in our people. Our people in the communities are the ones that are impacted by any development, and they deserve the training, the employment, the advancement, even career development. These are areas that we want to make sure that are part of any deal that we go after. And this is strongly encouraged, in terms of Paul mentioned it before, capacity building. We always talk about capacity building, and then when we achieve that, and then what's next? And this is where I think prosperity comes into play as well. The prosperity of our companies and our communities. It's so vital. We're in 2023, and it's so vital at this day and age to say that we are part of development. We cannot fight development. We will work with development. We want to become owners as well as an Indigenous people. It comes at a high risk, yes, but we are ready for that risk, and we are prepared, to be a major player in any of the development projects that come within our territory. But even more importantly, when we think about outside of our territories, these are areas that are starting to open up with new opportunities. And I think by forming these partnerships with other First Nations, non-Indigenous companies, to build that capacity and to ensure that prosperity is shared amongst our regions and more importantly, amongst our people. Finally, just to finish here is the legacy is also very important in our world of business, that we want to make sure that we leave a legacy for the next generations, a legacy that'll be promising to them, but also a legacy that's going to be, long term. We're not here for the short term. So, thank you.
So, Sonny, I'll have you answer the next question. All right, I'll get to you, I promise. So a little comment on economic opportunity. You know, First Nations were shut out of economic development for so long. Now that we are making a big push over the last decade or 20 years, so access does not always necessarily mean equal opportunity. So when non-native companies partner up with indigenous corporations or companies, it'll often require an aspect of support with training and development. So a lot shorter time to get up to the same levels as the other opportunities that non-indigenous companies have had over the many years. And what we've noticed is very difficult to try to partner up with other First Nations and other provinces because the provinces themselves get in the way and of those partnerships, and it's almost like a barrier. And I know that we're trying here in Quebec too, with these kinds of gatherings on how we can complement each other. Right? Off to the next question. We're off and running now. Sunny, looking at the uniqueness of Indigenous-led economic development, it's not just about profit, right? There's a lot, even in economic development in the indigenous world, it's like an all-encompassing thing, right? So it's not just about making money, it's about creating jobs for people. It's about sustaining long-term companies. How long can we get this going and have it be entrenched in the community or the nation? So what do you feel are, Sunny, are defining characteristics of indigenously led economic development in your view, from your experience? Because I'm glad I didn't have to do an introduction of Sunny, because I would need the 45 minutes just to introduce this guy. So I'm glad there's bios there on the QR codes.
Okay, thanks, Robert. I'm glad I'm here to help you untangle the mysteries of economic development in our communities and for our people. I'm going to go way back in time, like 350 years ago. It seems like a long time ago, but our people were the first business people in North America with the Hudson Bay Company. We've been in business for a very long time. And the reason why we're in business, because we were experts at trapping and all of that, catching all those furs. We had a couple of countries fighting over us, England and France. We had shooting at each other and cannonballs and all of that over periods of 50 years, 100 years. They fought over us and our land and our resources. So we can't underestimate how much we're worth in that natural resource sector. We have a lot to offer, and we have a lot that we can work with. And talking about the fur trade, when it built a very big company, the Hudson Bay Company, and spawned other retail businesses. They copied their model, their business model. So you can see that the impact that we have as Indigenous people, Aboriginal people, on business has been quite significant. We're the biggest contributors to the economy for hundreds of years. Then when we look at today, the fur market is kind of low, but we see a resurgence in the use of the furs in a new technology called the internet and Facebook, buy, sell, and trade. You can see that our people are using that new medium to benefit themselves economically from home. So like today, or a couple of nights ago when I was at home, somebody showed up at my place. They got some nachos. Oh, wow. It was ordered online, paid for EMT. Didn't have to go anywhere. It was delivered. Very nice, good food. Then there was somebody else who came over and picked up some pair of mittens and gloves from my wife that she made. And was all done. Like, I had no idea this was going on in my home. It was all in the background on Facebook, where I try to avoid sometimes. But it was a new economy, and we've adapted it very quickly, almost overnight, I'll put it that way. I can see that a lot of money is being generated by our own people because they're in their own homes, because they actually don't have much of a choice. The cost of living is so high. You need to have an extra income. You need to, otherwise you won't survive. The cost of living up north. On the average, I spend about $200 a day to feed our family. That's a lot of money. $200 used to be about a week's worth of groceries. Now it's like 24 hours. So the price of everything has gone up, and we're forced to improvise and to work in the new economy, which is on the internet. And it's a real business. I often wondered how big that economy could turn. And you can see Cree Native Arts and Crafts and everybody else going online. And that online business there, it's almost invisible. You don't even have to see my face, and you can get something done. I operate a little tiny business, which is called Sidco, which is just me. I provide a business service to businesses that have problems, kind of like a business doctor. But it did all of that at home because of the advent of the internet. I didn't have to go anywhere. In fact, I spent a lot of time working in the evenings because my clients were busy doing their business throughout the day and didn't have any time. So it always made me feel needed for that. In terms of business development, there's a great opportunity in every community. The only real thing is that, again, capacity building. Can we do the things that we want to do? It's the market there. And in the fur industry, in the arts and crafts, we are our best customers. We're always wearing anything. I didn't bring my slippers, but I've got a pair. I've got mittens. I've got hats. Kids are wearing all kinds of things. We make our own things, and it's very popular. And I'd like to coin it traditional technology, things that you can actually use. Technology that, like if you use something plastic in the bushes, it's going to break and crack and all of that. But our technology doesn't. It's made out of wood, it's made out of fur, it's made out of hides. It doesn't break. It's made for that specifically. So when you look at how we become the contributors to an economy, we do have a lot to offer. And we do. We have our own way of doing things too. And not to mention to the price of, I'm going to go back to cost of living again. We used to come down south to go shopping and all of that. I'm afraid it's going to be a lot more online. Sorry, Zellers, or they're not even around. Sorry, Walmart, all those guys, companies. But it's getting too expensive to travel. It's getting too expensive to go down. So that's the reality that we face. But we're overcoming that and adapting to it. Mainly because the economy is driving us to do that. The cost of fuel. We had Cree Outfitters and Tourism Association coming up with their annual general meeting last week in Waboxto. It cost $400 to fill up the truck. And that's what we face. And we face those. So I get commented to about the way I look. Seem to have lost a lot of weight. And they said, "What's your secret?" I said, "It's the cost of the food. That's the secret." And it's real. And you can see that. And so this is what we have to prepare for in the future. And this is what we have to concentrate on, trying to overcome those digital barriers, the ones that we already have.
Thanks for that. I didn't know I was getting a book forward for your next book. Just kidding. I knew asking you a question would be a lot of trouble. You ate up about half my jokes there. Derek, next question for you. So what do you, and we'll put it to Paul and Ken, since you're in that economic development corporation world, what you feel the key elements of Paul spoke about this holistic idea of economic development, that it's just not profit-driven, that it's we connect our indigenous values and beliefs to the modern-day economy. So explain that. Give an example of that. We'll start with either Derek or Ken, or you want to fight it out?
Okay.
Feeling aggressive or what?
I'll go first. Right, thanks,
I don't have a choice. You're my boss. I can't say no.
It's going to show on his evaluation next year. So. Yeah, thanks, Robert. I think it's a very interesting question. You know, when we look at the diversity that we have under CRECO, you know, a lot of times we find ourselves, you know, trying to identify what cultural relevance a business model could have. You know, how does that bring culture to the forefront? You know, that's a very challenging factor to have. But I think your identity as a corporation, you know, always has to display that. You know, your culture can be, you know, even non-native. You know, the culture of your people, of the people that work for you, you know, is equally important. You know, at the end of the day, you know, my mom always told me, we're all human. You know, there's no race, there's no difference in terms of who we are, male, female. You know, and it does, you know, come at a time when we look at differences. You know, this is, I think, a barrier. You know, when we start identifying differences in terms of who we are. You know, and the wise words of my mom was always, you know, we're always going to be human, and we're always going to remain as human. You know, and I think that, you know, the cultural relevance of any company, you know, could be different. But then again, you have that aspect of importance. You know, that importance would always come back and say, you know, like let's say for Air Quebec, for example, you know, the word Cree is right in there. You know, that's the identity of our airline. You know, is to identify, you know, just within the word of Cree. You know, and then when you look at the values that come with it, you know, there's always a connection in either the language itself or the culture itself. You know, so it has a significant impact, and that identity is lasting. You know, when you look at the other companies that we have, like let's say for Cree Construction, the syllabics are our logo. You know, CCDC syllabics are displayed in a format. You see, so that's branding as well. You know, branding the company in a certain way that gives you that identity that you're a First Nations company, and that has a really big impact in terms of who you are and how you promote your companies. So, but, you know, in short, I guess, you know, culture, any culture, you know, is equally important in terms of how you want to be perceived as, you know, and not to single out, you know, just your culture, but also embracing other cultures. You know, you don't want to start offending people because you're an Indigenous company. You want to be a welcoming company. You want to be, you know, embracing their values as well. So I think, you know, there's a lot to learn from that, and I think where that learning curve happens is when you allow that culture, whatever the culture is, to be part of your family. And inclusion is so important. You know, when you want to advance in terms of transferring knowledge and understanding each other, I think it's you know, it's very important in any business sector. Thank you.
This is really an interesting question. I was in Montreal like 2 months ago. I was participating to a conference with Rio Tinto senior management. There was over 350 people, and we were 4 First Nation persons. And there was that guy from British Columbia. And when he talked about the sustainable growth I was thinking about the retail store that we started like 3 years ago, and that company, we're just breaking even. We're not making so much profit. And I was thinking, are we going to keep on operating that company? We're not making profits. And then after I heard the person talk, and he was an elder, it made me reflect. Yes, we're not making so much profit out of that business, but it provides jobs to members of the community. And like I said earlier, we sponsor the teams, the youth in the community. So we bring something, we bring something to the community. It's not only a business that is driven to generate profits. We bring something to the community. And I changed my mind, and I said, well, I had a reflection, and I was thinking, well, okay, yeah, let's keep on it like that, as long as we break even, and we still provide employment to the members of the community. And the other thing is that, it's a retail store. We sell boots, shoes, clothing, and it's in the community. Because in Ouachette, we own a shopping mall. We own the building where we're landlord, and they leased a part of the building. So on the other hand, they bring benefits, because they pay a lease. And then with the other businesses, we're trying to develop it because we also have the Centre du Travail. So people, they come in there, and because we're on reserve, they don't pay income tax. They don't pay taxes. So they don't pay taxes. The employees don't pay income taxes. So when you think of it, the low-level revenue in the community, they have a store, they can go, and they have that advantage, where they don't pay taxes. So, you cannot somehow evaluate a business based only on is it generating profit or not, what does it bring to the community? And after my reflection, I realized that it brings a lot to the community, and there's a lot more potential eventually with the other businesses that we started and the business opportunities that we got, so there is a potential for growth, because we just negotiated a contract with the Ministère des Transports du Québec. It's over $100 million contract. We're going to be building a road, 389. So when we have our construction company as well, we have our catering, janitorial company and everything. I have Centre du Travail. So, all these companies will generate synergies between themselves. So, the way we do business, I think, because of our culture, because of the way we are, I think somehow we do that differently, just like Paul said earlier, so yeah.
Okay, very good. So Paul, I'm gonna throw that question plus the other question for you to answer at the same time. So a little juggling act. It would be I guess what the guys were speaking about is what's your willingness to break even? What's your willingness to lose money at the cost of what you can say is an indigenous values-driven economy, right? It's very important that we think about that, and I think at those indigenous boards, we don't always talk about money, right? And so, Paul, you give us an example of a success story along with this question of the values of an Indigenous Economic Development Corporation and what that example and success story was in your experience, right?
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. So I think I want to sort of go back to what Sunny was talking about in terms of Indigenous being leaders in the business space. Has everybody heard of environment, social governance, ESG? Maybe a thumbs up if you've heard of it. Yeah, everybody's heard of ESG, great. So I sort of equate to it that the business world is actually catching up to us now. I use the word us in the Indigenous space. We're the leaders, right? And people are now figuring out that it's not just profit driven, and that there's the social piece. There's stewards of the land, there's the oversight, the governance, the community, etc. Right? So we can be those leaders, and I think right now, there's never been more opportunity for Indigenous in the country to participate in the economy and really drive that, right? Our responsibility, our goal is really, when you think about opportunity as granulars of sand, and your hand is who we are as the business arms, as the business side of it. Our number one goal is to close our fingers as much as we possibly can to capture that sand and those opportunities, right? So, going now leading into what does that look like from both profitability and nonprofit? Listen, full disclosure, I'm an accountant, right? I am still numbers driven, and I'm always looking at ensuring that we've got healthy, financially viable corporations, not just for today, but future proofing, right? So I think part of that is, looking at ways that you can still break that up and still achieve, from an ESG lens or from an Indigenous values perspective, et cetera, how you can ensure profitability, viability, et cetera. And part of that might actually be having separate corporations. So what we've done in the past in other organizations is actually having a for-profit and investment-driven, and then also a community side, right? So if we know that we're going to go in and we've got operating entities potentially that are going to be break-even or even operating at a loss, well, you structure those from a community perspective as a community corporation or as a nonprofit. And the beautiful thing about that is now you're not watering down from a profit perspective on your reporting side. You'll be able to maintain a healthy income statement, balance sheet, so you can leverage that for future investment opportunities. And then by having a nonprofit vehicle, that also allows you to go and get favorable government funding, et cetera. So there's ways to look at that from a strategic standpoint to achieve the goals that you're trying to achieve from profitability, sustainability, managing risk, but at the same time meeting the obligations and the social side from the community perspective. So one example of that in a former role at Daton Cho, which is Yellowknives Dene First Nations, where I was a number of years ago, we had a housing initiative. And so it wasn't really around a sort of a profitability standpoint, it was really meeting the needs of the community. And it was really a beautiful one, again, going back to that multiple stakeholder approach. We had a boarding home, a for-profit entity. It was an aged facility. We really needed to deal with that from a liability perspective. The Rapid Housing Initiative came out, and we were able to leverage that, get the funding, utilizing the funding to buy the facility for our medical facility, convert that into a housing initiative, which is from a nonprofit perspective, and then we're actually able to get into a brand new facility, fit for purpose, and modified using government funds, et cetera, right? So a great example where you're taking, from a social piece, you're empowering the community from a housing perspective, and then we're able to use that from a corporation perspective for profit. So there's multiple ways to approach these things. They're not always easy, but looking at it through the lens of sustainability and meeting those community needs, there's generally always a path forward that you can do that and create that value.
Very good. Thank you, Paul. Starting to run out of time, and I'd like to pose a question before we get to the last question, or something to think about, is for Indigenous leaders, leaders of Indigenous Economic Development Corporations, political leaders, to think about, once I have money coming in, can I identify if it's leaving out the other door right away? And how many times you can circulate that money coming in becomes Indigenous money? How many times can you circulate the Indigenous circular economy? Is there examples? Is it 2 times, 3 times? I know Derek gives the example of the Jewish community. They've been able to circulate their money 7 times before it leaves their community, and they're such exemplary business people. So last question, looking ahead into the future, in the next second, in the next decade, everything in between. Each of you give listen to me, elevator pitch, 1-2 minutes, okay? Or else I'm the elevator conductor. I'm gonna have to yank the microphone out of you. What are your aspirations of the future for the Indigenous economic development? Give us your last couple of minutes. Give us the best you got. We'll start with Sonny, ended with Paul, right? Go with Derek and then Ken.
Okay. One of the things I've noticed about economic development and the business development and all of that, it seems to be that the collective power of social economy seems to work very well for us, like cooperatives. We have a few cooperatives in our territory. In where I live in Wabuxto, there's a FCNQ, which is an Inuit Federation, Nouveau Quebec Cooperatives, I believe that's how it, and we own a part of it. So we get paid back at the end. Depends on how much money you spend there. You'll get a check at the end, a payment, some sort of payment. So it's nice to invest in your own community and your own businesses, especially when it comes to social economies. And it isn't just the cooperatives. If you look at the radio stations, they're made up of members. The radio stations are made up of members, member associations. The Cree Hunters and Trappers Association, made up of members. That's a social economy. That's our biggest social economy when it comes to spending money in particular. They're not really designed to make money, but they do pool all their resources together, and
ding ding.
And
you're at the penthouse now.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on there. It's hard to do business alone, but collectively, it's a lot better in the long run. It's more sustainable.
Thank you, Sonny.
Yeah, I guess I'll take 1 minute for this one. No, I guess a real key factor for us at CRECO is diversity. You know, the diverse operations we have, you know, really reflects the interest that we first had, you know, at the beginning of, you know, the creation of CRECO back in 1982. You know, the leaders back then had a vision, you know, and this is where things, you know, started. You know, that vision became, you know, as part of an idea. You know, that idea became its vision, and now, you know, we're seeing that vision today. So when you look forward, you know, from this point on, you know, our aspirations as a corporation is to further diversify and go into different sectors, you know, because we've proven success in the sectors that we're currently engaged in. So I think, you know, going after other opportunities, you know, because there is huge opportunity just within our territory. We have enough work there for 100 years. So, you know, capitalizing in that work, training our people, educating our people, employing our people for long-term benefit, you know, not just from job to job, you know, and I think career development is a huge factor as part of that too. So, you know, this is what you would call nation building, you know, and this is where, you know, our focus is on, and I think there's a lot of opportunity when it comes to diversifying our operations and also expanding what we currently have, you know, so the growth of that, you know, trickles back down to the communities and to its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So
oh, that's the best answer ever.
I guess it's a good. I had a good idea. No, honestly, you know, we depend a lot of on the mines. You know, so many business opportunities with the mines. You know, the security company I was talking about, janitorial and catering company, and we need to somehow take a little bit to diversify our economy. You know, we're in the part where we're making acquisitions in Sept-Îles because Ouachet Malutlan is just next to the city. So now you were talking about how do we bring the people to spend their money within the community. this is confidential, but you know, keep it for yourselves here. We're about to buy the retail, the grocery store, the biggest grocery store in Sept-Îles. So you know, it's within the community. So that's the kind of acquisition that we're working on. And you know, I think if we want to be, because when Clift closed down his mine, it was really, it hurted the community. So many employees, so many businesses, they lost their contracts, you know, people lost their jobs. So it was really hurting. So now we need to make sure that we take our place in Sept-Îles with the stores that we have in Sept-Îles. So that's exactly what I was going to say. And honestly, he just confirmed that my idea was a good one. So that's the challenge now for Washat Macmaliutanam.
And Paul, we'll leave it to you for the last thought, since I think you've been through 3 different regional nation economic development companies. So what do you envision for the future for the Indigenous-led economy in the next year, the next decade? Yeah.
It's actually been 4. I'm on my 4th. Which, it's a bit crazy. Yeah, bit crazy. I'd only sort of planned to do 1 and get that learning experience, but it became a career path, which I'm very proud of. You know, it's interesting when you talk about a 2 to 3 times multiple or greater in terms of that circular economy piece. I come from a jurisdiction in the territories where we're probably looking at 0.6. Right, so it's not just even within the community. Think about that from a territory and how much leakage we have, right? And I sort of always envision and sort of talk about Indigenous, especially in smaller jurisdictions like Yukon and Nunavut, being sticky, right? Those dollars that we generate, we're not only driving that at our community level, we're driving that in supporting an economy here. And so I want to go back to my the first corporation I was part of, which is Dakwakata. And that was based in Yukon and Alaska, Champagne-Ajac First Nation. And the reason why I bring that up was really influential in my thinking over the past decade plus is my experiences in Alaska. And what gets me super excited about where we're heading in Canada with Indigenous business is when you look at the state of Alaska, the 10 largest private businesses in that state, 9 of them are Indigenous. And they're not small, right? And keep in mind that Alaska, from a population standpoint, is the 3rd smallest state by population in the United States. And you've got multiple Indigenous corporations there that are doing over $1 billion a year. The largest did over $3 billion US last year, and the one I know best being Nana Corporation, I think about $2.2 billion. They're a key driver within that state. Government recognizes them as a foundation of their economy. But what's most impressive that stands out for me is the development, for their C-suite, for their executive team that have gotten experiences in education across the U.S. And they've scaled their corporations and diversified into the lower 48, and in a couple of cases even international. And so I think, what does the future hold for Indigenous business in Canada? I think it's awesome that we go out and we grab the value within our traditional territories, under IBAs, under preferential procurement, even with federal government, et cetera. But the next generation is going to be about building corporations that are national and even beyond. And through that diversification efforts, whether that be investment, building that enterprise value, et cetera, but the ability to go and scale at a national level.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And as a last note, you know, the Dr. Carol Ann Hilton of the Indigenomics Institute, they have their conference next week in Toronto. Derek will be attending. He's speaking on that one, and she wrote a book, and she talks about a $100 billion Indigenous economy in Canada. Maybe it's a little more than that. If you look at Quebec and the Grande Alliance, there's close to a $15 billion opportunity there for the next 30 years. Quote me if I'm wrong. Go see John Paul Murdoch. But so it's not just First Nations that can do that. It takes partnership, it takes collaboration, right? So I'd like to thank our panelists today, Sonny Orr, President of EEG, President Derek Neposh of CRECO, Director General of Washat Macmaliutanam Economic Development, Are you still a lawyer, Ken?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I forgot to say that he's a co-ambassador and co-initiator of the First Nations Executive Education Program, which is in its second year, and it's a very exciting time. So the education is out there as well. And thank you. Give the panelists a round of applause.
Thank you.
We hope you learned a thing or two. And we'll just, since Creeco is the sponsor of the lunch, you're welcome. Was it good? We'll play a little sponsor video, right? You gonna cue it up? I think it's only a minute. Please bear with us. No video? Was I too fast? Okay. Project. Okay, I have a little surprise for you. Just to give you an example of real estate, indigenous, the way it's done in the indigenous-led way, we had a visioning session of that building with Cree elders who came up with the design and the concept of that building. So it wasn't just, didn't just come out of nowhere. So that came from the nation. So as Derek liked to say, a new diverse way of doing things is to take advantage and generate revenues in the south to bring them back to the north, right? So we have a special treat for you guys, special announcement. I'd like to reintroduce back President Derek Neposh to make the announcement. GB. Chipta. No lunch for me.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Thank you very much, Robert. First of all, I'd like to begin by recognizing the Isnavi First Nation in which the land we're hosting this event. Thank you for being here for this very important announcement that we have. It is my pleasure to announce, due to overwhelming and sustained local market demand, that Creeco is making an exciting new hospitality investment in the community of Val-d'Or. Creeco will invest over $10 million in the award-winning Quality Inn and Suites property over the next 18 months. This will include both an extensive renovation of the existing property, as well as an impressive 42-room, 3-story addition to its existing property. This announcement marks the beginning of a significant investment in what will become the largest hotel property in the region. Renovations will begin at the beginning of 2024, and the major expansion project is scheduled to begin next summer. It includes the addition of 42 new guest rooms, including multiple extended stay suites. We will add 1,200 square feet of conference space, enlarge the laundry facilities, and expand the fitness rooms, and also, very uniquely, a new rooftop terrace. The Quality Inn and Suites is part of the Choice Hotels Canada system that has over 330 operating hotels from coast to coast. I'd like to acknowledge our colleague from Choice Hotels, Mr. Eric Normand. Where's Eric? Well, thank you, Eric, for your presence here today. It's a real honor for us to be with you again on such happy times. This important investment is part of CREECO's ongoing commitment to providing value through development and self-sufficiency of the Cree Nation, while maintaining long-term profitability for the future benefit of our nation. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a fantastic day. Thank you very much.
That is a great announcement, right? Wow, let's give a round of applause to the Board of Directors of CREECO. Good job, guys. So, so we'll have more space to gather and more spaces to sleep in Val-d'Or, because sometimes it's like, il n'y a pas de chambre. So next thing you know, you have to go through, go all the way down to your destination. So we'll have more rooms in Val-d'Or. So it's a great economic boost for the entire region. So congratulations again for that. 10 million, that's a lot of chatskis, I'm telling you. All right. Dessert. Who wants dessert? Y a des personnes qui veulent avoir du dessert? On va faire un petit exercice. Dessert, le dessert, c'est dehors. On est trop plein ici. So if you want dessert, coffee, coffee is ici, hein? OK, c'est juste que le dessert, c'est dehors, puis on va aller dehors. Non, pas dehors, là, but in the hallway. Dans le corridor, c'est ça, OK. Hey, mon français, c'est un petit peu rusty, hein, parce que j'ai appris mon français ici à Val-d'Or dans les années 80. J'étais allé à l'école à Saint-Joseph. Madame Sweet est toujours vivante? Madame Sweet est décédée? Es-tu toujours vivante? Oh non, elle est partie. Oh, rest in peace, Madame Sweet. Je t'aime beaucoup. She was the best principal, la directrice, and I loved her. And that was a time when she really hugged tous les Amérindiens qui ont été. She loved us. So c'est grâce à, à Madame Sweet que, j'ai vraiment aimé Val-d'Or. So toutes mes amis qui ont resté à rue Lafèvre. Hello to them. Je le vois souvent, les Pelletiers aussi, so I have a little ties ici à Val-d'Or, so I love Val-d'Or. Donc, on va faire notre petit break, on va revenir à 1h30 pour le Cree Nation Housing Needs and Upcoming Infrastructures. Donc, on a à peu près 20 minutes pour se reposer. And health break, so revenez ici à 1h30 for the next session. Passez une belle 20 minutes de repos. Je reviens. friend. Hello, Eddie. Good to see you. Mesdames et messieurs, on va commencer dans 2 secondes. Alors, juste un coup de breath. Comment on dit un breath en français? En respiration, juste une petite respiration. Merci. Can I have everybody's attention? Please, can you return back to your seats? If you want to loosen up a button, you can. Oh, geez. Un grand merci pour Cree for this wonderful supper. All the employees at Cree were able to, they're all in the back. They were cooking. The VP is cooking away. Oh my gosh. So thank you. It was sponsored by Cree. So un grand merci pour Cree. Thank you so much for this wonderful lunch. And to the staff at Forestel, un grand merci pour votre hospitality and good service. Un grand merci pour vous autres. All right, so we'll be starting now. It is 1:35. Krisha, this morning we did Indian time. But, you know, Indian time, they did say Indian time was usually, it started before dawn. Krisha, no? Let's continue before dawn. Which so, Cree Nation housing needs and upcoming infrastructures. So, so can I have all of the guests, attendees come into the salle and we'll start with our presentation, okay? So again, I would like to thank the previous circle for their discussion. It was very insightful, and I'm just excited of what the future holds for the entire our nation as we work to get our economic state. So, the next circle addresses is an important issue that affects us all in the Cree communities. I'm talking about housing, Mijop. Cree housing needs, next upcoming infrastructures. I'm going to invite Martin Desgagnés, qui est juste à côté de moi, Senior Assistant Director, Capital Works, Cree Nation Government. Good to see you, my friend. Yes, sir. And I'll have Sean Eiserhoff, Cree Real Estate Entrepreneur Development Program. Cree Implementation Lead under the Cree Nation Government. And je ne sais pas si j'ai-tu vu Denis Etamo, es-tu avec nous autres? Yeah. Oh, it's right there, my goodness. How can I not see you? So he's the Director General, Cree Board of Health and Social Services at James Bay. And then Chris Cooper, he is the Senior Project Manager for Waswanipi Mistook Corporation. So, oh, there he is. Okay, great. And your moderator, who is Lawrence Katabetek, he's the Regional Housing Housing Planner. The Cree Nation Government. So I'd like to invite Lawrence Katabetek to the podium to be the moderator. All right. Oh, there he is. So I'm done. Hey, Chris. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, Joshua Miigwech. Welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, excuse me with my my wardrobe. It's back home in Waskaganish, so I've been really struggling to find a place in Val-d'Or, and I finally found one a couple days ago. So my clothes are all over the place. I have a few pants over there, a few shirts over there. So luckily I can get everything in one place in Val-d'Or. So let's start. First, I would like to say that the communities are working hard to address many economic, social, and political barriers to economic development, and infrastructure development is one of them. The housing crisis is hitting many communities, and they are trying to find solutions to improve the quality of life of the population. Not to mention that infrastructure development plays an important role in the economic development of communities. We'll be talking about this with our panelists, Martin Desgagnés, Sean Iserov, Daniel Saint-Amour, and Chris Cooper. Thank you for joining us and sharing your infrastructure knowledge. Martin Desgagnés. Martin, as a senior professional at Capital Works and Services, specializing in community housing development, what do you perceive as the primary obstacles in implementing sustainable housing solutions within the Cree Nation communities? Furthermore, what specific needs do you identify, and can you envision potential remedies?
Thank you, Lawrence, for that nice long question. So first of all, I want to say that the Cree Nation housing strategy, it aims first at developing a Cree private housing market in the Cree communities. So this is the main focus, but also the Cree Nation housing strategy aims also at providing adequate housing for people in need, meaning social housing, and also maintaining the social housing stock in good condition. So in terms of the primary obstacles in implementing sustainable housing solution in Cree communities, so there are, I would see, four for this afternoon. So first of all, there's the high cost of construction and tight labor market condition. As you all know, since the pandemic, construction costs have been increasing everywhere. So it's affecting construction of new social housing and also private housing unit. Maybe more the private homeowners because they need to get a loan and interest rates are higher, construction costs are higher, so it's difficult for people to move toward private housing. Also, we see that as this, I was talking with the chief of Wapmakshu just before coming here, and there's disproportionate impact on remote communities like Wapmakshu, for instance, because they have to transport everything by boat or air, and also the specialized labor have to go by air. So that's even more costly in communities like Wapmakshu. Also, we see demographic trends and population growth, particularly among youth. It's outpacing the rate of construction of new units, thereby increasing the housing gap. As you might know, the Cree population is a very young population. 60% of the Cree population is under 34 years old, and 36% are below 18. Dans les communautés Cree, un des problèmes, c'est la démographie au niveau de l'habitation. C'est difficile de rattraper le manque de logement parce qu'il y a 60% des gens qui ont en bas de 35 ans et 19% ont en bas de 19 ans. Donc, ça fait que ça prend tout le temps des nouveaux logements. Donc, c'est difficile à rattraper. And a problem if youth are unable to find housing or afford to build a home house, the possibility that they might move to urban centers, like away from the community. So that's a problem. A third obstacle is, we've seen last summer and the winter too, that are not as cold, and it creates, like it's warm, it's cold. So it's a harsh climate condition and extreme weather. So it's affecting the durability of housing units and increasing cost of construction and renovation. So we need to work on higher quality materials and equipment. And lastly, we need to find a balance between social and private housing needs and put in place the condition necessary to create a private housing market for long-term in the Cree communities. There's too much reliance right now in the community on a limited supply of social housing, so we need to establish a balance, put in place the condition necessary to achieve this balanced solution. Présentement, dans les communautés Cree, on parle d'un ratio, c'est à peu près 20% de logements privés ou d'habitation privée, 80% de logements social. Au Canada, par exemple, c'est un tiers locatif, 2 tiers privé. So in the Cree communities, about 20% of the housing stock is private housing, and 80% are rental, mainly social housing. So if you want to go toward, like in Canada right now, it's 77% owned unit and 33% are rental. In terms of the second question, Lawrence, what specific need do we identify? So additional funding for sure to meet future social housing needs, given higher cost of construction and rapid population growth. For the private housing market, we need to facilitate access to private home ownership by to provide them access to financing. We need to work with the financial institution so that they understand the Cree market and to show that it's a viable market, that they can provide loan to Cree individuals. For sure, if we can lower cost of material and labor, it's always good to have. Also, we need to create competitive environments. It's already there, but there's improvement to be done. Need more contractor, tradesperson, and labor, both for construction, but also for operational needs of the local private owners. Lastly, in terms of specific needs, we need favorable regulatory environment, meaning local planning. This is local government work, zoning and construction law, clarity of land rights, and land registry system. And in terms of the last question, Lawrence, that was a long question. I'm your boss, so next time I'll ask you long questions.
All right.
So can you envision potential remedies? Yes. First, we need to create a favorable condition to facilitate access to private home ownership for those who can afford it in order to make social units available for those in need. This includes providing subsidies to individuals to offset higher costs in Cree communities and to help facilitate third-party financing. We need to work on with financial institutions. Just before coming here, I was talking to people from TD Bank, to eliminate barriers to access private financing solution. Also for social, we need to continue to seek new financing from the Government of Canada, Government of Quebec to support social housing needs. We need to increase the interest and capacity among Crees and Cree entrepreneurs to become contractors, tradesperson, and labor. And my friend here is going to provide some incentive there. And lastly, we need innovative building and use of technologies to maximize space and build more densely. For instance, multiplexes in terms of social housing. So in a nutshell, we need to build more with less. Just to let you know, the final note, Lawrence, the housing backlog that we foresee, for the next 10 years, it represents more than 2,600 units, housing units to be built in the Cree communities. So about half should be private, and the other half should be social units, including housing for special needs. So, and also on top of it, that will require the infrastructure, like the service lot, and all the municipal services, be able to supply those houses with adequate water and sewage installation. Thank you, Lawrence. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Martin Desgagnés. It's really fun asking my boss the questions here. Sean Iserov. Sean, your extensive involvement in executing the CREED, Cree Real Estate Entrepreneurship Development Program makes your insight invaluable. Could you elaborate on the strategies employed within the program, its eligible participants, and how it fosters local Cree economies, consequently bolstering capacity building, additionally sharing any successful anecdotes would be enlightening.
Thank you, Lawrence. Nisan Muktawidan Shajnaspno, Gerasinkat, Jizibeds, Yimian Websis with Valdor. Thank you, everyone. Wajagam Shwe. So with the question, Lawrence, with Cree also derives from the Cree Nation Housing Strategy. It really is there to support Cree entrepreneurs and businesses in the communities for startup, for expansion or consolidation of their business, and provide grant funding. So, the amounts are at $100,000, up to 25% of the total project costs. And so we're really there not only from a funding perspective, but also trying to work with Abitibi Skills Development, as well as the Cree School Board, to build capacity. So through training, through accreditation, programming, we want to have that partnership in place so that not only are we providing those funds, but also having the resources there to build our people. And ultimately, we're trying to invest in our people, so that we can, prevent the economic leakage that we know is happening in the communities, supporting local. I know what John Paul was mentioning earlier today about the physical impact, businesses are having in the communities. This is another way of trying to promote that through this fund.
All right. Thank you, Sean Iserov. Daniel Saint-Amour. Daniel, your pivotal role in leading the Cree Board of Health and Social Services underscores your significant contributions to community development. Within the realm of healthcare, what challenges and opportunities do you perceive in the intersection with housing? How do you envision navigating these complexities considering the distinctive cultural and geographical context. Moreover, what role can public-private partnerships play in addressing the housing crisis within the Cree Nation communities?
So for us, the housing is crucial because during the next 5 to 7 years, we're looking at developing $1.5 billion of services infrastructure on the territory. Now, in order to be able to provide those and develop those infrastructure, you need housing. We need about 500 housing units at a minimum. Now, the problem is increased costs. We were supposed to build some of those because they have to come first. The housing has to be first, then you develop the other services that follows. Now, because of COVID and because of the increased costs that followed, many of our projects had to be stopped. And one of the strategy to work with the community was that, okay, we have to look at, we compete for the infrastructure with the other, with the community, with the population. So what we decided is to build condo-style units, like a large building, like 80 units, for example, that are very comfortable and that have security and drivers and all that. And that was the goal. The problem is 80 transit units went from costing 40 million to 80 million. Now, if you look at 80 million, then the problem is Treasury Board will not approve it because it's over 50 million. And then when you go over 50 million, you need to follow a different process and you have to go to cabinet 3 times. So that means delay up to 5 years in order to get the proper approval. So what was decided is that we have to look at options to lower the cost to get those approval. To lower the costs, we're looking at doing partnership with a modular company, and we intend to build those units in a modular fashion. And that actually decreased the cost significantly. So now before COVID, we were looking at a cost per unit about 500,000. After COVID, we're looking at between 750 and 800,000. So if you look at our needs at the moment, it's 500 houses. So you calculate it and you can see that it's fairly substantive. So we have to look at the different way of building, and it looks like using the modular approach, we can reduce the cost closer to the initial 500,000. The trick is to get quality buildings, and that we don't see any issue. Now, for another issue is that one of the big determinants of health is to have the population making enough money to be able to survive. So we have to work in a way that the money stays in the community. So how do you do this is our intent, and we feel that the money, once you build the units, you have to maintain them, the housing or any other infrastructure, and it has to be maintained by the population. Right now, we have to go outside the territory. The goal is to stay inside the territory. We intend to use the modular, and in the agreement we're going to sign with the company building those modular, they will have to employ a Cree workforce so they can take care of our buildings in the future. So that's how we intend to maintain Cree involvement in our projects. So for the foreseeable future, we intend to build 500,000 units, but we're starting with 80 transit units in Chisasibi. There's going to be 40 transit units in Waskaganish and Missini, and then in the smaller community, we're going to start with 20 units per. And then once that's done, we're going to build, to support all this, other housing units as the infrastructure is available from the community. So we will be working very closely with the community.
All right, thank you, merci, Daniel Saint-Amour. Chris Cooper. Chris, your expertise in managing Cree lumber, a pivotal provider of local lumber products in the UST region, positions you well to provide insights. In your view, what are the most effective models for community-driven infrastructure development and maintenance within the Cree Nation? How can these models be sustained in the long run for the benefit of the community?
Thank you. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, everyone. Nistum ni naskmad kawishamgianot na jimian, jibitman dimunanga ten suibitas das swizinga subitats. Guest ni naskmad ge anishnabe laksimot now. And stuikut now. Welcome we go now with nago stio. Mitenage eiken he xchungeske welcome is dike. Again, Skogas Bitan, we means my condolences to the Wash family, the family that I'm part of. You know, like Charlie was a good friend of mine, and sincere my condolences to the family, community of Chesapeake. We lost somebody very valuable to us and important to all of us. As you may all see, that it was impacted to all of us. And I just want to acknowledge that you know, like we're thinking about the family and the community of Chesapeake. First of all, you know, I want to talk about a bit, you know, like how we started this project. You know, like throughout the years when the chief and council approached me to recommission, reopen the mill, it was something that we had to really determine how we're going to do it, how we're going to approach it. When I did that, you know, like I went back to our culture, as who we are as a Cree. And I always present my item of the video that still to this day that exists. And I'm glad that video was made in 1974. It's called The Cree Hunters of Mistasning. I love that documentary. If you have a chance, look at it. It's an old documentary. It talks about how the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement came along, how we integrated with, you know, with the non-natives, and how it's going to be impacted us as a nation. And I always refer to that documentary because it gives us a piece of identity who we are in video. We talk about it a lot, and I'm glad that we have that at video. It shows who we are. It shows 3 hunters, 1 tallyman inviting 2 of his hunters to come hunt in his territory because they're giving the rest to his land. But not only that, they build a cabin during that documentary. The 2 visitors that were with the tallyman helped him build his cabin. And that identifies us as a Cree, who we are. And I'm glad that was recorded. And that was the intent of what we want to do with the Cree lumber when we opened. We had to go back to our roots to understand how we can approach it, how we can develop, how can we contribute to the communities. And when we first reopened, you know, like our chief Irwin, when she presented the video, you know, we know the fact that how much we're impacted in forestry, but also mining, but mainly forestry has a big impact on the swampy territory. And of course, as a community, we decided to be part of that, to develop a sawmill, to be part of that industry and contribute, you know, like. So we did, we had a referendum and it was decided that we're gonna build a sawmill. And that's what we did. We opened in '96. It had a struggle, it has ups and downs. And throughout that, but we learned. We learned from our mistakes, we learned from the competitive we had to face, the obstacles, the challenges and everything, we knew that. So what we had to do is reevaluate the whole situation. And that was one of the findings that was very interesting that we found during our development of our business plan, what Martin and gentlemen here talked about was the high costs. You know, like how can a mill that's within a Cree Nation have access to resources? The Cree Nation has high costs of purchasing its own wood. You know, like that's what we found out. Now, how do we develop a model that we can help the communities in order to better access lumber, you know, better quality lumber? You know, like I hear that a lot throughout the during our business planning, and also the cycle of the lumber, the way it distributes. Once we produce our lumber, when it leaves our door in our territory, it makes a full circle all the way to Toronto, all the way to Florida and the States, and it comes back up, and we buy it 3 times more. It didn't make sense. Now, why was that happening? And that was what we tried to find out, like how we can do it. How can we distribute to the communities, contribute to the fact that the high cost, high transportation, that's affecting us to build more homes in the community. And that is one area that we said, well, this is where we're going to develop a model. We have to develop a model that fits our needs as a Cree. That's why we've always been. We help our people first before we can help others. And as you can know that Martin gave statistics, the house that needs to be built, you know, like we know those stats, and we know we can contribute. And that's why we looked at, you know, like let's find a model that fits and that is, you know, benefit for all communities. And as for maintenance, you know, like I'm not an expert guy in maintenance, you know, like I'm just a producer of lumber. But, you know, like to me, you know, any product that you purchase, you know, like you want to buy the best quality product, right? That is produced right, good quality. So my understanding is when you buy the first lumber that's produced, that's coming out, that's good quality, that's before distributed to the market, we want to have a dip to that first to distribute in our communities. So when you have a good quality lumber, I think in the long run, you don't require maintenance. I think in the long run, the houses last longer when you have good quality, like any other stuff, like a vehicle or any product that you purchase. If you bought it the good quality, you have a long-lasting structure. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. This last question is going to be a general question for all panelists. We'll start with Martin, of course. Martin again. I'm going to give you another long question. What innovative technologies or sustainable practices can be incorporated into housing and infrastructure development plans to ensure long-term environmental sustainability? That's the first question. How can education and training programs be integrated into infrastructure initiatives to promote skill development and employment opportunities within the Cree Nation communities? And what are the key lessons learned from successful housing and infrastructure development projects in other Indigenous communities that can be applied within the Cree Nation context? Yeah.
Thank you, Lawrence. I'll start with the last one because it's the only one I remember. But I'll use the Cree Nation as an example. Like in 2000, we signed an agreement with the CMHC for under the Rapid Housing Initiative. And there we work collectively, the 9 Cree communities and the Cree Nation government, to build social housing. And we did 55. And in there we had one call for tenders for the suppliers of the modular units. And I think we got pretty good quotes because the small communities, some of them, they even bought more by themselves. Mm-hmm. So for the small communities, it was to the advantage to join the region to buy in bulk, collectively. For the large one, maybe not as much, but this is an example that was done started in 2021. We signed the deal in 2020, and we saw that. One community said, I got a really good deal with you, with the collective price you got. So that's an example to work as a group. You can get some discount. Maybe by buying the lumber too with Chris.
You should.
Second question, Lawrence?
How can education and training programs be integrated into infrastructure initiatives to promote skill development and employment opportunities within the Cree Nation communities?
I think this is the best way to learn. As you know, in the construction industry, in Quebec, if we follow Quebec model, it works with like on-the-job training, so being apprentice. So apprenticeship should be encouraged, working with journeymen, learn the trades. We still have some difficulties in the community for certain trades, like Mr. Saint-Amour was mentioning. It's hard to maintain, especially like complex building for heating, ventilation, air conditioning. We still have difficulties, maintaining that locally. But in terms of housing, I think we have pretty much everyone that can maintain houses. Our staff are competent to maintain that. But for more complex building, today, building works with computers, so it's complex. So this was, I think the Cree Nation still lacks some knowledge, so we need to start learning that to maintain those assets. First question.
Okay, what innovative technologies or sustainable practices can be incorporated into housing and infrastructure development plans to ensure long-term environmental sustainability?
Okay, for this, I'll just give an example. Right now, we signed an agreement with CMHC to finance part of 750 social housing units that are being built by the local administration. And in there's a component for energy efficiency. So those houses are being built 25% more energy efficient. So I think it's a step toward environmental, what we need to do, with climate change, go toward net zero in 2050. So it's a first start. It's complex, because to save 25% energy on a house with the current code, it's a big challenge because the code's already quite good, but this is something that the Cree communities are doing. But we're being forced a bit by CMHC, but I think it's a good thing. We're starting to work on improving the energy efficiency of the houses. And at the end, those houses are social housing. So the people will save on their energy bill. Let's say 25%, like in the community, energy bill could be $4,000 per year easily. So it's 25%, it's $1,000 per year. So that's a good saving for people. So this is something that is being done in the Cree communities for the environment.
All right. I got 10 more questions for you, Martin. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Martin Desgagnés. I think I'm supposed to do one by one here, so I'll take it easy on the next three. Sean Iseroff, what innovative technologies or sustainable practices can be incorporated into housing and infrastructure development plans to ensure long-term environmental sustainability?
I think the first thing that comes to mind is buying local. Avoiding the transportation, being able to support local businesses, and really have that sort of, level of recycling, in terms of having funds funnel into the community and produce, having products produced by the community as well. I think that's the first thing. But also looking at other, best practices and determining, what, business potential is out there to be able to build a, more sustainable development projects for the Cree Nation. That's one of my passions right now in terms of, the environmental protection. So that's always something that comes close to heart. So, yep, that's what I have.
How can education and training programs be integrated into infrastructure initiatives to promote skill development and employment opportunities within the Cree Nation communities?
I think the Cree Nation is at a pivotal point right now. We recognize all the investments that are being made into housing, if it's coming from the Cree Nation government, from the school board, from the health board, and can the Cree Nation come together? Can certain communities have different areas of expertise that they can focus in on to also support the communities in terms of developing their homes? We have Waswanipi, focusing on lumber. Can that be Waswanipi's niche? Can other communities, focusing on electrical, plumbers, the trades is a big thing right now. We know that's lacking. How can we develop a strategy together to really fill in the void, the gaps? In the application document that we have for Cree, we've listed 30+ businesses, and we know the majority of them, are non-existent in the communities. So how can we work together to develop a strategy for the Cree communities to, tick off those boxes for all the businesses that we don't have? So that's something, that I hope is envisioned and can be realized for the Cree Nation.
What are the key lessons learned from successful housing and infrastructure development projects in other Indigenous communities that can be applied within the Cree Nation context?
I'm looking at some of the southern, First Nations. Obviously, it's in terms of the environment, the location, it's a little easier. Transportation, again, it's going local. Can we develop this, in the communities in terms of the businesses? And can you repeat the last part of the question again?
What are the key lessons learned from successful housing and infrastructure development projects in other Indigenous communities that can be applied within the Cree Nation context?
And I think that the switch needs to be made from social to more private. I think that's one of the main issues we see right now that's happening in the communities. In terms of trying to build private homes, that should be the priority for the Cree Nation and really secure those types of investments. Social housing, we know there's a lot of issues in the communities in terms of rental arrears. How we're going to address that, that's another question. But we look at other, Indigenous communities down south. If, the focus is more on private, there's a lot less, a conflict in the communities that are happening. And so I think that's one thing that we can take moving forward.
All right. Thank you, Sean Iseroff. Daniel Senamu. What innovative technologies or sustainable practices can be incorporated into housing and infrastructure development plans to ensure long-term environmental sustainability?
For housing, like our experience, the last 120 houses that we built, like just before COVID, the trick was really to make sure that you build all the units at the same time. So you have the economies of scale by doing so, but also to have, if you want to have ecological housing, you got to do, and what we learned is inspection. So basically, we decided not to rely on the architects or on the company to do the inspection. We had our own inspectors on site at all times. And before I would sign anything, I would need to see the pictures of every piece of wood, of every piece of pipe installed to make sure that we were not being taken for. So the quality was there. And we bought the best windows, the best doors, and at the end of the day, there wasn't, and it's very simple. I mean, it's just a quality. We had a third party to evaluate, come in with all the equipment to make sure that the heat was preserved, that they were well done. We were told that those houses were better built than anywhere else in Quebec, and they were built by more than 50% of the Cree workforce. So, so there's no other secret. That's really be on top, be there, even if you're DED, get dirty and make sure, because see, I, on behalf of the Cree board, signed for those units, and I wouldn't sign it. So when they close a wall without me seeing what's behind it, I would have them to redo the wall. So it's, anyway, so that's my trick.
Okay. Comment les programmes d'éducation, how can the education and training programs integrated into infrastructure initiatives to promote skill development and employment opportunities within the Cree Nation communities?
Okay, so if you look at housing units, but it can be for birthing homes or anything that looks like a house, that is fairly simple. The way we are encouraging the workforce is that we have a log. And in the call for tender, you have to have more than 50% of the Cree workforce working. And then before I pay any invoice, I make sure that the workforce is more than 50%. Another thing that you got to do is that we have to make sure what we found is that the electrician, plumber, and all that, they don't get the hours. Like they get cut just before they get their license. So we make sure that they get their hours because we want to hire them if they want to work for us after they get the hours. We want to hire them as part of the Cree board. And one of the things that we are doing is that if you qualify, let's say you get all your hours and you become a qualified electrician, we offer you a job. We create a position, and you can slip in the position if you want. You may stay with the private sector, but you get that opportunity. We do the same for the mechanical because we're building 80 transit units. Well, then you have it's more than a house. Like you really have mechanical engineering and all this. So we're doing that with all the professionals. So that's how we do it.
What are the key lessons learned from successful housing and infrastructure development projects in other Indigenous communities that can be applied within the Cree Nation context?
The thing is that, for that question, is that the other Indigenous organization came to see us to see how we did it. So I'm not sure like how other Indigenous did it themselves. They ask us. We have a big advantage because we have those big budget to build. Other Indigenous don't have that kind of money. So I cannot really answer that question.
All right, thank you. Merci, Daniel Saint-Amour. Chris Cooper. What innovative technologies or sustainable practices can be incorporated into housing and infrastructure development plans to ensure long-term environmental sustainability?
Thank you, Lawrence. I think the important question to be answered is having direct access to material. That's the main concern throughout the Cree Nation. Not only the Cree Nation, but the first Indigenous communities that needs to be addressed. And also the model that that we need to create, to be material that can be available throughout the region. I think that's a model that we can have to invest, as part of improving our structure and the way we distribute our products. And that's one thing that we want to focus a lot, that we put aside 10% production that was going to be produced at the mill that should be focused to the Cree communities. And now, of course, the 90% as a sawmill operation, we do need the market in order to sustain and also to operate, in order to compete. But we said, since this is a Cree approach, let's give access to the Cree communities to the lumber first, their needs. Find out what they need and how much they need the wood. And obviously, it indicates here that it does require a lot of lumber in order to catch up to the housing crisis we're facing throughout the communities. But not also that, but by Mr. Saint-Amour mentioned that, they're facilitating the workers that come. We're lacking on that. So we want to be able to give the first access to the lumber. And it should be accessible. If we have a mill itself in the Cree territory and the resources there, well, we should have access to it, because this lumber will be produced by USG, coming from the USG. And it should be distributed to the USG communities.
How can education and training programs be integrated into infrastructure initiatives to promote skill development and employment opportunities within the Cree Nation communities?
Well, one of the areas that we focused a lot before we opened the mill was the old technology that was involved at the sawmill. And of course, at that time when we opened in 1996, was a high advanced technology at that time, but it's an industry, it's a tough industry that you need to adapt, remain competitive. and of course changes, upgrade all the systems that are within the facility, like the sawmill. One of the important aspects we did was to accommodate any gender, I would say, any age, to a point that, the sawmill itself is very sophisticated right now. I mean, it's thanks to our partner that partnered up with us to help us to develop it, recommission our mill up to a par that we can able to compete at the market. And I think that's what we did at the mill. And, the guys that we have working there, are more relaxed, I guess I should say, able to be familiar with the technology that was adapted there. And of course, throughout the training, we've learned in the past the different type of trainings we came up with. The last time around when we opened the mill in 2010, we got the Municipal involved with it. It was quite challenging for us to implement the training for the guys that are available to work in the community, to take the training. It required like a secondary, a grade, a secondaire, they call it. And, we have a lot of, our statistics are pretty challenging back then for high school, people that drop out, and these are usually the people, that grow and have a family, and they want to be in the workforce, and they want to be trained, but that eliminates a lot of that, that they require prerequisites, they call it, the secondary. So that was a lesson learned for us, that we didn't want to make that approach again, to make anybody difficult to take part of the training. So when we partnered up with our partner, Shanchi Shibugumu, we came up with one on working on the job site. So that's the plan we did, because we didn't want to eliminate any applicants that had interest taking the training and be part of the mill. And, I have to praise and thankful to ASD, their continued support to, our mill. And also, we're not stopping there just by improving and upgrading our mill. We're also be able to develop, have a finished product stamped coming from our mill. That's our future, and that's why we want to continue training our people. Not only that, but we're almost there, opening to other communities to come work.
What are the key lessons learned from successful housing and infrastructure development projects in other Indigenous communities that can be applied within the Cree Nation context?
I thought about this question, how to answer it. Like I said, you wanna learn from the other communities, right? That's part of communication. That's part of open to other First Nation communities. I've met a couple, visited a couple mills, couple First Nation communities on how they do it. One thing I noticed is, what we learned from COVID. This is an important thing, that we need to be self-sufficient. That was what I learned from COVID. The accessibility to material, to any stuff that beyond our country or our province was so hard to access. And that's what we need to do. For instance, the masks. The hospitals are overwhelmed, not able to access masks. And that's a product that's easy accessible during the pandemic. It's not happening. But when the time comes, the accessibility to any material, products, ordering a vehicle, everything changed us. And that's when you have to realize, and you have to develop something that fits your needs, and to be self-sufficient, produce that product within the province, within the region. And that's what I've learned from that, and I think that's the approach we want to do. We want to make sure, like I said, accessibility to material comes first for the Cree Nation, but also the other regions, like our neighbors, Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Jamaisiens. We're all in this together, and we all have to help each other to develop that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, I'm right on time. I'll just put a little note. You know, I work with the Cree Nation government as a regional housing planner, mainly to promote the private housing program within the Cree Nation. I tell you, there's a lot of individuals out there, especially young couples, that want to go into a home ownership. So I believe this program will boom in the near future. So I just wanted to mention that. That concludes our insightful panel discussion on the pressing needs and upcoming infrastructure challenges within the Cree Nation. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our panelists for sharing their invaluable expertise and perspectives. Thank you very much. Miigwech. Ahora.
Let's give a round of applause again. Thank you, Lawrence. You're doing a great job. Good job.
Scrambling shakes.
All right. All right. Est-ce que tout le monde va bien? Everybody's doing good? Yes, toujours en forme? Oh yeah, okay. I think Silas needs to be, are you awake? All right. So we're going to have a little break, okay? Je pense que tout le monde a besoin d'un shot de coffee, un shot quelque chose. But I think we have the best bet is coffee. So on va revenir ici dans 15 minutes. So allez-y, parlez, and get to know somebody you don't. You know, this is an economic, you know, an economic kind of day for you. So if you want to build that, you can with perhaps somebody in this gathering. Donc, on va revenir dans 15 minutes. Have a great break, okay? Thank you so much. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, we will start now. Just to let you guys know, the bar is not open yet. It's 5 o'clock somewhere around the world. Excusez pour couper vos conversations. Pardonnez-moi. Please forgive me. However, the show must go on. So I'd like to invite everybody to come back into the salon. On va continuer avec notre Cree Nation-led economic development. This is circle number 4. And the appointed panelists and the moderators, we will have Dr. Ted Moses, Chairman, Cree Nation Trust. And we'll also have Danny Pash, President, Cree Construction Development Company, located in Chisasibi/Laval. We also have Casey McLeod, who is the analyst for Cree Nation Government. And the moderator for this afternoon, for this circle number 4, will be Anthony McLeod, who is the Director of the Department of Commerce and Industry, Cree Nation Government. And so I'd like to call Anthony and the other distinguished guests. Danny Pash, can I ask you to come? Dr. Ted Moses, Casey McLeod, please join us. Oh, I don't think Big Boss is not here, eh? Ted, oh my. I think I just got myself fired. Okay. All right. So once we are done with this, we have a couple more things to do with, and I'll announce those. But I'll give the floor to Mr. McLeod.
Thanks. Yep. Those are other people's. All right, welcome everyone. Unfortunately, Casey McLeod won't be able to join us. He wasn't feeling well earlier this morning, so he decided to head back to Montreal, where his office is. Again, thank you very much, Joshua Eiseroff, who's our MC tonight to get everybody going. For sure, we have a very interesting panel. Dr. Ted Moses, Danny Pash, good afternoon. We truly appreciate your presence here today and look forward to learning from your experiences. The other person that was supposed to join us, unfortunately, as many of you have heard the last couple of days, you saw through social media, was Brent Blacknett, who worked very closely with Charlie Walsh. So they were good buddies and on the ice and through the working through ESRA. So again, to the family, our condolences to the Wash-Pabano family, and also to Brent Blacknett, who was a great friend and a colleague to Charlie Wash-Pabano. So I'll just start this off with these two gentlemen here. As you know, Danny Pash is the new president of Cree Construction, just joined, and Dr. Ted Moses, quite extensively involved in the political arena, negotiations, former Grand Chief, and an entrepreneur from East Maine, and of course a tallyman on his territory near East Maine. And as we further along here, we understand that the vital role the Cree Nation plays in an economic development within the nation. Many ask the question, how do we envision in shaping the path towards self-sustaining and thrive an economic landscape within the Cree Nation? Hopefully, with some of these dialogues, we'll be able to get their interpretation of economic development, sustainable development within UHC. I would like to ask the first question to Dr. Ted Moses. Could you explain Section 28 of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement and how has it influenced Cree economy and social development over the years?
Yep. Thank you, Anthony, for making room at the podium. I decided to stand up. Been sitting all morning, and I have a 4 to 5 page presentation in response to the question. Immediately after I ceased to be Grand Chief, I had a partnership with the environmental services company, and we had a contract on monitoring of fish, the East Main River. So we called up some people from Wiminji and East Main and Waskaganish, and one of the guys said, "Oh yeah, how long?" Well, Quebecois speaking to Cree says 4 to 5 days. So the Cree thought it was 45 days. And he wasn't very happy on the 5th day when we told him to pack up and it's time for him to go home. It was 4 to 5 days. He understood 45. Yes, my response is yes. I could end my presentation there. Let me just add something here to give credibility to what I'm saying. I was appointed by the chiefs and the board of directors of the Grand Council of the Crees at the time as the chief Cree negotiator for the negotiations. Before that, I was the translator in the Canet et al. Court case before the Quebec Superior Court. I translated for the Cree witness, the Cree trappers, the Cree hunters, Also, I did a lot of translation in the Cree communities about the project. And so I was appointed the chief Cree negotiator for the agreement in principle. I was chief Cree negotiator for the final agreement of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. In those days, it was difficult to find people to come and work in Montreal. Philip Washish was the Cree negotiator. He worked with me, and we worked with the law firm of, we worked with James O'Reilly. James O'Reilly was also on the negotiation team. Yes, the foundation of the Cree Nation involvement in the economic development of the territory is contained within several parts of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. I would remind everyone that the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement is a treaty and is recognized as such through its inclusion as a constitutionally protected document in the Canadian Constitution. First, the preface of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement includes a section called, and I quote, "the philosophy of the agreement," end of quote, which is essentially the address by Mr. John Chiacha, who was the Quebec chief Cree negotiator, when the bill approving the JBNQA was presented to the Quebec National Assembly. In that address, Mr. Chiacha laid out the background that propelled Quebec to enter into negotiations with the Crees and the Inuit. And he also expressed the position that the agreement would result in a partnership between the Crees and Quebec in the development of the territory. Secondly, in the details of Section 28 of the JBNQA, we have the descriptions of the very specific measures that would be put in place to give substance to the spirit of the agreement. These include a recognition of certain priority rights which would accrue to our Cree Nation, and also the description of various entities that would be put in place to permit our Cree Nation to exercise those rights and fulfill the philosophy of the agreement. Now, of course, we experienced enormous challenges with both the provincial and federal governments in honoring the commitments under the JPNQA, and took several decades for specific obligations to be fulfilled. Let me just backtrack a little bit. When we talk about enormous challenges, when we put economic development on the negotiation table, we had strong resistance from La Société de Développement de la Baie James, who claimed that they, by virtue of the mandate from the National Assembly of Quebec, that they have the mandate for economic development throughout the whole territory, including the Cree communities. And of course, the municipality de la Baie James was not very helpful. They tried to leave us into little enclaves and communities in the USC. The government of Canada did not help. They took the position of alert neutrality, said nothing, sat there, in case there was any the entrance of Quebec, of Canada, that would be encroached on. So that was the kind of situation we were in. So negotiations with the Crees and the Inuit, and he also expressed the position that the agreement would result in a partnership, as I had said. Secondly, the details of the 28 of the JPNQA, we have the description of those specific measures. And it took several decades. It took serious legal cases that were brought against each level of government. It took public, national, and international campaign to bring attention to those failures. And it took challenges to the implementation of major development projects proposed by Quebec to finally make the governments understand the seriousness with which we take our rights. It was when we concluded the La Paix des Braves that we finally achieved real commitments to implement Section 28 of the agreement. In fact, much of La Paix des Braves is about economic development. In addition to implementing specific sections of the JBNQA, there was a recognition that any development projects proposed for USC needed our participation, and we needed to benefit from projects in terms of employment, training, contracting, and also financially. Projects which also need to meet our environmental protection standards. In effect, development projects would need to meet our standards for social acceptability. Without that consent, projects would not be permitted to proceed. After many decades of struggle, we were finally in a position to build the essential and core spirit of the JBNQA. The JBNQA, together with the La Paix des Braves, provide the legal underpinnings of Cree involvement in the economic development of the territory. Since La Paix des Braves, we have, of course, concluded a number of other agreements with both Quebec and Canada. Taken as a whole, all these subsequent agreements have had the effect of reinforcing the essential spirit of JBNQA and have improved our understanding of our key role in everything that happens within the USC up to this date. Because, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ted. That's it's a lot to come out on the first question. I have a question for you, though, but I'm going to ask you later on because I think you'll start tapping into it with the other questions I'll be asking you. But let's go to Danny. Danny, you're welcome to share the podium. All right, so if you want to answer, come up here. Danny, I know you're relatively new to Cree construction. What inspired you to join this initiative? And what unique perspective do you bring regarding economic development within the Cree Nation?
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Dr. Ted Moses. That was very insightful. Mine won't be as long, as it'll be a little more brief. So what inspired me to join this initiative? Well, the big one is to make a difference. I really want to do my best to make a difference. And how do we make a difference? Well, we do partnerships. We open lines of communication. We talk to each other. We speak to each other. Entities, communities, band councils, CNG, school boards, health boards. We all need to make lines of communication open, and this is one of the few venues which you can do so. I strive to do this on an individual basis, but here we're all together in one platform. So I wanted to reach out, teach to as many people as possible to make this happen. What do I bring? I bring back some knowledge back into the Cree territory. As some of you may have known, I flew with Air Quebec for about 10 years. After Air Quebec, I flew with Air Transat for another 10 years. Over 40 countries, over 24 countries and all over the world. After that, I'd spent another 10 years with NAV Canada. Throughout that 30-year history, I've gained a lot of, how would I say, governance experience in finances, experience in project management. And when I come back to a company like Cree Construction under CRECO, it's a privilege to come to a company like CRECO and Cree Construction. You're probably wondering what a guy who's spent most of his life in aviation can bring to a construction company. Well, I can tell you one thing, I can bring back a lot of experience that I learned outside of the world and bring it back into the Cree territory. What are those experiences that I'm referring to? Well, aviation is on the cutting edge of technology. It's no secret. We're 10 years ahead of everybody else. We're the ones putting satellites into space that's where you're going to find your flying cars. Flying automobiles are coming right from our back pocket. Construction, I don't want to be disrespectful or anything, but it's lagging behind. But that's not a bad thing. It's also a very exciting opportunity for the construction era. The construction era is going to actually be modernized and revitalized in the next 5 to 10 years. And that's where I'm going to come in. I'm going to guide and direct this great and wonderful company, Cree Construction, in the right direction that's most efficient and prosperous within the next coming years. There's a lot of happening out there right now. There's 3D modeling. You can actually see a building before they even break the ground into which the construction site's going to be coming in. You can see it through 3D modeling or through virtual reality. There's a big game changer right now. It's called AI. Some of you may have heard of it. And those of you who are going to adopt it first are going to be the winners. Let's be honest. It's a game changer. Project management in construction is absolutely essential. We can very easily go through margins without proper project management. When you have project management in place from intake to output, you keep your margins in check, and you can also as the timeline progresses, you can capture any deficiencies as you go along instead of having a rollout at the end. So with the next 10 years, 5 years, it's going to be very exciting in construction. There's going to be a lot of modernization, like I just spoke. Some of the automation that's happening right now. We see excavators that are being autonomous.
So one of the first Cree pilots in the USG. Congratulations! That's definitely a big achievement for the USG. Yeah. I'm going to share a bit of Casey's panel. I know where Casey was going, and I want to speak a bit about the importance of it. Casey just joined us recently, February 2022, and he's our analyst. Like I said, unfortunately, he's not here. He fell ill this morning, so he returned back to Montreal. And there's about 4 or 5 elements that's quite important to us, and it's data. Be able to house data and use data as science to help us with our decisions. So economic analysis in USG, a very important element in terms of what's happening within USG, what's our GDP, what's our economic growth, what's our economic potential, where do we concentrate, where do we focus, where do we adapt, where do we expand. So that's his role is to gather, working with a lot of economists within the industry. I think as it matures, that role and our department as Commerce and Industry, in a couple of years, he'll be a very, very interesting panelist of what information he'll have for USG in the private and in the public sector, and be able to tabulate, interpret that data, the strategic reporting that will be associated to it, and then optimizing the data analytics to all stakeholders in the USG. And so I wanted to share that with you so that his presentation was going to center around that, and I think it just fits well with these two gentlemen, their experience. They're a newcomer coming into the economic development, sustainable development within the USG as a president and as a leader and a negotiator for the Cree Nation. So I'll move on now. So just thought it was an important element to discuss, to mention that about Casey's role in the Cree Nation government with the Department of Commerce and Industry. So this is to both of you, to all the panelists. Considering your common goals, how do you perceive the possibility of collaboration and the potential benefits of pooling resources and expertise to tackle shared challenges? Mr. Moses?
Okay, I'll take it from here. Well, very simply put, it's a matter of political will of the parties. That's what it takes. When there's a strong will to do something together, it's going to happen for sure. La Paix des Braves was not signed because of, lack of political will. Quebec wanted they wanted development projects, but they also were willing to put in the political will to make the agreement work and to develop a new relationship agreement with the Crees. So that's very, very important, because without that, it's very difficult to move certain things. Political will.
Thank you. Danny, do you want me to repeat the question, or?
Yeah, sure, if you don't mind.
Sure. Considering your common goals, how do you perceive the possibility of collaboration and the potential benefits of pooling resources and expertise to tackle shared challenges?
I would like to see, so we have the year of solidarity right now. Perhaps one initiative that we could look at is the year of economic sustainability. If we focus all of our efforts from the top down, we could really make an effect on the economic sustainability with the upcoming challenges that we're going to face. There's a huge amount of potential that's out there up for grabs, and I think there's more than enough for everybody. The competition amongst ourselves is not advantageous. Collaboration is much more effective for win-win interest-based bargaining. I would like to see economic sustainability through partnerships, joint ventures, and agreements, but not just within entities, but within communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just got one more question for these two gentlemen. In conclusion, considering the complex landscape of economic development, what concrete steps or solutions would each of you prioritize to drive sustainable growth within USG? Where would you recommend beginning this transformation journey? Mr. Ted Moses?
Oh, yes. Well, I think that It would require understanding, understanding of each other, respect for each other's culture and rights. We try to address that to some extent within the Secretariat by organizing economic missions to the Cree communities, 3 communities at a time, where people that are interested into entering into partnerships with the Crees can go and visit the community, meet some of the Crees there, and we provide that opportunity at their expense. Otherwise, people oftentimes, by not understanding or failing to understand, become ignorant of our situation, and therefore, some ill feelings begin with that. So we start with that. Then after that, it's the person that's interested into entering into partnership can further develop that concept. And in this field, you need resources. You need financial resources. You also need human resources. Many times I've been told, Ted, you shouldn't think about money. You cannot eat money. To this date, I have yet to go to a store, buy groceries, walk out without having to pay. So that's why I push for economic development. So, that's, we did not have a Cree construction company before 1976. How that came about was because the Crees were not able to get work because of the language barrier on the hydroelectric development sites. So we formed a company where the Crees like working outside, they like cutting wood, using chainsaws, they were good at that. So we were able to get the slashing contracts of most of the, of all of the transmission lines in the USC. And that employed a lot of people. But it took financial resources to get the company going, to set it up and to buy equipment for all of these people, because not everyone did not have the proper protection and safety equipment to be able to join the company, so the company did. So you need financial resources. You need financial resources for the administration, for people to help you, people who spoke French, because a lot of the people did not speak French either. And, companies like Air Quebec, we did not have the capacity to be able to start that up. It required a lot of financial resources. I don't know, a Dash 8 now probably is worth about $18 million. Maybe I'm behind. Well, 25 million, I'm corrected, okay. But, when we started it off, we had a lot of opposition, particularly from the government of Quebec. And then finally, we managed to, we managed to win that fight. And that's how Air Quebec came about to be. And with the time, it grew. With the revenue it created, with some injection by money from CRECO, the Board of Compensation, the company became big. So you got to have the financial resources. And then, of course, human resources. We're not quite there yet in that arena. We had a lot of non-native people working for the Crees, very few in the early 70s. But now I'm glad to see that there are a lot of Crees and a lot of the companies, a lot of partnerships now that are forming, and Crees are developing, Crees are being trained. Now we have capacity, to develop in that field.
Okay. Just give me 30 seconds, Danny. But I think this is the best time to ask this question to Dr. Ted Moses. I'm just listening to the three, your answers, and I have to ask this question to you. Now, your experience, the time you've worked with the Cree Nation, being a huge representative to the Cree Nation, even abroad, within the USG. If you were to write a book, what 3 chapters would be in there? I think that's my curiosity.
If I were to write a book, It would include, I guess, all aspects of what happened and what didn't happen during the negotiations of the agreement. So I'll start off with the fight, and then with the court battles, and then the win, and then the negotiation of the agreement in principle, as well as then the final agreement and implementation up to date. Without all of that, it would not be a complete story or a complete book. But three things I would probably highlight would be rights into land, hunting, fishing, and trapping. That was one of the most fundamental principles during the negotiations that we had to, that was our mandate. That's why you have chapters with regards to environment, hunting, fishing, and trapping regime, income security program, and the opportunity to set up a Cree Trappers Association, a Cree Outfitting Association, and then, of course, economic development was a big thing, and we had a lot of difficulty, a lot of resistance, as I mentioned earlier, and I think that needs to be highlighted. And there's a lot of good stuff there, a lot of economic development that could be done, but it requires political will, commitment of people, and financial resources to do that, as well as know-how. Most of it is know-how. And well, I guess whatever other one would be highlighted, but I wouldn't just leave it at three main chapters.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have a missing element. If you're cooking a moose stew, well, if you don't have the meat, then it's not a stew. It's not a moose stew. That's the way I look at it.
Well, it's a beef stew then, maybe.
Well, we're making a moose stew. If it was beef stew, without the beef, it would be the same thing.
Thank you very much. Well, I think I speak for everybody here. I hope you get a chance to sit down and jot down all your insights, and in the future we get a Dr. Ted Moses book, so that would highlight definitely the positives, the negatives, and of the things we've came across or have done. Yeah, certainly. I would look forward to reading it for sure. Yeah.
Oh yes, I think sooner than later.
Yes.
And the other thing, when you look at all the chapters, and there is that underlying thread of governance that goes right through there.
Yeah.
Like Cree Health Board, we control our own education. We have the Cree School Board. That in itself is the governance. We have how we should govern ourselves with the Cree-Nisgapi Quebec Act, governance over Category 1B lands and 1A lands, Category 2, and now throughout the whole territory, and as well as with a partnership governance with the people living in the Cree territory, the non-native people. When we first discussed about governance, we talked about a Cree regional government. That was resisted. We couldn't go any further because there was already the James Bay Municipality, the James Bay Development Corporation, that said, well, there's already legislation in place that gives us the mandate, to have that kind of governance in there. And, so we resorted to a Cree regional authority. Instead of governance over land, it became governance over people and programs and services. And now we are, we have attained a greater degree of governance than we had, than what we got in the James Bay Agreement, because what we envisaged is now what is happening there. So, that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, see, people, I had to ask that question. See how much context came out of that, off-cue question? And as you know, he was our Grand Chief during some major milestones So again, thank you very much for answering my question on that one. We'll swing right back to Danny. The question was, in conclusion, considering the complex landscape of economic development, what concrete steps or solutions would each of you prioritize to drive sustainable growth within Cree Nation? Where would you recommend beginning this transformation?
All right. Well, where I'd begin is if I get invited over to Dr. Ted Moses' place for stew. I'd expect a lot of dumplings in the stew. Well, the economic development is well underway. It's quite, we're in economic prosperity, and the channels have been set. The governance is doing their thing. One thing that I look at as a development company, Cree Construction and Development Company, is actually the development. And an area of concern that I do have, and I'll be honest with you, is when I look at resources, we see like environmental resources, minerals, water, land, you know. But I think our most important resource is our youth, is our children. And I see the Cree School Board doing a fantastic job in developing the youth. But we need to be extra vigilant, because for me, my most important aspect is talent management, finding qualified individuals. That's one hard bridge one gap that's hard to bridge sometimes. And the youth are there. They're smart, they're intelligent, they're engaged. But we have to make sure to give them every and single opportunity we have to make sure that they can develop to their fullest. We have engineers, project managers, architects all out there waiting to be developed. And the economic boom is going to happen no matter what. It's the direction we're taking. But I want to make sure to emphasize that we look after those, the talent, the youth that are up and coming, the up and coming stars, you know, the up and coming presidents, the up and coming architects, engineers. This, for me, is a personal goal of mine, a little bit of a passion. I follow the students as they're in school, as they graduate. I reach out to them, and I know the economic development is going to happen if we can make it happen within our own territories with our youth. That's my biggest goal. And after the youth, we also have, you know, the laborers, the workers, the people who are there. We need to continue to train to develop the individuals. I like to see higher representation across the board, not just, you know, at entry-level positions, but, you know, higher and more distinguished positions. So for me, it's a two-part. You know, it's not just the development. It's how we handle the development. Which direction are we going to take control of the direction of the economic development? Are we going to have a say into it? And if we are, this is how we're going to do it. It's my personal vision. It's my personal goal. And it's one that I'll implement to the best of my capacity in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I actually had a chance to tour a school that Cree Construction was just wrapping up. I think it's opening up in the next month or two, in November. If you have a chance, state of the art. It's probably, they're advanced thinking. A lot of the fixtures that are in the school. It's going to be a very beautiful school, and it's being built in Abitibi at this time. Yeah. So if you ever have a chance, swing by, go visit the school. You'll be very impressed. As we conclude this insightful discussion, I want to extend a heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed panelists, Dr. Ted Moses, Danny Pash, who's embarking a new adventure with the Cree Construction and Development Company. Your dedication and expertise have illuminated the path toward a more robust and sustainable economic future for the Cree Nation. Let's continue to build upon an invaluable insights shared today and work collaboratively towards a prosperous and inclusion for all. I'm often reminded every time I work with some of you. I forgot to introduce myself, so a majority of you know who I am, but there are some. I work for the Cree Nation government. I'm the Director of Commerce and Industry, And every time we talk about nation building, capacity building, and there's always something, and I've said it even to former Grand Chief, the wealth of our nation is our people. We cannot forget them. You know, job creation, job training, that's the people. Those are the elements that will move us forward. So I always say, and every chance I get, is the wealth of nations, even the Adam Smith Wealth of Nations, if you read the book, you know, I kind of bring it towards our people, the people of USG. Thank you very much. I appreciate being the moderator on this panel. And again, the Secretariat, thank you, Chantel, for having me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for these fine gentlemen. The Cree Nation-led economic development. I could listen to these guys talk for a long time. The wealth of knowledge and wisdom that they carry, and with great poise and class. It's great to hear that. Mr. Daten Gunta. Nto beto go het batsmodo. No zweskit say Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So without further ado, I'd like to thank them again. So before we start on this next activity, okay, we're going to do an activity. It's nothing to do, c'est pas un exercice, we're not jumping up, il n'y a pas d'examen, il n'y a rien, so just relax, you know. But we're going to do something together. And this is the, est-ce que tout le monde a un cell phone dans ses mains? 2 cell phones, wow! T'es pas mal importante, hein? Wow, 2 cell phones, wow! Okay, I only have 1. I hope one day I'll reach to have 2 phones, 3 phones for that matter. But cet exercice, c'est avec Menti. Je prends des cours à Concordia à Montréal, donc c'est toujours Menti. I was thinking like, oh, I'm going to be free of Menti, and je rentre ici un Menti. So this is the World Cafe. Okay, this is Menti World Cafe. Mentimeter is an online interactive presentation and polling platform that allows us to engage with the audience in real time. It's commonly used for creating interactive presentations, quizzes, surveys like I do, and polls to make events more engaging and participatory. Okay, so we will be using some key features such as live polling. Okay, donc on va, s'il vous plaît, avec votre téléphone, you put your camera, and then you'll be able, quand tu le vois sur ton caméra, tu as juste à peser, press it, and then you'll see the QR code. Yes, and also, if you don't have, if you're an Android, I'm kidding. If you're an Android user, tu peux rentrer menti.com, and then you'll see the code at the bottom, say 51055774. So live polling enables presenters to create live polls and surveys, and the audience can respond to using their smartphones, like these ones here, tablets or computers. I think computer will be a little bit too bulky, but if you're using a computer right now, you can do it. The results are displayed in real time, making it a great tool for gauging, wrong word, audience opinions and knowledge. So this will be great for all of us. Okay, so interactive slides. And so the goal is to reflect on 6 principles, the 6 principles of pillars, we call it, or pillars, for the foundation of a strong economy in EUSG. Okay, so the Mentimeter questions. So the icebreaker, how, is it the first one? Melissa, okay. The first one, Melissa, yes. Okay. Emmanuel, okay. Melissa, oh. I like Emmanuel better, okay. Okay, so la première question, c'est how do you feeling today? Pas mal français, hein? How are you feeling? Qu'est-ce que tu te sens? Is that how you say it? Comment ça va? Comment ça va today? Tu te sens-tu tired, un petit peu relaxant? I don't know, you know, cool? Please, entrez vos OK. Okay. Oh, it's right here. How come I've never seen that? Okay. My own television. Hey, do you have Days of Our Lives there? And so, if you are... il y a du monde qui ont... Les 37 qui sont vraiment contents. Wow. Woo! And je pense qu'on a 7... 3, c'est vraiment... Wow! And 4, c'est... Il veut vraiment s'en aller à la maison. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Donc, la plupart, c'est le 39. Hein? Puis les 4, vous pouvez aller à la maison, si vous voulez. Okay. All right. So the next question, notre question, c'est which group do you belong to? The Cree Nation, other nations, non-Indigenous. All right, so we have beaucoup d'allochtones qui sont ici, nations Cree qui ont 25 et 8 nations, autres nations. Wow, can I have the 8? The 8 identify themselves? I'm kidding, no, that's all right. All right, so we have 3 groups here, Cree Nation, other nations, and non-Indigenous. Ah, c'est bien, le menti, hein? Okay, so... to which age group do you belong to? We'll see. Please be... Il n'y a pas du monde qui va savoir votre âge, OK? C'est juste vous autres, là. Ça ne me dérange pas si t'as de l'air 40, mais you act like a 20. Ça ne me dérange pas. All right. La plupart, c'est des 50 ans. Wow, OK. All right, we have a lot of elders. I'm kidding. Can we bring out the canes, please? I'm kidding. Okay, from which region do you come from? Dans quelle région est-ce que vous êtes basé? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Estrie, Chesapeake, Wendake, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. What next to? We have Val d'Or. Et aussi, il y a du monde, hein? Gaspésie, wow, OK. Montréal. Kiriganzibi. OJ. Outaouais. Wow, beaucoup de personnes ici. All right. Kanisatagi, my goodness. Saint-Jérôme. Okay, you forgot your okay, you oublié son téléphone. Okay, so he's going to scream his answers, eh? How would you rate your knowledge of the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement? Ooh. What? 100%. Je pense que the only guy is the number one here is going to be Ted. Okay, completely green, ça veut dire vous savez rien. And then I have some solid background, and then I have basic knowledge. So basic knowledge is possibly where a lot of us may be, and 19% they just don't really know. So if you have a fonction, vous pouvez inviter Dr. Ted Moses à vos fonctions et vous donner the whole story, the 101 all the way down to A to Z. So, all right. Okay, next question. How would you rate your knowledge for the Pédébrave? Est-ce que vous savez toute l'histoire, toutes les politiques for Pédébrave? All right. So there's a lot of basic knowledge pour le Pédébrave. That's good. 50 people. Okay. I'm an expert. My gosh. Okay. Il y a deux experts ici. Can we know who it is? Ted and l'autre personne? Okay. They're afraid. They're shy. Must be Elsa, hey? So great, we have some basic knowledge and completely green, yet enough. There's room to grow and, learn, right? All right, l'autre question. How would you rate your knowledge of the Constitution of the Cree Nation of Iwishi? How do you know the knowledge, the Constitution of Iwishi? All right. I'm completely green. And this is in 2017. So it's pretty understandable. Most of the new ones, it'll take time to chew. So we have more people that are green on that. So we'll do our homework and we'll just bring that information to you, or in the next events that we will hold. We'll have more. We'll dive into that more. Okay. We'll school you to the end. All right. The next one. Which one of these Cree Nation economic pillars is the most important to you? Yes. Land management, environment and natural resources, human capital, training and education. We have a physical capital, self-governance, and the last but not least is entrepreneurship. But the physical attraction, hey. This is, okay. The most part is human capital and human capital, training and education. So that seems to be the leader, and the second one would be the land management, environment and natural resources. And then followed by entrepreneurship. Last but not least is physical capital, self-governance. Thank you for this. So it brings, a perspective to what we're going to, talk about in the next couple of weeks. All right. Okay, which economic pillars should we prioritize to enhance the quality of life of the Cree Nation? Okay. Oh, same pillars? Okay, land and management, environment of natural resources, human capital, physical capital, self-governance, and entrepreneurship. So if we look at it here, we have a skyrocketing Elon Musk style, human capital, which is training and education. Yes, hence why I'm in school. And then the second one would be entrepreneurship, and then followed by management, land management, environment, and natural resources. The rest, and the fourth one would be the physical capital, okay, self-governance. Next question. Which economic pillar should we prioritize to protect environmental assets of Iwishi? And so the four pillars again. So this one, we see that land management, environment, and natural resources are up there, if you can see it on your screen. There were 3 likes as well, too. Thank you for the likes. Next question. Which economic pillars should we prioritize to honor, protect, and preserve Cree culture and identity? Oh, my. All right, okay. There's a lot of likes on this one as well. Again, it's, oh, nope. Okay, so we have on this one here, it is land management, environment, and natural resources, followed by human capital, and then finally followed by physical capital. Wow, okay, thank you for this. Last but not least, is it? No, a couple more. Which economic pillars should we prioritize to empower youth as future leaders? Human capital is the winner for this one, and followed by entrepreneurship. Thank you for this. The next one. Which economic pillars should we prioritize to promote education and training? Again, the pillars. So this one would be, the winner is the human capital, self-governance, and followed by the entrepreneurship. Last but not least, which economic pillar should we prioritize to ensure the sustainability of our progress? Gosh, I feel like eating candies now. All right, this winner would be the human capital, training and education, followed by, hey, there's a tie. Okay, land management and entrepreneurship. Okay, great. So thank you for your participation. Look at this one, last but not least. Will you find love at this conference? If you're married and if you're struggling and if it's on the bed, you can't, don't participate, please. Oh my goodness, look at that. Yeah, of course. Ooh, yes, love, LOL. Lots of love, eh? Lots of love. Ben là. Nope. My wife is watching. Oh. That's scary. At supper. Ooh. Cree lumber. Oh, okay. We have a lumber lover. My heart is taken. Ah, that's wonderful. Okay. Okay, not here looking for love. Boo! It's okay, this is a joke, okay? All right. Unlikely, it's okay. So if you found love, great for you. If you haven't, keep looking, okay? All right. So this was our activity together. So I think this time we will let you go for a bit and then come back and eat some more. Gosh, all we do is eat, eh? On mange beaucoup, hein? Hey, this. My buttons are going to be loose later. My goodness gracious. Okay. Do not forget to fill out vos cartes ici par the presenters, what do you call those? The booths, not, yes. The exhibitionist. Is it? The exhibitionists over there. Exhibitors. Oh my gosh, if I was an exhibitionist, it would not be a good looking sight right now. Let me go to the gym, okay? And we have not started cocktails. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, my fellow exhibitionists. Do not forget to fill these out. You might win a flight donated by Air Quebec, a flight, two, right? 2 tickets to from Montreal, from Val-d'Or to Montreal or vice versa. So please fill this out. If you have 10, put it in the box en avant, the Sencat, and we'll do a draw later on. So you might win, you know, free tickets. That's awesome. And the tourism gift bags as well too. Okay. Anything else? OK. Donc, à 6 heures pour le bar? Ah, OK. All right. I have a little bit of a terrible, sad, but OK kind of news. The bar is not open until 6 because the daycare is closed at 6. So get the kids, send them home, get the babysitter, you can come back and drink. Mais vous avez you have 2 tickets here, and if you're not a drinker, please, you can have Coke or Pepsi, or if not, you can give it to your alcoholic friend. That's okay. I'm kidding. So this is, you can have 2 drinks with this, but if you want to have a drink right now, le bistrot c'est ouvert pour vous, donc vous pouvez aller and have a drink there. Or if you want to play the slot machines, go ahead. There's no bingo though, that's terribly saddened. But anyhow, have a great relaxation, have a great time, but be back here for 6, right? Ah, c'est ça, un autre. Please take your stuff, and because les gens ici vont préparer les tables, so don't forget to bring your stuff. It's back to your rooms, wherever you came from today. So I will see you guys at 5:45, actually. That's when 5:45, okay? So you can start drinking at 5:45. À tantôt, we're going to have a great evening. We're going to have a chanteuse, and we're going to have a nice evening. Okay, come back à 5h45, 6h. Okay, merci beaucoup.
So do not hesitate to bring this
lower.
down because
Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening. On va commencer dans 5 minutes. Est-ce que vous pouvez vous placer à votre table? Can you please return to your seats? We will start in 5 minutes. On va commencer dans 5 minutes. And we're going to have a great time this evening. And I think a lot of people are hungry. Je pense que tout le monde a faim. Donc, on va commencer dans 5 minutes. S'il vous plaît, retournez à vos sièges. And we will start this wonderful evening with more presentations and a wonderful songs to be sung by one of our Cree songstresses, artists. Thank you. So we will start very soon. So if you're still lining up for drinks, keep lining up and return to your seats as soon as you can, okay? Please, no staggering to the seat. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we will begin à soir. Bonjour, Monsieur Delisle. Ça va bien? On va commencer notre soirée avant que le pain soit complètement froid, parce que les pains sont vraiment chauds. My goodness. I just had just half of my carbs. My goodness. It almost tastes like Bannock. Almost. Presque. So, ladies and gentlemen, est-ce que vous pouvez prendre vos sièges, s'il vous plaît? Thank you so much. Hi, you guys. How are you feeling tonight? Est-ce que vous vous sentez très bien? Oui, vous êtes tous en forme? All right. OK, je pense qu'il y a du monde qui ont pris trop de vin. Ils ne m'écoutent pas. C'est correct, c'est correct. Je ferme mes yeux, là, on dirait que je suis à Château-Louis. Ouais. After hours aussi. Puis on se rend à Pataplante. Hey! Ça, c'était les journées bien vivantes. Ouais, vous êtes là, très beau, très belle. Great looking crowd à soir. Merci pour toutes les personnes qui ont accroché leur manteau at the check room. Vraiment, c'était une belle cause. So even if you want to go and put your jacket in a cloakroom, si c'est trop chaud, please do so and be generous. The reason is that the funds that they are raising tonight pour les manteaux for the cloakroom, the funds will be used pour leur projet, comme le programme des rivières des savoirs. Ce programme s'inscrit dans une démarche de retour à l'emploi ou des études adaptées selon les besoins des participants. So all the funds that will be used, or your tips will be put into this fund where the sanitary organization will, help their projects. So please give generously to the cloakroom. There are two wonderful people who will take care of your magnificent and warm coat. And it gets colder here in Val-d'Or. Okay. Oh, the sea of people. All right, look at these chandeliers. Is there a Sia in the house? She wants to swing by the chandelier. Remember that song? There you go. 5 minutes late. All right. Okay. So we are pleased to have in our midst tonight, we're pleased to welcome Minister Ian Lafrenière, who is responsible for les relations avec les Premières Nations et les Inuits. So welcome, Monsieur Lafrenière, my good friend. There he is over there. Un grand merci pour votre présence ce soir. Enjoy the mingling around. And also to our friend, Mr. Pierre Fitzgibbon, Ministre de l'économie, de l'innovation et de l'énergie. Monsieur Fitzgibbon, thank you very much for your presence as well. Thank you so much. And also, we always want to incorporate some good and wonderful artists to events such as this wonderful night. Une artiste très, très impressionnante. And I've known this wonderful singer from Chisasibi très, très longtemps. And she is a composer, she is an author, performer, And we'll get to hear Miss Miriam Hasney from Tisasabi later on this evening. So Miriam, if she's here, hello, welcome you. And to the distinguished guests all over the room, I welcome you to this evening. And but first, I'd like to give the floor to our executive director for the CODA, as we call it, the Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association. And I'd like to call Miss Robin McGinley to the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? Just hush if you have to speak. As much as you can, thank you. There we go, thank you so much. Robin, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Robin McGinley. Yeah, the video is going to be playing right now.
Wajah, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I just wanted to share a very short presentation about Cree tourism. I think they're going to bring it up on the screen shortly. I was going to start just by talking a little bit about the history of Cree tourism. I think we heard earlier today how fortunate we are to have the Cree Outfitting and Tourism that was in the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. Don't have a clicker. Okay. So since, for many, many years, in the 50s and 60s, the Crees were working at the outfitting camps. And so when we were negotiating the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement, they included CODA, the Cree Outfitting and Tourism, in the Chapter 28, Chapter 28.4 and 28.6. So we are really unique across Canada as far as having this development tool. So thank you to the leaders for including it. So it's one thing to negotiate the agreement, and then we spoke earlier about the work that had to go into actually being able to implement the agreement. So we had a lot of help from the Cree Regional Authority and the leaders to be able to finally incorporate the Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association in December 2000. So we finally got that taken care of. And as soon as we did, the government had asked, okay, now you need to work with the Jamaisiens, with the non-natives. You need to do a tourism guide. You need to do all these things. And we're like, well, that's not what the James Bay Agreement said, you know, that we're going to implement what was asked. But if you would like us to work with the non-natives and the Jamaisiens, we would be happy to do so. So we went back and we worked. We had support from the Cree Regional Authority. We had support for the newly created Tourism Bay James, from the Alliance, the group of all the other regional tourism associations in Quebec and Tourism Quebec. So finally, CODA was recognized in 2006 as the 22nd Regional Tourism Association. But we wanted to always keep things very clear between the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement and CODA's role and what the role of a regional tourism association is. So we incorporated EUSG tourism. So we have two development tools. For Cree beneficiaries, it really makes no difference. We're there to serve the communities and the members and help them to develop tourism. But we do really manage the two organizations. And then we continued on, and the most recent is the Winnipeg Tours Solidarity Co-op. So those of you that maybe saw our booth outside, you saw some of our captains and the boats. So Winnipeg Tours, we work with the coastal communities of Wimidji and Waskaganish to develop and offer tours to go see the polar bears and spend time on the water with the Cree captains. So just a few slides about what people are looking for. I think Indigenous tourism and Cree tourism in general, we have a lot of opportunities because we offer what the market is looking for. So people want new adventures, and for sure we're a destination in development. We're a young destination, a new destination, not really on people's radar. I think for most people the north ends either at the Tremblant or maybe the Saint Félicien Zoo. So we have a whole rest of Quebec that people can discover. They want to be comfortable. They would like to see Northern Lights. So last week we were in Wapmextu. We had the joy of seeing Northern Lights 3 nights in a row. They're magnificent. I think if you see on Facebook, we see them on a regular basis, so we can offer that. And most important, they want to meet local communities. So they want to meet us. They want to talk to us. They want to learn about Cree culture or other Indigenous cultures. And then they want to be in a far-off land with breathtaking sceneries and unforgettable experiences. So I think sunsets, if you've seen the sunset over James Bay or Mistassini Lake, you know that we have absolutely phenomenal scenery and a safe and green image. So again, we're working hard on sustainable development and to have a safety for our visitors. In 2021, Indigenous Tourism Quebec, they did a survey, and there was 247 Indigenous businesses who were identified in Quebec, and they were tourism businesses, and they were present in 40 of 55 Indigenous communities. So I think it's come a long way, and I think that the Indigenous tourism is definitely on an upswing. And I think the most interesting part was the fact that 89% of Quebecers showed an interest in taking part in Indigenous tourism. So I think it's really, and when we work at the Cree Festival in Quebec City, there's a really big interest. People want to come to the communities. They want to meet people. They want to, you see the list of some of the things, whether it's visiting a cultural center, an arts and crafts shop, a festival such as a powwow, excursions in nature. They're ready and they're eager to come. So just the last slides are some images of some of the things we can offer in EUSG. So obviously the Northern Lights. We have the southernmost population of polar bears that are accessible by road. So those tours are offered by Winnipeg Tours and the Cree captains. So the whole organization is run by captains and development corporations and the communities. It's really a partnership of everybody working together to offer world-class tours. Cree culture. So if you've ever had the opportunity to visit Anishjogum, the Cree Cultural Institute, the Chesapeake Cultural Heritage Center, David and Anna are elders at Nuchmi we knew that offer a Cree cultural immersion experience that's second to none. And the most recent, if anybody's interested, and maybe some of you joined, was the Cree Knowledge Festival that we held in March. It was virtual. If you're interested, you can just Google. Everything was recorded and edited now. So if your organization or you're working with your teams and you want them to know more about Cree culture, it was a really nice way of getting a window into modern Cree culture. And finally, adventure. So I think we've been known for many, many years, since the 70s, for our fishing. So we have outfitting camps, whether it's on Mistassini Lake or Broadback that belongs to Uchabugamu. And the most recent is the Nibishti Corporation, the Cree Nation of Mistassini through Nibishti. They now manage the wildlife reserve that used to be managed by SEPAC. And it's been just a little over 5 years, and they've done a lot of investment and a lot of development to make it kind of a world, like other things besides fishing, diversifying the offer. So it's an amazing place. The picture there is the floating walk cabins. So I would highly recommend, if you ever have an opportunity for a team building or a retreat, to consider Nibishti. It's really a jewel, an unknown jewel. So that's it. Miigwech, Jinskumden. So obviously we wouldn't be able to get as far as we have without the support of partners. So we have a video, so I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce the Honorable Soraya Martinez Ferrada, the Minister of Tourism and Minister responsible for the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the regions of Quebec, who was kind enough to give us a video presentation. So.
Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone. Ici Soraya Martinez Ferrada, ministre du Tourisme. Avant de commencer, j'aimerais reconnaître que je suis sur le territoire ancestral et non cédé algonquin. L'accès à l'autodétermination est l'une des étapes de la réconciliation avec les peuples autochtones. C'est pourquoi j'ai fait du tourisme autochtone une priorité durant mon mandat. Parce que pour moi, le tourisme autochtone doit faire partie de la réconciliation économique. Et le développement du tourisme par les peuples autochtones est au cœur de la stratégie fédérale pour la croissance économique et touristique. We believe that it is by empowering Indigenous communities and supporting them in their projects that they will be able to thrive and promote their heritage. La Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association est une organisation qui fait un travail extraordinaire pour aider les entreprises Cree à croître au sein du secteur touristique. Chaque année, elle les accompagne et leur fournit des outils et des services essentiels à leur croissance dans le domaine des affaires. Il me fait donc plaisir aujourd'hui d'annoncer une contribution non remboursable de dette de 786 215 $ à la Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association en vertu du mandat de l'Office. This is the good news for the Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association, as this project will certainly become a vector to develop the region's recreational tourism sector. Il s'agit d'une bonne nouvelle pour l'industrie du tourisme et les entreprises au Québec. Les visiteurs québécois, mais aussi les touristes hors Québec et internationaux pourront profiter des hôtels de la région avec une expérience améliorée et bonifiée. Félicitations à la Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association. J'ai bien hâte de voir les projets qui seront préparés. Congratulations. Merci. Thank you.
So I just wanted to express we're so grateful for the financial support, and I look forward to welcoming you all to EUSG for your next business meeting or your next holiday. Miigwech.
Let's give a round of applause for Robin McGinley, Executive Director for CODA. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Oh, it's quieter. Ah, that's nice. I can hear my thoughts. So I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our sponsors this evening, as their continual support is instrumental in ensuring the success of today's event. Without your contributions, such gatherings would not be feasible, and we deeply appreciate your involvement. It is with great pleasure that we announce that the dinner show is graciously presented by Sayona. So thank you, Sayona. And just to let you know, Sayona is a company, not a girl. That's what I wanted, I was like, who's Sayona? Does she have a last name? So we are honored to introduce Cindy Valence, Executive Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Sayona. May I introduce you to Cindy, please? Cindy Valence? Is she here? Oh, there she is. Okay, great. Thank you.
Bonjour, hi, Washia. Je me nomme Cindy Valence, chef de la direction développement durable chez Sayona. Qui on est, Sayona? On veut être un contributeur actif au développement de la chaîne batterie au Québec et être un joueur clé dans la transition énergétique. On place le développement durable au cœur de notre démarche et en ce sens, nos projets se déroulent dans le respect de nos communautés d'accueil. Mais on va bien plus loin que ça. Comment ça se traduit? On veut créer avec les communautés. Bâtir un écosystème socio-économique durable et profitable pour tous. Les relations qu'on tisse présentement avec les Premières Nations sont basées sur la compréhension des enjeux locaux, l'implication, la participation et le dialogue ouvert, et ce, bien en amont de nos projets. Pour nous, le lien de confiance et le sentiment de proximité avec les Premières Nations doit continuer de se solidifier dans les prochaines années. C'est pour ça que nos engagements se traduisent en actions concrètes. On est là, présent et on agit. Chez Sayona, nos valeurs d'intégrité, de respect et d'excellence font partie intégrante de notre culture d'entreprise. On sait très bien que les enjeux entourant l'industrie minière sont complexes et sont parfois sujets à des débats. On croit aussi que c'est par le dialogue et la transparence que nous pouvons et pourrons co-créer des projets structurants gagnant-gagnant avec et pour les communautés. C'est pourquoi je souhaite, au nom de Sayona, vous témoigner d'un engagement de coopération solide et durable envers vous, membres de la Nation Cree, et également l'ensemble des Premières Nations qui nous accueillent sur leur territoire. Merci. Thank you. Miigwech.
Hello, hello. Cree, Washia. Habiter le territoire, vivre le territoire. Vous savez, le Québec a une superficie de plus de 1,6 million de kilomètres carrés. C'est grand, vraiment. Du nord au sud, d'est en ouest, il y a tant de régions à en explorer. Ce sont plusieurs générations de différentes nations qui ont contribué à construire le Québec d'aujourd'hui. Elles y ont laissé avec fierté leurs traces, leur culture, leurs racines, et c'est ce qui rend notre territoire si beau, si fort. Le Québec jouit de ressources extraordinaires. Attention, ici, je ne parle pas de ressources naturelles. Je parle de ressources humaines. La complémentarité des milieux, des cultures, des peuples font qu'ensemble, nous définissons un peu mieux notre identité, notre territoire, ce territoire qui nous habite. Cependant, une menace commune fait son apparition, celle des changements climatiques. Personne n'y est à l'abri. L'impact sur l'environnement causé par les changements climatiques est significatif à tous les égards. Sur l'agriculture, la forêt, la faune et la flore, et qui impacte notamment les activités traditionnelles de chasse et de pêche. Notre conscience de l'environnement nous pousse à vouloir changer nos habitudes, à agir et à améliorer nos pratiques. Au cœur de la transition énergétique, des milieux se mobilisent et se développent des initiatives pour faire leur part. Un écosystème se forme, une chaîne de valeur se forme. C'est tout le territoire qui se transforme au bénéfice de l'environnement. L'exploitation des ressources naturelles du territoire contribue à la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Les projets des minéraux critiques et stratégiques viendront supporter la chaîne d'approvisionnement des batteries, une des solutions pour accélérer la transition énergétique. Ces projets bénéficient des avantages du Québec, notamment l'énergie renouvelable, le talent et l'expertise locale. Nous sommes reconnaissants des peuples qui connaissent bien le territoire, ce qui nous permet de développer conjointement et de façon responsable des projets durables. Bâtir des projets de société se co-réalise avec les milieux et pour les milieux. Pour ce faire, nous devons développer ces projets en toute connaissance du territoire, en toute conscience de votre territoire. Être là, présent, engagé. Engagé avec les communautés, engagé envers l'environnement, engagé à faire la différence et à rehausser les standards. Ce sont avec ces gens qui y habitent et qui détiennent cette connaissance fine du territoire que ces projets porteurs d'avenir pourront être bénéfiques, et non seulement par leur contribution à la transition énergétique, mais également aux bénéfices bénéfiques et durables pour l'ensemble des collectivités. C'est l'essence pure du ESG, environnemental, sociétal, gouvernance. Se mobiliser pour lutter contre les changements climatiques est un défi ambitieux. Un défi qui peut devenir un beau et un grand projet de société, plus grand que nous tous, un legs aux prochaines générations. C'est dans cette vision et dans cette responsabilité commune, les gouvernements, les industries et les communautés, qu'ensemble nous y laisserons cet héritage durable pour les 7 prochaines générations. Ce sera notre contribution, notre marque, notre trace. Miigwech. Now I would like to invite on the stage Andrew Kuhn, President of the Nibishi Corporation. Andrew. All right, he's coming. Sayona is pleased to announce a partnership with the Nibishi Corporation to create Mishtuk, an educational program aimed at the local population and territories users. Meaning tree in Cree, Mishtuk is a project with several branches. These include activities such as storytelling and legend, beadwork, and skin tanning. These activities will be taught by animators from the Mistini communities. Sayona grants $95,000 over 3 years period to the corporate to develop this initiative educational project.
All right. All rise. Yeah. I used to ask my dad, my dad is Thomas Kuhn. I seen him go up on stage and he was always natural at it. I told him, Dad, I don't think I can ever do what you do up on stage. I told him, what do you do to get comfortable and everything? My dad is a storyteller. One of the traits that I inherited, I would say, is storytelling. So before I move on with my words as Nibishi, I'll share a story, right? Fishing. We've been in the outfitting industry for many, many years. One of our longtime guys, his name was John Shikapio. John passed away at the age of 73, but he was always a guide. And he had these two clients from the state of Maine. And these two Americans booked at our camp, Camp Louis Joliet, cabin number 2, and John as the guide. John didn't understand a single word of English or French. So the way he communicated with his two Americans is always bringing one of his grandsons with him. The grandson would be the translator. One evening, these two Americans asked the camp manager, "Can John take us out fish, just for the evening? We don't want to go fish. We just want to go take pictures of the lake." So the manager asked John, your two clients wants to go out for the evening for pictures. So John agrees, takes his grandson with him. It was one of those evenings, nice, calm evening, and the moon seems big, nice and orange colors. One of the Americans says to the grandson, "Can you ask Jumsum if that's the new moon?" So the young man says to his Jumsum, in Cree, he says, "Nhe bastune which semagna nhe gaushid the American wants to know if that's the new moon. John looks at his client, just no specific facial expression, just shakes his head like this. He looks over to his grandson. I'll translate his response. He says to the grandson, "You tell that American that moon is the same moon that's always been there." No fooling John on that one, eh? All right, Sini, thank you. Like I said, my name is Andrew Kuhn. I'm from the Cree Nation Mistissini. I serve as a EDO, Coordinator of Economic Development. I also serve as the president of Nibishi Corporation. I'll give you a brief history of Nibishi Corporation. It's a corporation that that Cree Nation Mistissini created back in 2016, and the sole purpose was to manage the AMW, which we call the Alberta, Mustache Lake, and Wakaniji Wildlife Reserve. Prior to 2017, we were in negotiations with the government to co-manage the Wildlife Reserve, and those negotiations didn't go anywhere. So we took the initiative of creating a corporation, and we told the government we want to manage our own Wildlife Reserve. That transfer was done on April 1st, 2017. Think about it, that's 2 months before the fishing season. So our first year of operation for Nibishi Corporation was 2017. CEPAC did not transfer the client list from the years past. So we started off basically with nothing, just a key to the office. But what happened in 2017, first year under Nibishi Corporation, we had the record number of tourists, visitors coming to our area. The word quickly spread once our clientele found out that Mistissini is taking over the management of the Wildlife Reserve. Within 2 months, we filled up the camp to the max. Now we're in our 6th year of operation. In 2022, earlier this year, we were invited to the Canadian National Tourism Awards, and we were runner-up to the Indigenous Tourism Experience Award. A big accomplishment for us. We're in 5 years of operation, and we're recognized as the 2nd top Aboriginal experience company in Canada. So that creates a positive and momentum for us. You said, let's diversify more of our offer at Nibishi. So we're looking at a project called Mishtuk. Mishtuk is like a storytelling interpretation of the culture and language project. And we, on behalf of Nibishi Corporation, and also on behalf of the Cree Nation Mistissini, we'd like to thank Sayona for providing this financial support that we need to diversify the offer again. And all of you are welcome to join and come and visit our territory, the Nibishi, and come to Mustache Lake, biggest fish on Quebec, and also the biggest freshwater lake in Quebec. With all of that, I wish you all a wonderful meal and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Un grand merci beaucoup. Thank you so much to Cindy Valence and to Andrew Cree. Let's give a round of applause for these wonderful people. So how was your soup? Your cup of soup? I miss the good old days when we used to have bowls. Now we can afford cups. It's okay. We have some couscous. Hi, Mandy. How are you? Good? How was the trip? Good? Okay, good. All right. So as we move on, I'd like to invite Ted Moses, Dr. Ted Moses, President of the Secretariat, to introduce, to say a few words and introduce our guests. So, Aston Ted, I'll go my stage I'm done for tonight, okay? Let's give a round of applause to our former Grand Chief, now President of Secretariat.
Thank you, Joshua. I hope everyone had enjoyed their meal. I came close to delivering the Minister Fitzgibbon's speech on how many commitments and announcements I would have been able to make tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Grand Chief Mandy Gull, Nasty, Ministers Lafreniere and Minister Fitzgibbon, all chiefs, mayors, all elected officials, Wacha, Cree, bonjour, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and express our sincere appreciation to our preceding guests whose support and contributions have been instrumental in making tonight's event possible. This dedication to our shared goals has led the foundation for the collaboration we celebrate tonight. Miigwech, since kumnoam sweat, miigwech to you. No light. Robin, miigwech, thank you. What's this here? Slippery here. Very dangerous to be on the podium. I'm moving my face. Doesn't have wheels? Oh, okay, now I got light. And of course, our rather heartfelt gratitude to our generous sponsors, Sayona, without whom this evening would not have been possible. Miigwech. It is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you tonight as we welcome two esteemed ministers to this special gathering. Tonight we have the pleasure of hosting Minister Jan Lafreniere, the minister responsible for relations with the First Nations and the Inuit, and Minister Pierre Fitzgibbon, the Minister of Economy, Innovation, and Energy. Bravo. The ministers present here reflects the commitment of the Quebec government to foster meaningful partnerships and collaborations with the Indigenous communities. The Secretariat of the Cree Nation, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, is itself a successful partnership emblematic of our commitment to fostering collaboration and innovation. I am pleased to acknowledge and express gratitude also to our endearing collaboration with the three cities of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Rouyn-Noranda, Amos, and Val-d'Or. In this regard, I would like to express my appreciation for the mayors, Diane Dallaire, Mairesse Céline Bertamor, and Sébastien Dastus for welcoming us into their respective cities to accommodate us during a time when we had wildfires in the territory and many of our people were evacuated. Thank you very much for the hospitality. Additionally, our valued partnership with the Cree Nation government and Canada Economic Development for Cree regions have played a pivotal role in the Secretariat's journey. Thank you to Minister Jan Lafreniere for the support toward this event. The Secretariat was initially established to provide venues and opportunities for the collaboration and creation of two new partnerships. We are gathered here not just as individuals, but as a community, as a family, united by a shared vision for progress and prosperity. In this spirit, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you, and I express my deepest gratitude to Minister Lafreniere and Minister Fitzgibbon for joining us tonight. Thank you, and let's now warmly welcome Minister Jan Lafreniere and Minister Pierre Fitzgibbon to address our esteemed gathering. Miigwech, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Miigwech. Thank you. Yes. Everything's perfect now. You fixed everything. Be careful. Thank you so much, Dr. Moses. Monsieur Moses, Grand Chef Mendigo, Monsieur Birdie Wapachi, plusieurs chefs que j'ai vus ce soir, Mike McKenzie, Madame la mairesse, mon collègue Pierre Fitzgibbon, collègue et ami avec qui on se promène beaucoup sur le territoire, Pierre Dufour, distingués invités, bonjour, hello, Kwe, Wachia, Ségon, Pulukut. Très heureux d'être avec vous ce soir. Et ce n'est pas pour rien, je suis avec des collègues ministres, députés. J'ai eu le plaisir de faire la tournée de toutes les communautés dans le premier mandat. Et là, je me suis dit, je dois le faire avec les collègues. Le premier ministre l'a dit, ce n'est pas le travail d'une personne, les relations avec les Premières Nations, c'est le travail de tout un gouvernement. Et j'ai la chance d'avoir des collègues députés, ministres, qui sont sur le terrain. Juste hier, on avait 3 ministres qui étaient dans la région avec nos députés de la place. C'est comme ça qu'on va développer de bons liens ensemble. On doit apprendre à se connaître. Et c'est le travail de tout un gouvernement. Et vous avez un gouvernement engagé dans ces relations-là. J'en suis très heureux. À chaque fois que je parle de Pierre Fitzgibbon, j'explique à quel point il est dévoué, disponible sur le terrain. Normalement, même, il aime beaucoup danser le makoucham. Malheureusement, Pierre, on doit quitter tout à l'heure par avion. Tu n'auras pas la chance de faire. Mais si Pierre vient vous voir dans un de vos événements, il adore danser le makoucham. Alors, s'il vous plaît, laissez-lui la chance de danser. Ça serait vraiment gagnant. I'd like to begin by highlighting the unique and privileged relationship between Quebec and the Cree Nation. A strong nation-to-nation relationship with major agreement like la Paix des Braves, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement. These agreements between the Crees and Quebec government are concrete example of deeds and action that match the role UNDRIP principle. And this is important. Another good example of concrete actions that we get, Mr. Loon, I think you're way in the back of that. Are you there, Mr. Loon? I'm sorry. I thought you were right in the back. We made a very nice announcement today. And I want to highlight that because this is important for the Crees. This is important for non-Indigenous that will be traveling on Billy Diamond Road. So today we announced $28 million to EU communication for the development of the cellular network in EU Ichi Bay James, and this is important. Miigwech, merci beaucoup. Non seulement c'est une annonce qui est importante pour les gens qui vont se déplacer sur la route Billy Diamond, mais c'est la même chose pour les gens qui vont réaliser des activités traditionnelles sur le territoire. Alors maintenant, on sera en sécurité. Très belle annonce, on en est très heureux. Des événements comme on vit présentement sont extrêmement importants pour tisser des liens qui sont durables. À partir de bons liens, ce n'est pas le premier événement que vous réalisez comme ça, mais ça nous permet de se connaître, d'aller à la rencontre de l'autre. Et on l'a bâti ensemble quand on a commencé les grands cercles économiques, où on a décidé de s'asseoir à la même table et discuter ensemble pour voir comment on peut aller mieux ensemble, comment on peut continuer. Cet été, j'ai eu le privilège, et c'est vraiment un privilège, de faire un tour d'hélicoptère avec Mr. Ted Moses. And this is a perfect timing to have a discussion because while in a chopper, it's impossible to escape. So we had a very nice talk together. And we said, you know what? This is a perfect opportunity. We can't miss it. We need to work together for the best interests of both of our communities and nations. So let's get that perfect timing, that perfect opportunity. Let's work together. And Dr. Moses, you've been referring to the extremely sad events that happened with wildlife fires. C'est un bel exemple où nos nations ont pu travailler ensemble. As First Nations, you're the first. En passant, je suis désolé s'il y en a qui font de la traduction en direct. Je fais du franglais depuis tantôt, c'est horrible pour vous. Mais vous êtes les premiers témoins des changements climatiques. Vous les voyez sur le territoire. Vous êtes les meilleurs alliés qu'on n'a pas pour travailler avec vous, pour trouver des solutions à ces changements climatiques. Et c'est pour ça qu'on veut le faire avec vous. Le premier ministre l'a dit, il n'y aura pas de développement sans acceptabilité sociale. Pierre et moi, on a eu le plaisir dans les dernières semaines de recevoir plusieurs communautés qui sont venues nous voir, qui veulent présenter des projets, mais on a compris un message. Vous ne voulez pas être des témoins, vous ne voulez pas être des bénéficiaires, vous voulez être des partenaires. You want to be partners with us. You want to take, full involvement in the project, and we receive that message loud and clear. So let's work together. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Miigwech, Yawan, Chilishkumitna, Tiawank, Waliwan, Oleone, Wellalin, Nakormik. Merci tout le monde. Bonne soirée. Merci.
Alawakia, Cree, et bonsoir tout le monde. My greetings to Grand Chef Mendigal Masti, Dr. Ted Moses. I am very honored to be sitting beside you. I've been following what you've done over the years for the nation, and it's remarkable. À tous les chefs et grands chefs présents, mairesses et maires, mon collègue Yann Lafrenière, évidemment, qui est responsable des relations avec les Premières Nations et les relations avec les Inuits, mon collègue aussi Pierre Dufour, qui est député de la région, mais aussi mon adjoint parlementaire au niveau du développement économique régional. Donc, un gros merci au gouvernement de la Nation Cree, ainsi qu'à toute l'équipe du Secretariat aux alliances économiques Nation Cree Abitibi-Témiscamingue pour cette belle invitation. Les rencontres comme celle d'aujourd'hui sont importantes pour renforcer davantage nos liens économiques et nos relations nation à nation. Il est essentiel d'échanger et de partager nos visions pour s'assurer de tracer la voie à des projets qui seront mutuellement bénéfiques, entre autres en matière de développement économique et de transition énergétique. Thank you to the Cree Nation government and the entire team at the Secretariat to the Cree Nation Abitibi-Témiscamingue Economic Alliance for the invitation. Meetings like today are important to strengthen our economic ties and our nation-to-nation relations. It's essential to communicate with each other and share our visions in order to build a foundation for mutually beneficial projects, such as those in economic development and in the energy transition. Pour favoriser la croissance de l'économie et la décarbonation du Québec, on doit continuer de travailler ensemble, main dans la main. Déjà, avec la paix des braves, on a établi une nouvelle relation de nation à nation, fondée sur une volonté commune de poursuivre le développement du territoire d'application de la Convention de la baie James et du Nord québécois. Nous l'avons fait tout en recherchant l'épanouissement de la nation Cree dans un contexte de modernisation croissante. Il s'agit là d'un bel exemple de collaboration renouvelée entre nos gouvernements et la nation Cree. Le Québec a d'ailleurs encouragé et facilité la participation des Cree à des projets de développement forestier, hydroélectrique et minier menés par différents promoteurs. En 2022, on a soutenu une entreprise, Bois d'œuvre Cree, Cree Lumber, née d'un partenariat entre la Corporation forestière de Bois-Swanicki, Mitchuk et Chantier Chibougamau dans son projet pour remettre en service l'usine de sciage de Bois-Swanicki dans le nord du Québec. Avant l'inauguration récente du complexe de la Romaine, on se rappelle aussi la mise en service du projet East Main Sarcelles-Rupert en 2013. les Cree avaient consenti à la réalisation de ce grand ouvrage hydroélectrique dans le cadre de la paix des Braves. Ce projet s'est démarqué parce qu'il a intégré dès le début des mesures d'atténuation des impacts sur leur environnement et sur le milieu social des Cree. Le projet tenait compte de leurs préoccupations. Depuis que je suis ministre de l'Économie, de l'Innovation et de l'Énergie, j'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer à quelques reprises des représentants de la nation Cree et de plusieurs autres communautés autochtones. Je voulais prendre en compte leur intérêt, leurs préoccupations et leurs différentes visions de développement économique et énergétique du Québec. Comme gouvernement, on va être à l'écoute des projets des communautés. On veut entendre ce qu'elles ont à nous proposer et cibler les bons projets à valeur ajoutée pour elles et pour tout le Québec. Bien entendu, les objectifs et les initiatives diffèrent grandement d'une communauté à l'autre et d'une région à l'autre. On va s'adapter aux particularités de chacune des communautés. Et on s'entend déjà très bien sur un élément essentiel, l'acceptabilité sociale. Pour notre gouvernement, c'est aussi une condition primordiale qui doit aller de pair avec tout projet économique et projet énergétique. Récemment, on a tenu une journée d'information et d'échange avec les différentes communautés autochtones sur l'encadrement et le développement des énergies propres au Québec. C'est important pour nous que tout le monde participe au projet et à la transition énergétique. On prévoit également, je vais déposer en février 2024, bientôt, un projet de loi pour revoir l'encadrement de notre secteur énergétique. L'objectif est de le moderniser, de le rendre plus flexible, de l'adapter au contexte énergétique actuel. Vous le savez, ça a nettement évolué depuis la dernière décennie. Ça va nous permettre de relever ensemble l'important défi de la transition énergétique. Je constate déjà chez les communautés une réelle volonté de prendre part collectivement au progrès de production d'énergie renouvelable. Il y a des beaux exemples de partenariat énergétique avec les communautés. J'ai en tête un projet de parc éolien réalisé en collaboration avec les communautés Mi'kmaq de la Gaspésie et dont une deuxième phase est en cours de développement. Il y a aussi le projet Apuit qui va permettre d'installer environ 34 éoliennes produisant jusqu'à 200 mégawatts d'électricité renouvelable en collaboration avec la nation Innu. Tous ces projets contribuent à notre objectif d'atteindre la carboneutralité d'ici 2050. C'est ambitieux, mais on peut y arriver en faisant des changements importants dans notre façon de produire et de consommer l'énergie. Plusieurs projets ont été réalisés ou sont en cours de réalisation pour favoriser la transition énergétique des réseaux autonomes qui sont actuellement alimentés en électricité par des centrales thermiques au carburant diesel ou au mazout lourd. Aoji Bukumu, un système de chauffage central à la biomasse, alimente 140 logements et 20 édifices publics. Je pense aussi à Tassouillac, qui intégrera l'énergie solaire, et à Inukjuak, qui a intégré une centrale au fil de l'eau. Vous savez, il y a un énorme potentiel pour les communautés autochtones dans les projets énergétiques au Québec. À titre d'exemple, Hydro-Québec a conclu une entente de partenariat exclusif avec les énergies Tarkouti en 2021. Cette entente vise le développement de projets d'énergie renouvelable dans 12 communautés du Nunavik. Il est aussi prévu que les installations d'énergie renouvelable sur la propriété de sociétés en commandite constituées entièrement par des entités inuites. Les revenus de vente d'électricité à Hydro-Québec seront donc entièrement au bénéfice des communautés autochtones. En terminant, on souhaite une véritable participation des communautés dans le développement de nos énergies propres. J'ai la certitude qu'ensemble, nous pouvons accomplir de grandes choses et faire évoluer positivement notre relation de nation en nation avec les Autochtones du Québec. Je trouve ça beau et encourageant quand on se rassemble dans des événements comme celui-là. C'est ensemble qu'on va faire croître collectivement l'économie régionale et celle de tout le Québec. In closing, we want to see real community involvement in the development of our clean energies. We have example of partnerships. We want projects to be socially acceptable, and we will work with you to make it happen. I firmly believe that together we can achieve great things and enhance our nation-to-nation relationship with the Indigenous people of Quebec. I think it is wonderful to see us all gathered in an event like this. Together, we will grow the regional economy and that of Quebec as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Fitzgibbons. Wow, those are great news, eh? We should have more conferences like this. We're going to have endless of great news. Yeah, now our main course is going to be cold now. I'm kidding. Okay, the cell coverage, my goodness, I'm excited. So I won't miss a beat now with my Facebook statuses. I can report all the way to Chisasibi without a hitch. Fantastic. Like, it's nothing, that's not that positive. But yeah, so this is great. Thank you so much for this. How are you guys feeling tonight? I know it's a long day. It's a long day, you know, hearing a lot of words. But I'm glad for that you are, you know, here in spirit and awake, I hope. So if you must have a drink, please do so. Just drink moderately. Thank you so much. Yes, we start at 9. On va commencer de 9h demain matin. So si vous buvez, buvez juste une bouteille, okay? Maybe two, I'm kidding. So, okay. Let's just enjoy. Oh, the meal is right here. Oh my goodness, they're bringing the little kids. Yay! So we're going to get some food in our stomachs, and we're going to enjoy some good food. And can I have some Bleu Nuit music while we eat? Thank you very much. Have a good supper, but we'll be back here, and we're going to have some good music from our Cree artist, Miriam Hasney, okay? So enjoy your food and mingle, and I'll be back.